The special meeting of the St. Joseph County Council, September 8th, 2020, is now called to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone participating remotely through Zoom that you have been muted. If you are a presenter, when it is your turn, please unmute yourself. To help eliminate feedback, please keep your phone muted until you are ready to speak, and when finished, please remute yourself. For those items on the agenda that will have a public hearing, once I open a public hearing on a bill, I will first call for those wishing to speak in favor of the bill, and then call for those wishing to speak in opposition of the bill. In both cases, we will hear first from those who are here in person, and then we will open comment to those who are participating remotely. I will also note that bill number 5820 has been tabled this evening at the request of the petitioner. Sergeant Wallach.
Good evening, folks. As a reminder, I want to let everyone know that we are following the recommendation of the St. Joseph County Department as is concerned with social distancing. So what that means is reduced capacity for the room tonight. We actually have 2 overflows. And I would ask that if you speak and you are finished, or if your matter is concluded, if you don't mind exiting the room to the door back here so that it will open the seats up for anyone who needs to come in who would like to speak further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Canaricki.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to appoint Bonnie Richardson to St. Joe County Animal Control Commission and reappoint Corey Nolan to St. Joe County Emergency Management Advisory Board.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations at this time? Hearing none, nominations are closed. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? The ayes have it. Bonnie Richardson is appointed to the St. Joe County Animal Control Commission, and Corey Nolan is reappointed to the St. Joe County Emergency Management Advisory Board. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the August 18th, 2020 public meeting?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes from the August 18th, 2020 special public hearing are approved. Now we will hear a report from the county commissioners. Mr.
President
Castelli?
Morton.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
President Morton, esteemed members of council, this is Andy Castelli, President of the St. Joseph County Board of Commissioners, with offices on the 7th floor of the county city building. I just wanted to update council that at this morning's commissioner meeting, we passed resolution R11C2020, which is done in conjunction with the town of New Carlisle, with the St. Joseph County Redevelopment Commission. We anticipate with the Olive Township Board as well as the Board of Commissioners. It was a vote of 2-1. And what we did was we heard the feedback from our council, from the town of New Carlisle, Olive Township, Redevelopment Commission, plus all of the numerous responses to the IEC plan that was put out. So we took all that information, we realized we need to do a better job of communicating with our partners. So that's exactly what we've done. So just to hit a couple of the highlights of this resolution, what will happen is we pass a joint series of resolutions, and then we will get to the work of passing an MOU to further finalize. But just did a couple of highlights. Number one, this clearly defines the core development area for development in the new Carlisle area. So we will only look to develop areas within our current plan that currently exist in the core development area. We're going to be using, in the event that we do have rezonings, we're going to continue that require special uses. We're going to list those right in the rezonings. So that way the people won't have to go back to council for special uses. We're going to try and hardwire that upfront so people can have an idea of what development will not look like in those certain areas. We're also committing to leave the Nesquehoning ditch where it is. We were also in conversations with the town of New Carlisle. They've already begun the process of expanding their water treatment facility. The current one is nearing end of life. So what we've are willing to partner with the town, since they're already at capacity, if we can help fund a larger plant, that way in the event that there's development, either for new development or growth from our existing customers in that area, then we can do so in partnership so there could be a direct benefit to everyone. We also have begun the new comprehensive plan, which is long overdue. And I will say Abby Wiles, who, if you've not had the pleasure of meeting, is doing a fantastic job. And we've already had conversations last week about what this process is going to look like. And she's getting in the process of putting a plan in place so we can get this moving sooner rather than later. And probably, in my eyes anyway, the most important piece of this resolution is, in the event that development is looked outside of the core area development, because this is going to take a year or 2 years to get this comprehensive plan updated, that we then have a much more holistic and collaborative approach to development, where all key partners are part of the conversation. Much like these resolutions, the town of New Carlisle will be included, Olive Township, and others. And this isn't just limited to the town of New Carlisle and that TIF area. We want to make sure that if we're working with partners, if it's out on the county's eastern side, we will do the same thing. We'll make sure we will begin to be much more collaborative in the work that we do. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Castelli. Any questions from council for Commissioner Castelli? Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have first readings. Clerk, will you please read bill number 90-20?
I will, one second. The prosecutor just mentioned that he's trying to zoom in and he can't. So whoever's in charge of that.
On top of his agenda that I sent, so.
Okay, well, just letting you know, I'll pass them after I get done doing this. Is very important work. Bill 90-20, a resolution determining that the qualifications for an economic revitalization area have been met, and confirming resolution number R3-20 of the St. Joseph County Council declaring an area of that county to be an economic revitalization area, confirming resolution petition of the Ranger Water Utility LLC.
Bill number 90-20 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee.
91-20, a resolution determining that the qualifications for an economic revitalization area have been met, and confirming resolution number R4-20 of the St. Joseph County Council declaring an area of the county to be an economic revitalization area, confirming resolution. Petitioner Echo Properties and Echo Plastics, Inc.
Bill number 91-20 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee.
Bill 92-20, an ordinance of the St. Joseph County Council amending Title 15, Chapter 154, land uses of the St. Joseph County Code by amending Section 154.091 to amend A, agricultural district to add campgrounds, seasonal, as a special use. Petitioner, St. Joseph County Area Planning Commission.
Bill number 92-20 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee.
Bill 93-20, an ordinance amending and supplementing Title 15, land uses, Chapter 154, planning and zoning of the St. Joseph County Code as amended for property located at 11870 Adams Road, St. Louis, Missouri, Ranger from R Single Family District to O Office District. Petitioner, Influence Church.
Bill number 93-20 is assigned to the Land Use Planning Committee. That concludes first readings for this evening. Next on the agenda, we have first reading and public hearing on the Airport Authority, the Solid Waste Management, and the St. Joseph County 2021 budget. Clerk, will you please read bill number 7420?
7420, an ordinance for the appropriation of tax rates, budget form for airport authority.
Petitioner? Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. Mike Daigle, CEO, Executive Director, St. Joseph County Airport Authority, 4477 Progress Drive. We have submitted our 2021 budget for you. As a little recap, as you know, the pandemic has affected travel significantly to the point that we rebudgeted our 2020 expense line items and reduced it by over $2.1 million, or a little over 16% of our 2020 budget. We then spent the last number of months working on 2021 budget, trying to determine when the travel will return to pre-pandemic. It is believed that this will not occur until the end of 2021. However, we're doing better than the national average. Our travel is 17% higher than the national average. Our budgeting process this year was a little bit different than we've done also. We directed each of the department managers to prepare 3 budgets for us. One that was strictly necessary and essential, one that identified which expenses needed to move forward because the cost of waiting was too high, or there was a return on that investment. The third one was, if we return to pre-pandemic normals, what would you need and what would you like to do? So here today, we've proposed to you an expense budget for 2021 for consideration of $41,553,000. The majority of these funds are in what we classify as our non-operating budget. These are made up primarily of federal and state aviation funds that come to us in the estimated amount of over $25 million for next year. I'll stop right there and be happy to answer any questions that any members may have.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We will now open a public hearing on bill number 7420. Persons wishing to address this bill have 3 minutes to make comments on this bill. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of bill 7420? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of bill 7420? Does anyone listening remotely wish to speak in favor or against?
Mr. President.
I'm sorry. Oh. Does anyone wish to speak in favor or in opposition that are listening remotely, would like to speak in favor or in opposition of 7420? Hearing none, the public hearing on bill 7420 is now closed. Clerk, will you please read bill number 7520?
$7520, an ordinance for appropriation of tax rates, budget form for solid waste.
Petitioner?
Good evening. Randy Sheevish, Director, Solid Waste Management District, with offices at 828 First Street in South Bend. Before you have our revised budget proposal. As following the Budget Review Committee, council members made various suggestions. There are no raises this year except for targeted raises for reallocation of duties on the reorganization plan, as one of our administrative staff members is going to be retiring right after the first of the year. Those are the only ones that are in that, as part of that restructuring. Our board also approved paying our mortgage off out of this year's budget instead of in January. So a total of $85,000 between mortgage principal and mortgage interest line items removed. Also, going forward, that will no longer be necessary. And also in the line for fiscal assistance, that has been bumped up to $25,000. So 25 from that and 25 for building line item, now take it to $50,000 to the county. So given that those were all the suggestions, and they're all in this budget, I would ask for your favorable vote next month. If there's any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, I'll now open a public hearing on bill number 7520. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of 7520? Is there anyone listening remotely that wishes to speak in favor of 7520? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of 7520? Does anyone listening remotely wish to speak in opposition of 7520? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on the bill. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 7620?
7620, an ordinance establishing the salaries of the new member of employees of St. Joseph County, Indiana, for the year 2021.
Petitioner?
Mike Hammond, St. Joseph County Auditor with offices on the second floor of this building. So, this budget, hold on a second. As we know, with the circuit breaker impact and the impact of the coronavirus, with the resulting economic downturn, we were forced to make an effort to try to reduce our budget, not just merely flatline it, but actually reduce it. And we have a sort of magic number out there we're trying to hit of $500,000 in terms of reductions. We're not there yet. We have hit, after many, many weeks of hard work on your behalf and folks in our financial side with John Murphy and Steve Dalton, we had about $294,000 reduction from what was appropriated last year. So the budget as it stands right now is at $73,857,712, which is a reduction of roughly $294,000 from last year.
Okay. Any questions? Council?
My question is, as you know, is that, I think that we should keep working on this to get out the other $206,000, which happens to be a 0.2%, 2.8% of the budget. So it's 0.2, that's not 1%, that's 0.28%, so that we might achieve a $500,000 goal in reductions. If we get a $500,000 goal in reductions, we're at 0.68%, not 1%, 0.68% reduction. And I just think that's a very important goal to reach since we're in a crisis in terms of our finances.
All right.
Any other?
So about it. That's what I say, go for it. I disagree.
Any other questions? Mr. Kaczynski?
So, Mr. Hammond, so you're asking us to vote on the budget for 21?
First reading.
First read, okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no.
Because there's some loose ends out there.
There are some loose ends.
Just
We
wanna make
talked
sure.
about that, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on Bill 7620. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of the bill? Does anyone listening remotely wish to speak in favor of the bill? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of 7620? Is there anyone listening remotely who would like to speak in opposition of 7620? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on the bill. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 7720?
7720, ordinance for appropriations and tax rates budget for four stations, County, Indiana.
Petitioner?
Mike Hammond, St. Joseph County Auditor with offices on the second floor of this building. So the comments that I made in reference to the previous bill stand for this one too.
Any questions from council for Mr. Hammond? Mr. Nolan?
Yeah, I believe the clerk has a question for the petitioner. Maybe not.
Man.
Any other questions from council? 7720?
Can I just say something?
Mr. Hammond?
I want to thank you all for all your hard work. I think the public kind of tends to, look at government, county government, and, in a very, regarded in kind of a disparaging fashion, and they really don't understand, the hard work that you guys put in to try to meet the needs of our constituents, at the same time be fiscally responsible, and you had to make some pretty agonizing decisions. And every single one of you, those who are here, and then those of you who are listening remotely, you worked very, very hard to try to get us where we need to go. And I can't say enough about my Chief Deputy, John Murphy. He's done a wonderful job, and the assistance we get from Steve Dalton. So I want to be remiss if I didn't point that out. I really appreciate all your work. And Jen Praywat, the Council Secretary, for helping to pull for all these, try to herd all these cats. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Any other comments or questions from council on 7720? Hearing none, we'll now open the public hearing on Bill 7720. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill, present or remotely? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill, present or remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 7720. Next on the agenda, we have salary amendments. Clerk, will you please read Bill number 8720?
8720, an ordinance amending ordinance 8019, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries as basic number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2020. Petitioner Coroner.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, this comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Petitioner?
This is John Murphy. I could present this. The administrator.
John. He's come, John, Mr.
I'm
Murphy,
sorry.
the
Okay.
coroner's here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Slowly, please.
He's embarrassing. For my life. It's gotta be good.
What's that? Okay. Mike McGann, I'm a coroner in St. Joe County, Ward 4, right behind us here. I believe this is just a line item transfer for a temporary administrative assistant until Lars comes back and is off medical leave.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on Bill 8720. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill, present or listening remotely? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill, either present or listening remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 8720. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 8720 was made by Councilman Catanzarite. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further comments from any council member on 8720? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Krasinski.
Yes.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Potts.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chancellor. Yes. Mr. Kenny
Yes.
Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Morris.
Yes.
Carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 8720 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 8820?
8820, ordinance amending ordinance 8019, same being ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2020. Petitioner, Carter, Commissioners.
Ms. Hess, committee report, please.
Mr. President, bill number 8820 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Petitioner?
This is John Murphy again. I can present this bill if you'd like.
Okay.
8820 sets up the CARES Act fund. And it also is a salary ordinance for the CARES Act, the COVID-19 administrator that's been hired. And it's the total amount of the budget is $8.78 million. That's the full amount of the CARES Act. Happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any questions from council on 8820? Hearing none, I'll open a public hearing on the bill. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of the bill, either present or listening remotely? Does anyone wish to address the council in opposition of the bill, either present or remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 8820. Do I hear a motion on the bill?
Move approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 8820 was made by Councilwoman Hess. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Are there any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Nolan?
Yes.
Cloud?
Aye.
Hess?
Yes.
Floyd?
Yes.
Handwright?
Yes.
Mr. Catarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Root?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Warden?
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Let the record show that Bill number 8820 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, Bill number 8420?
8420, an ordinance amending ordinance 8019, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2020. Petitioner Health Department.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please.
Mr. President, it comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Petitioner?
Yes, we are having to pay out an employee who transferred from a non-exempt position to an exempt position. So we are requesting approval to pay her for the comp time that she had on the books.
Ma'am, please state your name and address for the record, please.
I apologize. Amy Rupi, Finance Manager for the Department of Health, 8th floor of the County City Building.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on Bill number 8420. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this bill, either present or remotely? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of the bill, either here, present, or listening remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 8420. Do I hear a motion on the bill?
For approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 8420 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any comments from any council member on 8420? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. File.
Mr. Fox?
Aye.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Handwright?
Yes.
Mr. Catarelli?
Yes.
Mr. Root?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Bill number 8420 was passed by a vote of 9-0.
8520, an ordinance amending ordinance 8019, the same being an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing the number of employees of St. Joseph County for the year 2020. Petitioner Juvenile Justice Center.
Mr. Krasinski, committee report, please.
Mr. President, this comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Petitioner?
Yes, Bill Brunsma, Juvenile Justice Center, Executive Director here. This has to do, the money's here, and the next one with the Community Corrections Grant. There's no match to be needed. The only changes, we're following the probation officer scale schedule. If the grant cannot support that at some time, we'll use probation user funds to set off the difference.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner on 8520? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing on the bill. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of 8520, present or remotely? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill, present or remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 8520. Do I hear a motion?
For approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 8520 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilman Kanaricki. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Mr. Handwright?
Yes.
Mr. Mr. Kinnerecki. Yes. Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Pyle.
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Carried 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 8520 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, would you please read the next bill, bill number 8620?
An ordinance amending ordinance maybe on the same thing, an ordinance establishing salaries and fixing their employees' expenses county year 2020, Commissioner 217.
Mr. Kaczynski, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, it comes to the council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brumsland?
Yes, this is the same thing, same grant, only this is the JJC Project Income CTP. Same, no match, and it covers these items as listed in 7820.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Brumsland from council? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on 8620. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill, either present or listening remotely? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of 8620, either present or listening remotely? Hearing none, the public hearing is now closed on 8620. Do I hear a motion on the bill?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 8620 was made by Councilman Catanzarite. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Toyan.
Yes.
Mr. Kinnerecki. Yes. Mr. Kinnerecki. Yes. Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Pyle.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 8620 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Next on the agenda, we have public hearing, public comment on fiscal matters. All financial issues were heard and discussed at our August 25th, 2020 committee meeting. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of any financial issue on tonight's agenda, either here present or listening remotely? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of any financial issue on tonight's agenda, either present or listening remotely? Hearing none, public comment is now closed. Clerk, will you please read bill number 7820?
7820, an ordinance appropriating and transferring monies for the purpose herein specified in the sum of funds here and listed as Jameson County government.
May I have a motion on bill 7820?
Mr. President. Second.
Motion to pass bill 7820 was made by Councilman Kanaricki, and it was seconded by Councilman Catanzarite. Any further comments from any council member on 7820? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Kaczynski. Yes. Mr. Kinnerecki. Yes. Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Pyle.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 7820 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Next, we have land use bills. Clerk, will you please read bill number 7320?
7320, an ordinance to vacate a public way or public place located wholly within the unencumbered portion of Francis County, public way or public place located at that portion of the first north-south alley east of William Road, bound by Milton Street to the north, lots 249 and 259 of Fulkerson Park to the east, lots 266 to 280 of Fulkerson Park to the west, and the first east-west alley north of Darden to the south, Clay Township, Sancho County, Section 24, T38, and R2, petitioner Linda and John White.
Mr. Nolan, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, bill number 73-20 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sean Klein, Infrastructure Planning and Growth, with on the 11th floor of the building. The alley in question, which is shown on the screen, is unimproved. The county has no interest in improving this alley. All the adjacent parcels have street access, and the alley does not provide access to any church, school, or any other public building. I believe the petitioner is either present physically or
Linda White?
do you have any questions for the petitioners?
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, we'll open a public hearing on Bill 7320. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? Either in person or remotely? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of the bill, present or listening remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on Bill 7320. We have a motion on the bill.
For approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass Bill number 7320 was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from any council member on 7320? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Okay, Ricky? Yes. Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes.
Mr. Pyle?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
Mr. Enzarek?
Yes.
Mr. Gary Morton?
Yes.
4-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that Bill number 7320 was passed by a unanimous vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, Bill number 4520?
Notice amending supplementing Title 15 Land Uses Chapter 154 Planning and Zoning, Manchester County Code is amended for property located at 54280 Bittersweet Road from A Agricultural District to R Single Family District, Klein Custom Homes.
Mr. Nolan, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, bill number 45-20 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ryan Fellows with the Area Plan Commission with offices in the 11th floor of this building. This property is along Bittersweet Road between Douglas and Day. A little bit closer up, Willow Creek goes along the south side of this property. It's a bird's eye view. And there's what it looks like at the street level, ground level. This comes to you with an unfavorable recommendation from the Area Plan Commission. There is no water or septic on the site, so it will be reliant on well and septic. Bittersweet is a 2 lanes with no shoulders, so very much a rural road. It is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan goal 1 to alleviate and minimize the loss of agricultural land, and objective A, minimize the amount of new development in areas with high agricultural importance, including the Renfrew, Guilford, Miami Soil Association, which is featured on the site. In the remonstrance, we received a letter and an in-person with concerns for the wildlife, peaceful setting, and the high water table. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from council for area plan? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kuzinski?
Mr. Fellows, did they address the high water table? Was that addressed?
It would be an issue that would have to be dealt with when it goes to be subdivided at the plat committee level, but they are aware that that is an issue that they will have to plan around.
And they only asked for one entrance in and out. Is there a reason why they don't have another entrance off the back end, or, well, maybe not so much the back end, but
Yeah.
south end there? Is there a reason?
This site only has road access in this north corner right here. To the south, the stubs that are here are stopped by properties that exist right there without throughs. It would be possible in the future if they wanted to make a sub-street facing outward to maybe have something planned for the future, but that would be something to look at the flat committee level, but just from a rezoning perspective, we don't typically get into those details at this time.
And at western edge, where those 4 or 5, 6 houses are along Bittersweet there's a buffer there, correct? There will be a buffer where your red line is there, in the backyard of those houses?
Yeah, if this were redeveloped, if this were rezoned to single-family residential, there would be minimum setbacks required, but it wouldn't be an additional buffer, just a regular setback.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council for area plan? Petitioner?
Good evening, Mike Huber with Avon Marsh Consultants, 315 West Jefferson Boulevard, right behind the building here. Representing Klein Custom Homes this evening. Appreciate your consideration of our request. In response to a couple of issues that were brought up, we are aware of the water table. We've got a lot of experience with these kinds of developments throughout the county. We know what that means. That's probably going to mean some ponds and some carrying some dirt around and elevating the home site. We're comfortable making sure we know that. The development is actually, as you can see, the site is surrounded to the west and the south by existing residential. Seems like it makes sense that the property itself be able to be allowed to be zoned residential to be compatible with that. We do anticipate potentially looking at possible connections to the south or the east as is required in the county subdivision ordinance related to connectivity. So as we get into the planning process and the subdivision design, we would definitely be sensitive to that and making sure that we're addressing and working with the county to meet all the drainage standards, all the issues related to drainage in the water table, as well as connectivity required in the county zoning subdivision ordinance as well. The purpose of this development, we're looking at probably 1 acre lots here, 20 of them. It's about a 20 acre site. We know that there's a significant demand for housing in the housing market right now. There's a housing shortage for available homes. We think this kind of project will help alleviate that. Less than a mile up the road, there's a 500 home site being considered with its own water and sewer system up there related to that. So again, I think this is a desirable area to live. We're looking at bringing the new investment to the county. We're looking at probably $300,000 to $1,000 plus homes in this area. So I think it'll be a really nice development to a nice economic impact for the county.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, I'll open up the public hearing on bill number 4520. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of 4520, either present or remotely?
John Pericini, Coldwell Banker, real estate here in South Bend, 1539 North Ironwood. Larry Klein wanted me to apologize. His father kind of took a bad spill, so he addresses that or he's here. Larry is a very qualified, very high-end builder. As you know, I spoke to you at the land use, and I don't want to bore you with all that same stuff, but we're looking at $350,000, $450,000 homes. His project up on Elm in 23 is a perfect example of the kind of development he does. He will do whatever is required by the county to meet requirements. He's a good neighbor, and he's a solid developer. And I think it'll be a real plus to the area. If you have any questions,
Any questions from council? Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak in favor of Bill 4520? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of Bill 4520?
Jennifer Reinell, 51860 Cheryl Drive. My primary concern is that a lot of that farmland becomes a lake in spring. There's a lot of houses that aren't flooded there in that whole area. The current subdivision I think he was talking about going in the north is actually in addition to our subdivision, and it's going in a wooded area, not on farmland.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition of Bill 4520, either present or remotely? Hearing none, the petitioner has 3 minutes to rebut any comments in opposition.
Just want to mention again, as we did before, we've dealt with sites like this. If there's additional fill that needs to be brought in, we know we have to submit and have a drainage plan that is approved by the county engineering department in order to move through and complete the subdivision process. So we'll make sure through our system of ponds and drainage system that we're able to address any flooding or water concerns that are really.
Thank you. Mr. Catanzaro.
Mr. Huber, are you guys also committing to, whatever ponds you do develop, that they would be securely irrigated from pedestrian traffic?
Yes, absolutely. They would not probably be in the frontage of the road anyway, and that would make that part of it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kenricky?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just in regards to the flooding issues that sound like it exist for the current homes already, will the improvements you make have a positive or negative impact to that situation?
It will not impact the neighboring subdivisions at all. We're required by the county engineering statute to maintain all the stormwater and all of the wastewater development within our own site. So we'll manage all of that within that without impact.
Any other questions or comments from council? Hearing none, may I have a motion on bill number 4520?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to pass bill number 4520 was made by Councilman Root. It was seconded by Councilman Kanaricki. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Mr. Root?
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski?
Yes.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes.
Mr. Lyle?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Stanzarek?
Yes.
Mr. Kenricky? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Motion carried 9-0.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 4520 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Just for the record, I did announce at the very beginning of the meeting that bill number 5820 has been tabled at the request of the petitioner. Just wanted to reiterate that.
And again, Mr. Norton, Bill 5820 concerns,
The mask ordinance, I'm sorry.
mask ordinance.
I'm sorry, I did not express that in detail, but bill number 5820, the mask ordinance, the proposed mask ordinance from the health department has been tabled for tonight's meeting. We will not be hearing that at the request of the petitioner, the health department. And let the record show bill number 4520 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill on the agenda, bill number 5520?
5520, an ordinance amending and supplementing Title 15 Land Use, Chapter 154, Planning and Zoning of the St. Joseph County Code as amended for property located at 11825 McKinley, Mishawaka, from C Commercial District to R Single Family District. Petitioner, the estate of Rodney A. Daniel.
Mr. Nolan, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, bill number 55-20 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Ryan Fellows again, with the Area Plan Commission, offices on the 11th floor of this building. This is a rezoning request to change this from C commercial to single-family residential. Back a few years ago, it was residential, and then when it was requested to be rezoned at that time, it was specific to be a pet store. And at the time, the owner told everyone that when they were done using it as a pet store, it'd be returned to being a residential property, and that is simply what this request is all about. Originally, The area plan commission had opposed this being rezoned, and the agreement at that time said, well, when you're done with it, please return it back to single-family residential, and that's what's being proposed to be done here. This comes through as a favorable recommendation from
Thank you.
Area Plan.
Thank you. Any questions from council for area plan? Petitioner?
Steve Esslinger on behalf of the estate of Rodney Daniel. The rezoning here is requested because the estate of Rodney Daniel is fulfilling a commitment that Rodney had made in order to get the property zoned commercial. He now wants to return, or the estate now wants to return this to residential use so that they can sell it for residential use.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing on bill number 5520. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill, either present or listening remotely? Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of the bill of 5520, either present or listening remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on the bill. We have a motion on 5520.
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion to approve Bill 5520 was made by Councilman Ruth. It was seconded by Councilwoman Hess. Any further comments from any council member on this bill?
Isn't that 5620, by the way?
55.
5520. Are there any further comments on 5520 from council? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Krasinski.
Yes.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Bob.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Mr. Tanzarite. Yes. Mr. Henrique. Yes. Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Let the record show that bill number 5520 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 5620?
620, an ordinance amending and supplementing Title 15 Land Use, Chapter 154, Planning and Zoning of the St. Joseph County Code as amended for property located at 56325 Ash Road, Osceola, from R Single Family District to B Business District. Petitioners Glenn L. Wheeler and Kenny R. Wheeler.
Mr. Nolan, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, and for those of you working ahead, Mr. File, this bill number 5620 comes to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Area plan?
Yes, Ryan Fellows with area plan, offices on the 11th floor. This site is along Ash Road, which is the county's easterly border with Elkhart County. Right next to it, to the north, is a marina, which the petitioner wishes to have a restaurant built here. In order to accommodate that, this area is being proposed to be rezoned to business district in order to have a parking lot as well as septic system located there. This is a little bit of a challenging intersection. Probably the best view is this bird's eye view right here. You've got Ash Road, and then you've got Vistula coming in at an angle, continuing on into Elkhart County as County Road 16. The parties involved have all agreed that we'll be working with the county engineer and our partners in Elkhart County to address any traffic management concerns, and also from a septic system concern. The petitioner will be dealing with the Health Department and the State Department of Health for any sanitary issues, septic issues, I should say. But this comes to you as a favorable recommendation from the Area Plan Commission. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council for area plan? Thank you. Petitioner?
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm Bernard Feeney, land surveyor, 715 South Michigan, here in South Bend. I'm here this evening on behalf of the Wheelers. They have been the owners of County Line Marina for quite some time now, and they have been consistently improving the County Line Marina throughout the course of their ownership. They have added the very large metal building that we have there in the middle of the property. They have improved the boat ramp with concrete. They have continued to upgrade the boat slips and have most recently met with I&M to allow them to add more boat slips into the river, and those discussions are ongoing. The restaurant itself is something that the Wheelers have had in the back of their mind for several years and are now able to bring to the council. Primarily, what they want to do is to establish a restaurant where a restaurant has been and reopen that restaurant, basically serving both food to the area. The purpose of the rezoning is, of course, to get the adjacent property across the road zoned B business so that the Wheelers can use that for their off-site parking as well as the septic systems on the property. As noted in the committee meeting, the Wheelers have agreed to participate or work with the county and Elkhart County if necessary on the intersection, and are already in the process of septic design for the restaurant. So none of these are, as far as they're concerned, issues. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Thank you. We will now open a public hearing on bill number 5620. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill, either present or listening remotely? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of the bill, either present or listening remotely? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing on bill 5620. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
A motion is made to approve 5620 by Councilman Root. It was seconded by Councilman Nolan. Any further comments from any council member on this bill? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Nolan.
Yes.
Miles.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Wyatt.
Yes.
Kinsler.
Yes.
Reggie. Yes. Root.
Yes.
Zinsky.
Yes.
Dishwater.
Yes. Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 5620 was passed by a vote of 9-0. Are they going to be here for the time?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Clerk, will you please read the next bill, bill number 2720?
2720, in order to make a supplemental town routine land use, chapter 154, land use ordinance of Fairfield County Code of Municipal Property located at 56,000 Willow Road, 3171 Fillmore, vacant land early road, 31540 Fillmore Road, vacant land Fillmore Road, 31443 Fillmore Road, and 3133 Fillmore Road from A agricultural district and R single family district to I industrial district. Petitioners Kenneth E. Sebasti Sr. and Elaine A. Sebasti and Kenneth E. Sebasti Jr.
Thank you. Mr. Nolan, committee report, please, sir.
Mr. President, bill number 27-20 comes to the full council without a recommendation.
Thank you very much. I hear from area plan.
Again, Ryan Fellows, area plan, adopted for this building. All, just for informational purposes, all of these slides have both this site and the next petition site on them at the same time, but I can go through them separately for a second public hearing. But just for everyone to become the geography, The current position we're talking about is 580 acres or so, and it's kind of bounded by State Road 2 at the bottom, and goes along with Willow Street right there, Willow Road, I should say. There's spruce over here, and now you kind of have an idea of kind of the geography we're looking at. The next one will be 163 acres, kind of at the southeast corner of this area. And just for reference for everyone's sake, I outlined in orange this parcel and the parcel down here, which are going to be future properties to be heard in the future. And also this yellow highlighted area as well, so I understand will be applied for in the future as well. You kind of have a holistic picture of the whole site. Here's a picture of the ground map. I took a picture about it in March or April when it was not quite green. There's another one where it's a little bit more green. And just from a zoning perspective, as you know, this is zoned agricultural. It does have industrially zoned areas along the north side. The south side has Navistar, and on the east side is R&L Carriers, and I am Duck Coast up here. Overall, the site is farmland with a little bit of woods and a little bit of wetland, and there's some single-family homes inside the site and on the periphery of the site along Willow. The site plan doesn't really show very much because this site at this time doesn't have a particular user in mind, but it does contemplate that any traffic would lead to Larison, which is the appropriate road for this area. This is considered a minor collector, with State Route 2 being a minor arterial. And you could also take Larison up to Edison and on up along to US 20. For utilities, you do have municipal water plant up here with municipal water line along here, which would need to be extended, and municipal sewer capacity. It already goes down to this corner right here with Fillmore and Larison, and would have to be continued down to the property. The comprehensive plan, goal number 1 is to alleviate and minimize the loss of agricultural land. Objective A, minimize the amount of new development in areas with high agricultural importance. In particular, the Rensselaer Soil Association, which is right where this site is, in the center of this map, and also to take investment away from areas of high agricultural importance, which is kind of this yellow and black striped area, which is where the proposed site is. Moving on, the comprehensive plan, goal 2, is a bit of a contradiction to goal 1. There are 2 goals that are on equal footing, but goal 2 does say to encourage economic development in the county and its municipalities, with objective A to ensure that suitable areas are available for future industrial development. In particular, policy 1, in addition to establishing industrial areas that meet the county's industrial needs to the year 2020, establish a reserve industrial area for use in the time period following 2020. I will switch back to policy 2 in a moment, but first I'm going to take this to the 2002 comprehensive plan. Established this light blue area as the industrial growth area that's leading up to 2020. And then an industrial reserve area, this deep blue. There's an overlap in this area right here for the current parcel we're talking about. And the next parcel, there's a bigger overlap there. But I just wanted to highlight those. Policy 2, no fewer than 2 areas in the county should be reserved for new and/or expanding heavy industrial usage. These areas will have no fewer than 1,200 and no more than 2,000 acres. That's gross, including existing heavy industrial uses. Heavy uses as a definition in this framework. Heavy uses are those that incorporate outdoor activities and/or emit relatively high impact on surrounding properties, including noise, vibration, odor, light, glare, air emissions, and/or heat. And we took a very careful look at what was included with heavy industrial, and because of the outdoor use, something like the NASTAR Proving Ground counted as heavy industrial. And so by 2002, when you look at adding up all those acres, and like for the NASTAR site, we added up the entire acreage of the entire parcel with all the other parcels that had heavy industrial use on them. And we ended up with 1,357 acres of existing heavy use, industrial use in 2002. And then by 2020 up till now, we've added 213 acres. And then this leaves us with 733 acres that is left that could be added to. And so that is part of the equation here. And again, that's left. Now, return back to the 2002 comp plan to preserve and protect the natural environment. Objective A, discourage, develop in environmentally sensitive areas. And policy 4, development should be avoided in areas with important natural habitats, including wetlands and forested areas, and refers to a map in the comprehensive plan, which is replicated right here. In that map, it highlights the green as forest, which, just to give it something to call it, I'm going to call this the Walnut Road Woods, because that's where Walnut Road would run into. And then that's highlighted in black on the map right here. Now, the Walnut Road Woods area is an inventory map as a wetland, but there was a study done by the petitioner, which was approved by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, dedicating, saying that this land is not counted as a wetland. And the comprehensive plan did not consider a wetland either, but I just wanted to highlight that difference. So again, this is the Netsazani drain that goes through these two different properties with the wetland up and along the top. And this was formerly considered wetland, which is now a wood. Here's kind of a bird's eye view of the northern part of this area and the southern part of this area. And then here's the street level view of that woods. I wanted to highlight beyond the 2002 comp plan, there were a few plans that relate to this area. One of them is back in 1997, the St. Joseph County Economic Development District number 2, which is a TIF district, included all of this area in this green line. And then in 2016, the New Carl Economic Development TIF district was set up, which is very much the same area as the 1997 one. It added a little bit on this area, and a little bit on this area over here, and a bit beyond the map that I'm showing right here. But essentially everything in this application was contained in the 1997 TIF plan and also the 2016 plan. Both of those plans were reviewed by the Area Plan Commission, which approved a resolution saying that they met with all of the requirements of the plans for the economic development future of the county and were appropriate. I do not know why there was a disparity between the 2002 plan and these other plans, but they ordinarily should have been more in line with each other. Anyway, for the rezoning, it comes down to, in state law, 5 different criteria. One is the comprehensive plan and land use plan, which is what we just reviewed in depth. Secondly, is the current conditions and character, which, as we reviewed, it is currently agricultural, and then around the outside edge, there is industrial. Most desirable use, And for that, you need to find the balance between the agriculture, the environment, and economic development. And for point 4, the conservation of property values, on this I wanted to add a notation that were this to be rezoned, the landscape buffering is required by the development standards of the I industrial district in our zoning code. And then point 5 is the responsible development and growth, and that's what we're all here to make that decision on. I wanted to note that there were 16 letters in remonstrance and 22 speaking against. I had a question if that was the correct number. I did bring the minutes with me. I have those bookmarked here with a list of the 22 people who spoke. And we also received 4 letters in support and 2 speaking in favor. And the Area Plan Commission recommendation is unfavorable. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council for area plan, Mr. Kaczynski?
Mr. Phillips, in number 1, you said something about state law with that comprehensive plan and land use.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
State law is for each of these 5 criteria, the 5 criteria that you are allowed to use in deciding whether to rezone. And for this, you are to pay reasonable regard, quote unquote, reasonable regard. And so we leave it to you to pay that reasonable regard.
Any other questions from council?
In,
Mr. Krasinski?
on the letters, you know, there was a question during the committee meeting on the letters and the 22 speaking against. Do you know how many of those actually were from New Carlisle, Ryan, and that weren't from New Carlisle?
Yeah, I have that right here. One moment.
Down.
I show 9 that were speaking at the meeting that were from New Carlisle. The balance were with addresses with South Bend, except for there was 1 residing in Chicago.
And the letters?
I do not have the letters added up right now, but it was very similar. A lot of these same parties also wrote letters.
And the letters of, you don't have the letters of support also?
I think I have the letters of support handy, but they are all people that are going to be speaking tonight here, I'm pretty sure. If there's not any, I'll check and make sure that I note any that are not already here to speak.
Will we get their addresses when they come up or when we hear from them?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Canaricki?
Thank you. Mr. Fellows, just a little bit of a numbers guy. When you mentioned that you considered Navistar as heavy use because they're outdoor use for some of what they do, did you calculate the entire campus as heavy industrial?
Everything on that property parcel. And that's the same for all of the other parcels. So like, any of those industrials that are considered heavy, we just took the entire acreage of what that property parcel was, even if it was only half used or 1/3 used, even if there was a bunch of it that was woods or wetlands, all of it was counted.
Okay. In some ways, doesn't that seem a little bit misleading? I mean, a lot of Navistar is actually wetlands and woods, like you said.
I agree, but the area plan commission wanted to be as careful as possible to not overdo the numbers. We wanted to make sure that we were as careful as possible with the numbers. So we took we cast the widest net, so there was no room for someone to say, well, you missed this spot.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from council for area plans?
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Catanzaro?
Mr. Felton, can you go back to that screen where you have the acreage and Navistar listed?
I don't have the acreage listed in the table right here, but I could get that for you, but This is the total acreage is for 1,357 acres of existing land use in 2002. And then between 2002 and 2020, up to now, we're up to 213.
And if you're to reach the goal of the 2,000 acre by 2020, you have to incorporate the high end of the goal is 430 more acres, is that correct? 733 being applied for tonight.
Yeah.
Or will be applied for.
Yeah. And of course, this is all the range that's related to this 2020 year. And as we know, anything approved tonight, there's really no way you could imagine anything being built at up speed and use before the end of this year.
Would you be able to approximate, based on Mr. Cameron's question, what percentage as far as in use versus was open land and woods and so?
I have not looked at it at all, and I'm not prepared to answer that.
Thank you.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes, actually, the page you're on right there. Question about, where it talks about heavy industrial uses and high impacts, light noise vibrations. Where is that? It's not in our code book, is where I'm getting. The differentiation between heavy industrial and regular, where does that come from?
This is just from the 2002 comp plan from that particular policy. In that policy, they identified what they wanted to consider heavy industrial use. Indeed, anything that was rezoned tonight does not guarantee that that would be in a heavy industrial use. It could very well be a light industrial use.
Certainly. Thank you.
Mr. Krasinski?
And jumping on Councilman Nolan's comment, Brian, so who approved that, an area plan? Or who did the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, it originated with the Area Plan Commission, but it was reviewed by this body back in 2002 and approved at that time.
So are you saying in a roundabout way, if we were to, rezone this, that we would have to change the comprehensive plan, would have to be changed?
No, heading back to this slide, right? I think it's the right slide here. It'll load for me. Okay, yeah. So, for example, this site up here, the Smith Ready Mix, when it was applied for rezoning back in 2017, there was 3% of it that was in the industrial growth area. It was recommended for approval at that time. It was approved and then built, and there was no change to the comp plan at that time. Over here, there's a residential area that was only 7% inside the residential growth area, but all of it was rezoned. And these, what I'm going to generously call blobs, are only blobs. They're meant to give you a rough idea that there was an intent back in 2002, which was 18 years ago, that industrial growth would be happening to, I'll say generously, north of State Route 2, east of New Carlisle, and south of 8090. They're pretty big blocks, and the idea is to give you an idea where it belongs, not necessarily exact. And historically, area plan and this body have never really held that these must be an exact overlap. And like I said, 3% has managed before, and it could manage again here. It's just a matter of paying reasonable regard and realizing that these are blobs, not meant to be exact.
Ms. Hess?
Brian?
I'm sorry.
Earlier, Commissioner Castelli mentioned that Abby is now working on a new comprehensive plan, and that would be forthcoming fairly soon. Do you have any idea when that might be ready? And
I'm gonna ask Abby up here to let her answer that.
And what the date of that plan would be?
Abby Wiles, Executive Director of Area Plan Commission for St. Joe County. We have not started any kind of formal planning process. My conversations with Commissioner Costelli have revolved around getting the draft RFP together and what budget would be necessary in order to carry out a comprehensive planning process. So it hasn't begun. It's going to be a multi-year process. Just in the beginnings of starting to draft an RFP.
Okay, so you don't expect a new plan until, let's say, maybe 2 years from now, or 1 year from now?
Yes. I can't say 1 year or 2 year, it will likely be a lengthy process.
Okay.
I'll think too.
Okay, all right, thank you, Abby.
Mr. Krasinski?
No, the only comment I was gonna make, I was gonna ask you if you remember this 2002 comprehensive plan, any comments?
I remember it, but, you know, I don't have any comments that would make any difference at this point.
Sure, and that you can remember.
Any other questions from council for area plan? Thank you. Commissioner?
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Peter Agostino, attorney at law with offices at 131 South Taylor Street, South Bend, Indiana. Here on behalf of the Sebastys. I've got a little presentation here to run through the criteria that's been identified. I just want to start out by saying that Mr. Ken Sebasty Sr. could not be here with us. He's 86 years old. He's got to be careful with respect to his health. Well, when I met with Mr. Sebasty Sr. to kind of review what was the intent here and what changed his mind in particular, since he originally was opposed to this enterprise project, he told me the story of when 60-plus years ago, he came home from the Army. He was looking for a job and couldn't find one. And all he could come up with was to get himself into farming. And so, Mr. Sebasty, some of you may know, always held jobs very dear to his heart. He was a member of this council, I think appointed to the Cedar Board. He was a member of the Drainage Board in his community he served, and he spent a lot of time not only farming, but being an active member of the community. And jobs have always been important to him. His wife was a school teacher with Olive Township Schools for many, many years as well. So his son Ken Jr. is here, his grandsons are here, some of the other family is here as well to speak. I just want to pass on that, and you're going to hear about the jobs because I think this is important in this idea of development when you weigh these factors that we're going to be talking about. I also want to point something out too that I mentioned in our committee meeting, and that is that this plan that was made in 2002 is not regulatory. It is a guide only. It is a guide because circumstances change over time, and you have to be willing to adapt to what those circumstances are. It's also a guide because the process requires some common sense to be applied. And I'll give you a quick example. Mr. Fells has done a very good job of explaining some of the history and the different portions of the plan. But here's a bit of trivia. Your code, your zoning code, that allows industry, one of the permitted uses in industry is agricultural. Agricultural use is an outdoor use. So by the very definition that was used in this plan from 2002, farming becomes heavy industrial use. Now, that was not the intent of that comprehensive plan, but that's just an example to bring to your attention why you have to be willing to interpret, apply some common sense, and adapt. Because under the current plan, we really would be running out, we could not allow farming in an industrial area for this heavy industrial. So let's go back and use some common sense in this process. The goal here is for the Sebastian family to be able to rezone property to industrial, because that's what brings them, frankly, the highest market value. Okay, I'm not going to be shy about saying that. They get more money selling it for industrial use. They are going to remain in this community, farming and living in this community. So they are not interested in every single type of industrial use coming to their property. And I have tendered to you a proposed written commitment that states that they will record covenants. And I'm prepared to sign that tonight for you. They'll record covenants saying that they will not engage or allow certain industrial uses on that property, because they live there and they don't want those uses to be happening there as well. So, that said, let me get into working this right. All right, thank you. But Mr. Fellows has already mentioned the 5 factors to consider. What's the comprehensive plan say? What are the current conditions? What's the most desirable use? What's the impact on the value of the property? And is this responsible development and growth? And no single factor is more important than any other factor. That really is up to you. This council is the regulating body when it comes to land, not area plan. Area plan makes recommendations, but ultimately you regulate. So these are the factors you can consider. So, Mr. Fellows has already alluded to the 2 different goals. Really, is one is to preserve farmland, and the second one is to promote economic development. And those appear on the surface to be competing. But I think there's a way to reconcile these competing goals. When you start to think about what does it take to preserve farmland, well, you need farmers. How do you get farmers interested in preserving farmland? I think part of that process is you have to allow them to have a payday once in a while by selling their property. They need to cash out, because they're not sitting there generating a pension fund. They're not on somebody's insurance plan. They're paying for their own medical. They've got to save up what they can and hope someday they can sell some land. So you need to have that impact if you're going to preserve farmland, because you need farmers. You need farmland. There's 219 acres of empty land for sale in St. Joseph County, based on one of the sites I checked for farmland. There's actually probably a lot more than that, because a lot of farmland doesn't get sold through realtors and brokers. It's word of mouth between farmers. But there is farmland still for sale in St. Joe County. You got to make it possible for young farmers to adapt new farming techniques. That requires them to invest money, and they have to have access to capital. You got to make it possible for them to change their farming techniques to keep up. That requires money. Yeah. And they got to have a reward for the risk they take. They're subject to the weather, government affairs, globalization, and they really have a high-risk investment because it's not liquid. And so, when you talk about preserving farmland, you can look at it from the perspective of preventing anybody from selling any farmland, reworking their farmland over and over. Sooner or later, you're gonna lose the farmer. And when you lose the farmer, what good does it do to have the farmer? So if you want to preserve farmland, I think you need to consider doing things that attract people to becoming farmers, making it worth their while to take the risk. And that is compatible with the second goal, is to promote economic development. As I mentioned, the creation of jobs is something that's been very important to Mr. Sadafty himself. If we're able to get this rezoned, there will be construction jobs, there'll be long-term jobs for the use, and maybe an impact in housing. Another important factor to development, are we retaining local talent? I have 4 children, one of which works in St. Joe County. The other one's in the Chicago area, another one's in Toledo, another one's down in Bloomington. I have grandkids. I'd like to see my grandkids want to stay in this area. And a lot of other people, you may hear this from others, want the same thing. So development is important. It also serves family interests because it can help keep families together in there. And I think we need to have a welcoming attitude toward development. I think overall this council does, and I think we need to continue. So I think when you look at the first factor, the comprehensive plan, it's no worse than even. I think it weighs in favor of pursuing the development when it comes to the goals of preserving farmland and promoting economic development. What's the current condition of the property? Second factor. We're talking about really agricultural, but is it agriculture in the sense of the small farm? Or maybe the idea of the Green Acres farm or an Amish farm? No. We really are talking right now, what's the current condition? Agribusiness. It's actually listed as one of the permitted uses, as I said, under the industrial section in our zoning code. And there is other industrial uses nearby. So going to industrial on this property is not going to make it out of character with what is already there. What's the most desirable use? The area plan staff, and this is something I don't think Mr. Wells mentioned, but the area plan staff was actually in favor of the zoning change, with some exceptions and some limitations. It was, and their recommendations didn't carry through with the plan commission. I don't know if there's any plan commission members here are going to talk, but the plan staff itself had this to say about what the most desirable use is. Because of the investment of infrastructure in this area, it makes it highly desirable for industrial development. Second point, over the past several decades, investment after investment in infrastructure for road and rail transportation, water and sewer capacity, electricity, telecommunications, and other investments have prepared this area for industrial growth. In the 2002 plan, a statement was made that simply having the water and the sewer line out there was not enough by itself to justify industrial development. But today, with all of this other investment in infrastructure, it is the right area for industrial growth. And what does the farmer Sebastian says? He is in favor of the industrial change with the limitations, which I submitted to you in the proposed commitment. Consideration of value. What did the area plan staff say? They said, with suitable landscaping buffering as required by the development standards of the I industrial district, property values should not be adversely affected. Our farmers live in this community. They're not interested in putting something in there that's going to devalue their property. Sebastis are going to be farming right across the street. They're not looking for something that devalues property. And as area plan staff said, right buffering, the property value should not be adversely affected. So that brings us to the fifth factor, responsible development and growth. We're talking about 740 acres, not 7,200 or 22,000 as we're talking about. Area plan staff says that investment in infrastructure, repeated public review processes, Mr. Fellows referred to that, proposed area management plan, those all demonstrate responsible development and growth. You have before you a written commitment from the Sebastis, which I will sign on their behalf. I'm also made aware that the Kraminskis are willing to sign the same commitment with respect to the parcel of their CTE plan. I also want to bring to your attention that this council is going to retain the power of anything that would be of the heavy industrial use type, because those types of uses are typically going to fall under the special use category. So in the zoning code, you got permitted uses and special uses. And anytime, even if this is zoned industrial, anytime somebody wants to have a use which is considered a special use, and there's 22 of them listed in your code, they've still got to come back to this council for approval. So you are retaining control of the special use, which deals with the more aggressive industrial uses that exist. When a new plan is made, a new comprehensive plan is made, that comes before this board for approval as well. So you are retaining ongoing control of these things as we go forward. And finally, when I was at the committee meeting, we did not yet have certain things in place that we do now. We've got the town of New Carlisle that adopted a resolution. I'm told by the Allen Township trustee that they are going to follow suit. They haven't yet signed a resolution, but they're going to. And that gave them a seat at the table. And there's been a lot of talk in the opposition to the IEC, which is frankly something a little bit different than what we're here for tonight. We're here to rezone 2 parcels or 2 pieces of property industrial. But the town of New Carlisle and Allen Township are now supportive of it. Why? I was at the meeting, at the town of New Carlisle meeting, where Marcy Kaufman, the president of the town council, talked about why she was changing her position. She said that while she was initially opposed to any of this, she came to realize that sooner or later some development was going to occur. She stated that they made their concerns known, that they wanted to be involved in the process, and that in that they were given a say in the process. They are, through the resolutions and the memorandums that are coming, they were given that spot to have a say-so in. And that's what they wanted. So they got it, and so she felt that having received or having obtained what their goal was, she was now comfortable switching positions on it. So I think all those factors make this a responsible development and growth. I want to talk a little bit about some arguments that have been made. Some of these have been presented to you through PowerPoint presentations at other meetings, and I want to make a few points. First point about the public and input. When this process, let's say the IEC process started a couple of years ago, I've heard, I'm a latecomer to this, but I've heard lots of complaints about communication, how things went, didn't go. That's in the past. The point was that the public wanted more people to have input to that. That public voice was listened to, and that input has occurred The plans have been modified significantly. What's before you is significantly downscaled compared to what we started out with. And Town of New Carlisle and Olive Township now have a say in that development process in the core area. So one of the arguments that was made was listened to and adjustments were made. Another argument is this concern for sprawl. And I would say that we should welcome sprawl. We should welcome sprawl that's going to include job opportunities. Maybe it's going to include job opportunities for people on the west side of South Bend who can stay in this county and go to work. And another argument that was made was about displacement. There's no displacement here. We're not talking about some big city situation where apartment dwellers are being kicked out so that somebody can convert apartments into some expensive condos. Nobody's being displaced. And the last point that I saw in the PowerPoint presented by opponents of this dealt with a point about renewal and revitalization. And I'm here to tell you that you're not going to get renewal and revitalization just by wishing. You need to have some type of development to spur that on. And that comes with a step that we're doing tonight. I personally owner in property in
A much better.
there. I would like because it brings people into town to spend money.
We will.
And I'm not the only businessman in New Carlisle that feels that. Some other considerations, I've mentioned these already, but you're dealing with a family that is going to stay in this community and continue to farm this community. A point's been made about protecting the aquifer. As farmers in this community, the Sabatskis are concerned as well about the aquifer because they depend on it for irrigation. Why are the Sabatskis going to stay in farming? Very simple. Because one way to minimize tax impact from a land transaction is to reinvest in a like-kind exchange. So they have to stay with farming. And jobs are important. I think they're important to this council, they're important to the community, they're important to people in New Carlisle and Olive Township, and they're important to the Sabatsky family. Maybe not every Sabatsky person wants to be a farmer. Maybe some Sabatsky kid could work in a place that's allowed to go on an industrially zoned property. So I do think it's very important that jobs allow family members, to remain local. Those types of jobs are important. So let's recap. 5 factors. I think that they weigh much more in favor of granting the rezoning petition. Comprehensive plan does require you to balance between two goals, and I think that they can be reconciled, as I've indicated. Current conditions are agricultural with some industrial, and it's really agribusiness. Most desirable use is industrial. There's no loss in value from industrial, and I think we've indicated to you how this is responsible development and growth. And this is occurring in a responsible way. When you look at those 5 factors, I would say that the weight is easily 80% or more in favor of granting the petition. I apologize for taking so much time, but I think this is an issue that affects a family in the community, a family that is looking at transitioning to a next generation of farmers, and a family where the potential to get an infusion of capital for the sales of land is important. And I think it's important for the community to move forward with this zone rezoning the way it's teed up today. I can answer questions, or I'd like to have the staff to come up here and address the council.
First of all, I'm Ken Sebasti Jr., I'm here from my father, Ken Sebasti Sr., and from my mom. Just want to thank you for listening to our proposal. And a little bit about the land again, you know, that's the land that I grew up on with my parents. My dad initially bought a large percentage of that with my mom. And my father and I had some together in the 90s, and then we had a large piece in 2014. With no intentions on selling the land really, but always knowing where it lies, it could happen. You know, back in the high-tech days and tips and all that. So we knew that something could happen. So by we make commitments to keep it to certain things that are approved by the county, we would honor those things. Pete pretty much covered everything, but as far as, you know, staying in the community and farming is important to us. And I think one of the things that might be missed a little bit in the land is that it's an unusual piece, large area that, you know, we've taken fence route rules out over the years, as have communities, and made big pieces out of it, and where it lies right by Highway 2, new high-speed internet facilities, State Road 2 exit, possible rail exit. It's classic for a setup for good industry, right there. And what is unique that I was thinking about is that you don't have to go to so many landowners. I know Kaminsky's are easy to work with. On the next proposal, you're dealing with only two people. You're not dealing with a bunch of homes that got to be taken out. People are upset. It's all over the news. It's an easy one. And it's very unusual that that piece lies there. Now, if we sold it, we would still remain on the south side with that 640-acre section that my parents own. And we want something clean. We want something to be proud of, we can look at. So we would never let something happen that it would also ruin the value of our land. So we're gonna be there. We like to add some pieces, you know, and with my son and my other son Evan is here, they need a future. If you guys would vote it down, life continues on. We're not going out of business. It could make us more prosperous for our families, our grandchildren, and like Pete said, anyone in the family that isn't going to be a farmer, you know, our farm has already paid for my son's college. One of my daughters is an RN, and the farm has done that, and we would continue to do that, try to educate our children too. And as far as the jobs coming in, that's big. That's always been big with my dad too, and my mom, and my boys can see that now too. Not everything has to remain exactly the way it is. We have to move ahead. We could have jobs for a lot of people, construction and jobs to work there. So I think we need to look at, I hope you will look at that. And at the size of the, you know, it's not the 22,000 acre project, it's one area with only two families to deal with, and it could be an easy one to move ahead with. So I'll let my son have.
I'm Matt Sebasti. I'm here speaking on behalf of the next generation of Ken Sebasti Farms. Also, my brother is here too, representing him too. First off, I'd like to speak to what I would like to see for the future of our community. I would love it if my nieces and nephews and little sister didn't have to be farmers if they didn't want to be. This is a very difficult lifestyle. I went to Purdue for engineering and I graduated from Purdue South Bend. I'm very proud of that. And I love going to Purdue South Bend and being a part of this community while working full-time on our farm. And I saw the opportunities that they could get if they're able to go to college as well. And I would love for us to be able to sell this land, buy more land. I will further our farm will expand, we'll be able to hire more employees in the local area, we'll be able to buy land from farmers that are struggling and maybe losing their land to the local banks. We will do everything we can to help out, and this money will probably be passed around between other local farmers as well as we buy up their land. and help employ them if they would like to work for us. The big part of this for us is signing commitments that we will not allow anything to pollute the aquifer. The aquifer is very important to us. We draw a lot of our irrigation water from the aquifer, and it wouldn't make any sense for us to allow anything in here that would pollute the groundwater that we water our crops with. I am 100% committed to spending the rest of my life in this community. I chose this, and with this money, I could also update our farm. Modern farming is very data and analytics driven. I spend most of my time actually poring over spreadsheets. I spend more time analyzing how I can save us a few dollars an acre to get through these tough times than I do in an actual tractor. That's what farming is nowadays. And I would love it if all my nieces and nephews and little sister could go to college and have the option to choose farming or not to choose farming, whatever they want. And if there were great jobs available in this community, that would be really, really great for my family.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions from council for the petitioner? Mr. Kanaricki?
Thank you, Mr. President. You guys have both done a really wonderful job of helping us grasp what it is to be in this business. You know, I think from the outside looking in, we have these preconceived notions about what it means to be a farmer, and to hear you're probably sitting there looking at GPS and spreadsheets all night. It's not that classic idea. With your, Matt, specifically your education and the fact that you guys will be across the street, what would you think fits? If this were to get rezoned and sold, what would you like to see then?
Personally, I would like to see something that brings in jobs that are tech related, possibly, something technology related. I don't want to see, some scrap yard, or that's why we're signing commitments, or, oil, coal refineries, or anything that's going to pollute the environment. We're big about the environment, and as I've slowly come into our operation, I've pushed us towards being more environmentally conscious, using cover crops, better fertilizer usage, better usage of water, things like that. So I would focus on something that would be environmentally friendly and provide high-paying jobs, which would probably fall in the technology sector.
Thank you.
Mr. Nolan?
If I may, perfect segue, and it's actually Mr. Kanaricki has brought this up a number of times over the last several months about what doesn't fit. Can we narrow it down to, and I'd like to ask, we did get this letter from Mr. Augustino listing out things that we're going to not have on the premises. Mining operations, metal and scrap, shredder operations, junkyard operations, slaughterhouse operations, sewage treatment plant, sanitary landfill. And those are all great things. And I believe you guys don't want those, and we certainly are not looking forward to things like that. But it's a very narrow list. There's something that could be similar to one of those things, that's not one of those things. Would you be willing to add to this list to not include any of the items that are considered in that 2002 comprehensive plan as heavy industrial, which is outdoor, noisy, vibration, light, glare, those things?
I think we would, yes. Sure, we would, yes.
So I think that's a big,
And from my
a big step
understanding,
towards
if I don't.
what's not gonna be.
Right, yes, yes, we would be, yes.
And my other question is, would you also be willing to consider the two identified forested wetlands to be excluded from this rezone, that they would stay agricultural?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, though, we had that woods log, and we cleared it with the FSA, and there was only 1.2 acres that was considered actual wetlands in that woods.
Agreed. That's the space on the top.
Yes, yeah, well, yes, yes.
Yeah, it was all done under approved use today.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rosinski?
Kenny or Matt, either one of you, there's no question that the Sebastis have been a great addition to this county in the western part of St. Joe County. But I just have a couple things to bring up. How much acres do you own right now, in that area, totally?
In that specific area or in the county?
In the IEC area, Olive Township.
Well, there's the 640 across the road, the 580, and then there's 100, roughly, right there. Would be one of the first out of that area.
Is some of that, Ken, in the 2002 comprehensive plan that was done years ago, that what you're trying to rezone and sell it to whoever could, you know, basically move into that, buy some of the land that you own up in that area compared to what you're trying to rezone now? Do you have a land for sale up in, say, the northern part of this?
No, we currently don't have any of those for sale, no.
So, back during the committee meeting in, a couple weeks ago, when Mr. Augustino made his presentation, he indicated that the Sebastis wanted to buy more land in the county and keep, you know, farming, keep it in the family and so on. And when you sold the land for the St. Joe Energy Center back in whenever that was, 2014 or 15, or could have been 13, I don't know. It was 165 acres or whatever. Since that time, have you bought any land since then?
No, we haven't had the money to be honest.
You haven't had the money to buy any land, any land?
2014 purchase of some of the land that is in this was a lot. And then lower commodity prices set us back.
Yeah.
What we had planned.
In St. Joe County?
Yes. I tried to buy a piece that's directly adjacent to this myself. I met with Farm Credit, the largest lender to farmers. I didn't have our family backing because of the financial struggles of our farm, so I tried to purchase 100 acres myself for $7,000 an acre. I was told by Farm Credit that I should not purchase any land over $2,700 an acre because it wouldn't be financially feasible for me to pay it off in one lifetime farming it.
So
There is no land available for $2,700 an acre. I've looked everywhere.
Oh, I probably agree with you.
What he's saying, Bob, is that, also is that, trying to go on his own, it takes larger farms to make that $7,000 purchase and more or less subsidize what you already have to make that work. And what he's saying, what Farm Credit is going, if this is gonna be your land and you're going to $2,700 about the max pay right now to get a return on your investment.
Otherwise, they told me it would have taken 65 years to pay off that land at $7,000 an acre. And I'm 32.
So the money, so the land you sold for the St. Joe Energy Center, you haven't received a dime yet, and weren't able to buy anything since that time?
Oh, the St. Joe Energy land, we land traded that. Yes.
We did purchase land in Berrien County, just across the state line, that belonged to my cousins, with the name Sebasti also, and they really need to sell the land. We bought it, 600 some acres, irrigated land. So I guess the question is, would we go out of state again? No, not necessarily. We've got some pieces we're looking at in St. Joe County. Well, for large pieces that we'd like to do something on, they're not advertised, but the reason we went to Michigan on that was, and also I'd already owned, my father and I owned a piece with my mom that was her family farm, Kennesaw Farm in Berrien County, that we had purchased from my uncle. And all this land, we were already farming it, renting it from my cousin. He wanted to sell, so we bought it. We're not ready to run out of state with any more money, but that was a family farm that we bought.
We've had numerous farms in St. Joe County approach us looking to sell land because they know if we get this money, we'll be able to pay top dollar for their land and help bail them out of their situation.
Before this 640 acres came available or whatever for you to sell, have you sold any other land in Olive Township prior to this?
Prior to what year?
Today's date. Going back to 2014, 2015.
No.
Or have you haven't sold any other land? Okay, next thing. Then I have a question for Mr. Augustino, a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Augustino, you mentioned, as I know, you are a business owner in downtown New Carlisle, a very successful one to this point.
you know,
Struggling with the, effects of COVID.
you probably are, yeah. Struggling all the way to the bank.
Not hard.
You mentioned that there were other business owners in the town of New Carlisle that support this. Do you have a list of those, or can you, or
No, I don't.
you can't mention those or anything?
I find it very difficult to find business owners that want to come and speak in support, because they then have to meet with the other people in town that will ridicule them, harass them, and other things. It makes it very uncomfortable for them.
Well, you don't think that the people that's gonna speak here in a few minutes, they're uncomfortable also, but they're making a valid attempt? You know, but you got business owners that talk to people every day probably, and, you know, but they don't wanna come public because, why? People like you just mentioned, you know.
Exactly for that reason. And that's the way it is, and that's unfortunate. But those are the people that, it doesn't make sense, because those are the people that have investments there, that sign paychecks, okay, for people working there, that should be here speaking in support of this. And the people that don't have something really at stake are the ones that are the most vociferous. Now, they've got a right, and I will defend their right until I die, to come and speak on this issue. But the reality is that the people that should be banding together for development don't normally come out and do these meetings. And you've been on the council long enough.
Well, I haven't been on there that long, but, I've seen a few business owners come and speak for and against rezonings in the past, you know. And, but, you know, I mean, going back to what you said a few minutes ago also, the Sebastis wants to buy property, and, you know, they need to do this to buy property, and they need to sell this at a higher value so they can go out and buy land and so on. But, you know, you hear this phrase every once in a while, these poor farmers, you know, they're struggling, they're doing all this, but, some farmers are able to buy crop insurance. Some, you know, how many government subsidies are provided to farmers. And, you know, not to take away anything from Mr. Nolan, but I had that on my list. You know, so they are protected, you know, somewhat. Am I wrong in saying that?
I think you might be a victim of misperception with respect to aid to farmers, which doesn't necessarily benefit smaller farmers like the Sebastis. Now, I don't think I refer to them as poor farmers, and I don't think they consider themselves small farmers, poor farmers.
I don't
Struggle.
either.
You have to be intelligent, you have to be committed, you have to sacrifice a lot to get where they're at.
Well,
And you know what? You don't get valuable farmland either by simply sitting around on your lazy boy chair. You gotta go out there and work that farmland. You gotta put the nutrients in that soil. You gotta measure that soil so it works out right. You gotta know when to rest the land. You gotta know when to turn it. So that's not easy work. And they don't have it guaranteed.
Let me refresh your memory a little bit. Back what I said maybe 10 minutes ago about the Sebastis are well respected, you know, in St. Joe County, and that, you know, that poor farmer wasn't aimed at Mr. Sebastis, you know. But let me refresh your memory. You know, when I was highway commissioner back in the day, I had a lot of farmers that worked for me. Many of them lived in New Carlisle. Many of them lived in the southwestern portion of this county, the southeastern part of this county. So I know a little bit about what farmers go through, and I meet with other farmers besides the Sebastis. So I think, you know, I know some farmers in this community that are probably just as big as the Sebastis, if not bigger. And so I know a little bit about farming, I would think, you know, besides just looking at a book or driving by and say, yeah, that's a farmer that lives there, you know. and I have a lot of respect for farmers. You know, they worked hard for me when I was highway commissioner.
Then you understand, Mr. Krasinski, that asking farmers what's the best thing to do with their farmland is important than.
But I'm also concerned about the residents around the industrial site that's being proposed to be rezoned also. There's always a balance in that.
Requires balance. But I think we've made a good case to show how you can balance the interest here and support this rezoning without sacrificing the interests of the residents.
And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but I believe you are. In one of the resolutions, I was gonna get the wording exactly, I can't find it here. But it said that community or leaders met with the town of New Carlisle and other townships in regards to putting these resolutions together. Do you know who the other leaders were? Is that elected officials, or is that just people that lived in Olive Township or New Carlisle, or business owners in New Carlisle, or do you know who those?
I believe there were meetings with members of the,
I mean, if it's a pain, if it's a technological pain, if Frank can get it out there without it being a big deal, he still has 3 months.
Mr. Castelli, that's been well documented. Commissioner Castelli.
Frank can tell him it's too goddamn, Frank can tell him.
But still, was there anybody else? Because the resolution says leaders, so I'm just curious who those other people were.
I do not know who met with who, to be honest with you, other than what's been reported. I'm in the same boat you are with respect to that.
So you lack of transparency then probably.
Well, I think that lack of transparency argument was something that could have been said 2 years ago. But I think along the way, there's been a lot more transparency. There's been a lot more effort to get the public input and to make something with that, which then boils down to these resolutions being adopted and passed.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any other questions from council for the petitioner? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing on bill number 2720. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, you will hear a timer go off indicating that your time has expired. We politely ask that you refrain from repeating what other people have already said. And that obviously goes for this bill and the following bill. Finally, before making your comments, please clearly state your name and address for the record. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of Bill 2720? In person.
Good evening. My name is Lou Pierce, 3618 Great Road in Mishawaka. In the interest of disclosure, I do speak on behalf of the county tonight, but also as a citizen who was born and raised here, went to college here, and started a business here. And someone who's devoted, I hate to tell you how many decades of volunteer community service on every conceivable board and committee that can do anything to help make this a better place to live. My company is not mercenary in any way. We don't work for anyone with a checkbook. We're very choosy about the things that we support and get behind. And one of the things we care about the most is the place that we live in. And so I speak to you tonight on behalf of not just the county, but my staff and the citizens here in this county. The first thing I'd like to do is sort of housekeeping, and I'd like to enter several letters and videos of support into the official record. I know you've already seen 10 or 12 that came in last week. These are as of tonight. They're from Amish Shaw, CEO of Chemcrest and Elkhart, Gerald Best, Astro Logistics Solutions here in South Bend, the city of Mishawaka, Ken Prince, Mike Daigle, the CEO and Executive Director of the South Bend International Airport, Isaac Torres, President of Intercambio, Gary Nidek, President and CEO of ITAMCO in Marshall County, Hugh Johnson, Principal of J2 Marketing, Kevin Smith, the Renaissance District, and a lot of other things, Larry Garatoni, Chuck Lehman, President and CEO of Lehman & Lehman, Leslie Odom, Community Affairs Manager, I&M, Shelley Club, AEP, myself, Regina Emerton, President and CEO of South Bend Elkhart Regional Partnership, Jill Shikitano, Jill, Industry Growth Director for the same organization, Leighton Johnson, Director, Education Workforce Initiatives, the same organization, Mr. Matt Weesaw, Chairman, Waukegan Band of Potawatomi Indians, the President and CEO of Foreman Casino, Mike Nolan, the President and General Manager of the South Shore, NICD. That much said, I was at the Area Plan Commission meeting on June 16, 2020. At that meeting, staff of the Area Plan Commission made a recommendation to the APC board that the petitions you're considering tonight for rezoning be sent with a favorable recommendation. So why didn't that happen? By the way, that's in the public record that the APC staff recommended a favorable recommendation to their board. However, after 90 minutes of strident opposition, the Area Plan Commission President, Andy Devine, noted that he was surprised there was so little support for the petitions at the meeting, and as such, the board had no choice but to send the petitions to you tonight with an unfavorable recommendation. That was the only reason. It's all in the record. The lack of support. So we're here tonight to show you that there is a lot of support.
Sir, your 3 minutes has expired. And
given that Adam's comments were literally the only reason the board gave for the recommendation.
Sir, your 3 minutes is up. That's what I just said. Now, let me make this very clear. Let me make this very clear.
Thank you.
3 minutes is going to go by very quickly. So if you need to cut your comments down, just be aware that 3 minutes passes very quick, and in the interest of everyone who wants to speak, whether they're here or listening remotely, we will adhere to 3 minutes. So make your comments accordingly. Mr. Krasinski?
Are we going to be able to comment on
Yes.
a speaker?
Yes.
At the end of theirs?
Yes. Yes.
I have a couple of comments, real quick comments to Lou. You know, I appreciate the letters of support. Again, I didn't hear anybody that lives in New Carlisle in these letters. Did anybody live in New Carlisle?
No, but I would point out to the council that Olive Township is where the IEC is, and these lands that we're asking for the petitions to be granted to tonight are in between the cities of South Bend and New Carlisle. But the IEC has never been in New Carlisle.
Well, and you're right, maybe I'm wrong. I should have said probably Olive Township. Does any of these people live in Olive Township?
I actually don't know.
Do any of these people have businesses in Olive Township?
What I will say is that unlike...
Now, answer my question, though. That's all I'm asking.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, yes, the Sebastis do.
Is there letters in here?
That's right.
One out of how many? I lost track.
Well, they all are interested in St. Francis County and the welfare of St. Francis County residents. But I can tell you that no one from Chicago, which is what we witnessed at the APC meeting, is trying to hand about the welfare of St. Joseph County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelley Clue. I'm an Economic and Business Development Manager for Indiana Michigan Power. Our address is 2929 South Lathrop in South Bend. I love my company's commitment to safety in all aspects of our lives, including our response to the pandemic. All of us have managed to the very best of our ability. We have seen the value of talented people and companies who can pivot and start making brand new products. We are grateful for the distilleries that were able to make whiskey one day and hand sanitizers the next. And I love watching the 3D printers making face shields. I'll bet we are all happy for the industrial manufacturers who have been using their equipment to make PPE to keep us all safe. While many of these makers have inherent ability to make things, we also have educational and training institutions to elevate those skills and knowledge so we can bring new ideas and products to the world. The pandemic has emphasized our need to strengthen our support of existing companies, diversify the economic base, and provide more places for new and growing businesses to thrive. We can do this wisely, proactively, and successfully, and approving this zoning request is forward progress. Two target industries for this region require industrial zoning: large-scale, single-user data centers and food and beverage processors. Global data centers would be a great addition to our community, bringing significant investment in high-skilled technical jobs, which were mentioned a minute ago. Names we know: Facebook is investing $800 million for a new data center with 100 jobs in Tennessee. Amazon is investing another $400 million in New Albany, Ohio. This brings their total investment this year to $1.3 billion in one community. Corporations like this set goals to use 100% renewable energy. The products needed to make those goals true are made in industrial zones. The food and beverage industry is another natural fit for us. An Irish company, Terry Group, is investing $125 million in the small town of Rome, Georgia, for a new 360,000 square foot food manufacturing facility. This building will be one of the most modern and efficient of its kind in the world, with the highest standards of food safety. They also will use 100% renewable energy, create 400 jobs during construction, and have 100 full-time positions while operational. Another name we can recognize: Kellogg. Kellogg will invest $43 million to make Morningstar Farm products in Zanesville, Ohio. An amazing array of delicious foods and drinks we all love are made in industrial zones. Good paying jobs that are food related include food scientists, industrial designers for automation, sustainable packaging, freshness, and safety. We have the talent, we have the skills, and we would love to have the place for these opportunities. I'm asking you to keep the momentum going forward by voting in favor of this rezoning request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Regina Emberton, President of the South Bend Elkhart Regional Partnership with offices at 635 South Lafayette and South Bend. A few short years ago, leadership from all across the South Bend Elkhart region got together for the first time in history with a major goal: to begin a renaissance that would change our way of life forever. At the time, it was called the Regional Cities Initiative. In short, by working together, we won a $42 million grant that was matched by hundreds of millions more in private investment that's responsible for 26 major quality of life projects now being completed all across the region. We learned a simple lesson in the process: by working together, we could accomplish amazing things. This catalyzed our effort to develop a comprehensive regional economic development plan and the successful award of a second $40+ million grant to launch the LIFT network and help our region upskill the workforce and promote innovation as our industries adopt Industry 4.0 technologies. The regional partnership focuses on a long-term, systemic approach to advance the region's economy by aligning efforts of various stakeholders around 5 key areas: educating a world-class workforce, recruiting and retaining great talent, attracting and growing new economy companies and complement to our remarkably strong manufacturing industries, promoting inclusion and sparking opportunities for minorities, and helping entrepreneurs thrive. And one strategy that we've adopted as a region is increasing our share of employment in higher pay traded industry clusters to encourage per capita income growth and stimulate the economy. As part of this, we encourage activities that provide support and infrastructure to companies and their employees. Although ample land is one of the region's resources, too few buildings are readily available to help the company grow. We can help business expansion and relocation requirements by demonstrating that we have the site infrastructure in place to attract investment. While the region thrived during the recent economy, we haven't forgotten about the economic hardships that we experienced during the Great Recession and fully realize these gains can quickly be erased during periods of economic downturn. We have the opportunity to leverage our current momentum by making critical investments today that will help enable the region to leap forward and become a leading job and wealth-generating economy over the next decade. In today's global knowledge-based economy, the recipe for economic success is quite simple. We need to focus economic development investments to ensure not only existing industry drivers can raise their level of competitiveness and add value, but also that it can identify new drivers of innovation to improve the region's economic prospects. I'm here with sincere hopes that you will approve the rezoning request before you tonight so that we can successfully position the region to mitigate its challenges, build on its strengths, seize its opportunities, and catalyze economic and community prosperity in St. Joseph County and across the South Bend Elkhart region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. Mike Daigle, 4477, Progress Drive, South Bend. Let's face it, economic development is difficult, even in the best of times. I've had the privilege and joy of living and working in 13 different states across this great country, the last 4 states as senior leader of that community's airport. I've had the privilege of working with elected leaders just like yourselves in those communities to make changes and improvements to where we call home. Collectively, we must find a way to work together to bring a future for our children and our grandchildren. One of the things that comes out of this effort is change. If we don't change, we're standing still, which means we're moving backwards as other people go forward. We know we must have, here in our community, good quality jobs for our current residents, and again, for our children and grandchildren to be able to pursue and acquire. These jobs provide a place for them to use their skills, talents, and education in our community. Otherwise, they will leave. If they leave, they will not be able to experience the quality of life and quality of place that we all enjoy in this great county. Yes, it is not perfect. However, I have personal knowledge, it is a pretty terrific place to live, work, and raise our families. Development has to be planned and done correctly, but we should not say if it's not done perfectly, we don't move forward. Economic development is in many ways similar to what I do almost every day on a daily basis. On the aviation side of the equation, we work with airlines and try to get them to use their commodity, the airplane, in our community. We then work with second and third party service providers to fuel, maintain, and repair those airplanes. Economic development is similar to that we are competing with other communities for that same asset. In closing, as I look backward and look at the communities where I have lived and worked, some of them have moved forward as the world around us and them changed, and those communities are more vibrant and hopeful than those who chose not to change. We must have a future where someday we can look back and be proud of it. If nothing is done, then nothing is what we will have. I respectfully recommend and request approval of the rezoning request. Thank you very much, and I urge you to find a path forward to work together.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kevin Smith, 506 West House Street. I've been 506 West House Street for 41 years. Have the Union Station in part of the Renaissance District where I bought the former Studebaker campus, the main building. They're marketing, they're looking for employing 2,000 knowledge workers. But if that comes to fruition, it's really dependent on what happens tonight. Because we're moving into a digital economy. We have to replace what Studebaker lost, Bendix lost, all these other manufacturers lost. The prime drivers that keep the community in the community have to be vibrant, you have to have jobs. I've been bringing technology to our industry or to our community for over 30 years, so we're one of the largest telecommunication hubs in the state of Indiana. I have supercomputers, cloud computers, enterprise computing at the Union Station. You need to have an organized set of assets for the international companies that come see me all the time. If we do not have it, if we do not position ourselves for the future, we won't participate. I personally have been investing my time and energy to create those core infrastructures that will allow us to lead in the future, and we can. I can put you anywhere in the world in milliseconds. But we also have to have the physical infrastructure and the will of the community to step up to the plate to lead again. That's why I bought the Studebaker building. I didn't buy it for the building. I bought it for the legacy. They are very innovative. And that's what really made this, community what it is. So I just advocate that you support this, so I can continue doing what I'm trying to do to further the community forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the council. Jeff Ray, President and CEO of South Bend Regional Chamber of Commerce with offices at 101 North Michigan Street in South Bend. Stand before you this evening on behalf of the 1,300 member businesses that are part of our organization that employ some 60,000 people across this region. We stand in support of Proposed Bill 2720 and Proposed Bill 3320, and we encourage your approval on those two bills this evening. I'd like to limit my comments really to the development process itself. The single biggest limiting factor to our county landing some of the new investments that we've had strong interest in being here is the lack of available land and buildings that meet company criteria or can be developed in the timeframe necessary. The simple truth is that when there's great risk and uncertainty, things like zoning, utilities, land control, incentives, infrastructure, there's very little likelihood of the county landing the new investment that it seeks. Conversely, when some of those matters have been resolved, it increases the likelihood of landing new investment and new jobs in an area. We believe these two petitions tonight present the county with some unique opportunities to change that narrative locally. We hope that you'll trust your own zoning ordinance and the agreements that are being put in place so that development can happen on these parcels. We like to say this is, exactly like what happened on so many of the other development parcels across St. Joseph County. If you looked at Edison Lakes or Grape Road or Blackthorn, or even our downtown, where zoning was put in place, and it took a lot of that uncertainty out in development then followed. So approving these petitions tonight, we think, would send a message to the rest of the world that St. Joseph County is open to business, and we would encourage your approval on those ordinances.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Tanzarite?
Mr. Ray, your experience in the region and the local community, do you see any other large format parcels that exist that are currently zoned like this that could accommodate businesses or industry moving into our area?
There are none with any significant acreage at all. There's really on the fringes, there's a couple small parcels that you get, I would say in the Blackthorn area or up north. But other than that, nothing that would accommodate any kind of large-scale development. And we've seen a number of those projects express an interest because of our geography, but our ability to attract them is limited by not having those parcels or having to go through a process where we say, well, we think we could find a landowner that might want to sell to you. We think we could get the zoning in place. That's too much uncertainty for a developer, and we get ruled out pretty quick.
Thank you.
Mr. Tanzarite?
Thank you. Just really quickly, when you say small parcels for scale, what does that mean? I mean, only 400 acres or 30 acres or?
Thanks for the question. I would say more like the 30 to 50 acre range, and so, which obviously can still accommodate a pretty decent size investment. One of the, I would call it the post-pandemic things that people are looking for. People would need to move product, and so recently we're getting requests for larger tracts of land that we just simply in St. Joseph County don't have any ability to accommodate right now.
Like some of these parcels, they're literally a tenth of what we're talking about.
Right. I can't think of a 100-acre parcel even that we could offer somebody should they have an interest in doing something like that in St. Joseph County.
Thank you.
Mr. Krasinski?
Mr. Ray, approximately how many hits has the chamber has had over the years, or since Olive Township started this over the last 4 or 5 years, on leads, people wanting to come here, which there has been, the fiber optic and MetroNet or whatever, and water, sewer, and all that kind of stuff. But, you look out there, you don't see anybody building. What's the reason for that?
In fact, I think the single biggest limiting factor being uncertainty that has gone with whether they could acquire parcels out there or whether the zoning could be put in place. And so, it's sort of this scale that, or I guess when they start thinking of, we talk about a zoning process that takes 90 plus days or so, and they may or may not get it. What's happening and why things are going to other communities is they have those lands already zoned appropriately for those developments to come. So I just think typically it's a timing thing. We don't wanna wait for the possibility that could or couldn't get approved. Let's say we wait, it doesn't get approved, we gotta start over with the site search somewhere else. So there's announcements that happen around Indiana, for example, are happening in communities where they have sites that are shovel-ready and zoned, which means they're zoned already for that type of use.
And I know you spoke in favor during during the area plan meeting back in June or July. You spoke in favor, but going back to what Mr. Pierce said, and I listened to that just in the room next door here, and he mentioned that, I forget his reasoning why they voted it down, but I believe Adam Devon also stated one of the reasons they voted it down because they really didn't have anything to vote on. They didn't really have a site plan. And that's in my notes, and I'm pretty sure that's in the minutes also. And Lou did mention that. Am I clear there, or do we have to look at the minutes?
No, I think that's my recollection is very similar to yours. I think that's the inherent challenge with zoning sometimes. So there's a little bit of identifying certain areas for a particular use, and then trusting that your zoning ordinance is going to have the requirements that put the limitations or provide you the protections you need. So I think of Edison Lakes as a good example. That was land that was zoned for an office type use without a site plan many years ago, and then as development came, and they looked for parcels that were already zoned correctly, they naturally migrated to that area and then brought forth a site plan and a development plan, and the council trusted that their zoning ordinance had put all those parameters in place that kind of protected the neighbors around it. So I do think that that's the complicated piece with this. If we wait every time for a user and then bring that zoning petition forward, we'll very rarely be able to move it. Now, in New Carlisle, we've had some success. If I went back 50 years, every 5 years, 10 years, something like that, we've been able to land a significant project out there. And I think more by luck than probably anything else, or a lot of site characteristics that went well. I think what the zoning of a few parcels proactively does is increases our chances of landing a key project, and I think that's why our business owners, many of whom exist here because someone had the foresight to zone property correctly for them, they were able to come in and take that risk out of it and move forward with the project.
Well, from what I've been hearing tonight already, it seems like under the old 2002 comprehensive plan, there's already zoned industrial where somebody could have came in the last 2 or 3, 4 years and built in what is already zoned. Am I correct?
I'm not sure that I totally understand it that way. I'm not sure that I'm clear on that we could build an industrial facility on agriculturally zoned land. I don't think you probably could. I'll be honest, I'm not sure that I understand the comprehensive plan and how it fits in with.
So just imagine the position that we're being put in here. We're trusting, the Sebastis and Mr. Augustino and a couple others that we're hearing from saying that, trust us, on this rezoning, the company that wants to buy is a good company, blah, 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 all those kind of things. But just think of the position that we're being put in, and, sometimes those trusts don't always work out.
I think you're exactly right, and I think you're okay to be concerned about that. I'll use the mega shredder as an example. In my mind, that's been the most objectionable use out there in New Carlisle. Someone I've heard more often than anybody else that we don't want more mega shredders out there. So as I've seen or understood the conversation that's been happening, is the county's been working to make sure we don't have more mega shredders that show up out here. Uses that are ugly, that are loud, that type of stuff. So I think that, or what I have felt like, I guess, is the conversation that you've been having to put some additional limitation, or even the commitments that Mr. Agostino was talking about, are to sort of allow industrial, but not the dirty industrial. I think what's interesting is over the years, a lot of the dirty industrial is asked about this area out here, and we don't even have a conversation with them because we really understand what the neighbors have said out there about the kind of industrial that they want out there. So I do think it's a proactive step on your part, getting those kind of commitments in place and putting the parameters that sort of guide a much narrower line of uses than we might allow otherwise.
And we've had, since I've been on the council, have had our chance to take care of that mega shredder, but we haven't, you know, in regards to tax abatement and whatever else. But, that has been a concern out there, as everybody knows, you know.
And it's unfortunate, I think it's what happens in development areas, when you allow a use or have a use that maybe it doesn't fit as well with others, it sort of makes you look through every future use through the same lens, right? Because we want to make sure we don't end up like we were before. And I think that's where, I think you've been very smart in this conversation to be thinking about, how do we, you know, is there a way that we can put some limitations or some guidelines related to this so we don't end up with the objectionable uses like we ended up in that case?
But we could still, even if the rezoning is approved tonight, we still have that capability of doing that once the developer or whoever comes forward and starts asking for whatever, you know. We still have that not right, but ability to do that.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is sort of that first step in what would be a many-step process. Should a large user be interested in doing something on this parcel, obviously there are many steps in the process they have to go through to complain. And so I think that's what's so hard sometimes about, again, zoning is sort of thinking proactively. We want to be proactive enough to get people interested in doing something here and also protect our interests, and so, and I guess I think, you know, from a business standpoint, time is money, and so, when large automotive users are looking here, they're also looking at 50 other sites around the country, and they're trying to, we're in a process of ruling out, and so we've been ruled out on many projects over the years because there was just too many questions or too much uncertainty, and so I have this curve, and actually I'll leave it with you. It's just a graphic that just sort of says that, you know, kind of the more certain the development site is, the more likely you are going to land prospects. And I think that's the, you know, kind of this inherent battle that you're in as the folks that decide on the zoning of this, is when do we decide that we need some opportunities like this in St. Joe County, and if we did, where exactly would we put them? And if so, what would be the parameters we put around them and such and stuff. So I'll share that.
And one other comment. I know Regina did a nice job promoting the region and Elkhart and Marshall County and whatever. And there's no question that the RV industry is going through the roof, especially now, and it has over the last 2 years. But they're even struggling now to keep or get a workforce to work now. You know, and then, you know, here we come with maybe some sort of facility that, you know, where are we going to get 50 or 100 or 150, 200 employees to work out there, if those jobs are going to be fit for the middle class in this town? You know, are they going to be high-tech jobs that, you know, only a certain few people, and I know you can't answer this, but, you know, is there going to be 20 jobs or 30 jobs for somebody that's going to make $100,000 and, you know, they're going to come from outside the county? What good does that do? And we've seen that, you know.
I think given the nature of large parcels, that there's opportunities for several different kinds of uses out there. You mentioned RV, for example, that I think one of the challenges with doing RV in Elkhart is there isn't much workforce. There currently are 11,000 people a day that drive to Elkhart County to work, and so many people think, what if we made those people not have to drive and did a project somewhere else? So I think there certainly is interest in other parts of the region and in doing RV type development. I think the high tech is certainly high on the list. The infrastructure here, our weather, all kinds of conditions make us conducive to many of the uses that Shelley talked about. For example, there, some of those aren't as big of employers, but pay a high wage and attract new people ultimately to the area. So it definitely could be a wide mix there. She touched on food processing. That's a big priority in southwest Michigan and north central Indiana, another option that has a broad skill level.
Well, Shelley painted a nice picture in regards to what you just mentioned, food processing, data processing, whatever, maybe she knows something that we don't know, because she sounds like that's what's coming here, So I
wish we knew, and I think...
I didn't ask, maybe she might know, but
I do think though, if we look back, and so we get 80 to 90 leads a year, what folks asking us about, tell us about your community, we've got this, we need this kind of parcel, we're looking for a building this tall, or land, or something that has access to rail, or whatever. So as we go through the criteria, and we look at the types of uses, I think that Shelley's comments are probably very much based on the types of uses that have been looking at this region because of some of the characteristics that our region has that make it conducive to those kind of uses.
Just really quick, we've seen this curve, and looking at that when you make the environment more amenable to business, not only do you create prospects, but do you imagine that you create more prospects, so maybe we could get even choosy?
We certainly could. Success breeds success, and I think no matter what industry we're talking about, it does. So let's say we landed brand X, certainly that makes the area then more attractive to brand Y. Maybe it's not a fair comparison, but if I use my Mishawaka experience, once Lowe's was here, Home Depot had to be right next to them, or once Best Buy was here, MediaPlay had to, on down the road, and so similar will happen in some of this space, and so I do think you'll have that opportunity should you land a prospect or so, that you'll have that chance. And obviously you've done really well. There are a lot of people working already out in this area at INTech and Code and Unifrac and all the companies that are out there, but I think there's some neat opportunities in the future. And if you've watched the rest of Indiana has really seen a tremendous amount of growth. We've seen it much better over the last decade or so. I think we also would like to see those wages continue to head up and have really more stable jobs for our community. And I think that's what's attracted us about the kind of uses that over the years. When we look at their average wage and the number of employees, I think those could be really good.
Ms. S.?
Mr. Ray, maybe you can't, I don't know how well you can answer this question, but a lot of what we hear from some of the opponents of the development out in the Carolina and that area, is that development should be put in the city of South Bend, of course, over which we have no jurisdiction, in the brownfields and maybe places like part of the old Honeywell factory or some of the other areas that could use development to certainly provide jobs for inner city residents. Could you just state maybe some of the challenges or why more of that doesn't happen?
Yeah, I think it's a great thought, and obviously, from extending services, we all would love to see more happen on the interstate. I would say one, just that environmental liability has people steering clear of these brownfield sites unless they're clean and have letters from the Department of Justice that with a covenant not to sue. That's a really hard level to attain sometimes on the brownfield side. Two, I'd say the site assembly piece, the more urban density often has many owners, and the fact of trying to get a deal with many owners, and we were negotiating with all 6 of you, and 5 of you thought it was a great idea, but 1 of you didn't, less complicated as well. So I think those are probably the 2 principal factors. I think business would love that opportunity, just from an access to workforce standpoint, but it's just unfortunately without widespread clearance. Even and I'll use Studebaker as a good example. The city's done a yeoman's job of cleaning that site, but it's not ideal for somebody that's moving trucks, for example, because navigating those trucks in and out of the city, they want to be close to the highway. And so when leads come to us, they say, I got to be this close to the airport, I got to be this close to the highway, this close to the interstate, and so they're not even really looking too much on that intercity sometimes. I think because those are the
Mr. File?
Yeah, maybe you're not the right person to ask this question, but how much land do we actually own in that area? Isn't it in the area, it's not very much, right?
I don't know,
I'm talking about the economic development people.
Yeah, so none that I'm aware of, out there.
Well, okay, so that's one of the peculiarities I think that we ought to think about. We've spent millions on planning, so if you had to sketch it out, we got this huge planning situation going on, and it stands on practically no land at all. If we add this acreage, it's a very small piece of property. So it seems to me we got a real strange situation out here where we spend millions on planning and we don't own anything. And I guess all of you understand that have any kind of real estate, that if you own it or not makes a big difference as to whether somebody's interested in looking at it. So it's a strange situation.
And I'd say that's that factor, if somebody's looking at a large tract of land, if they wanted 1,000 acres, we'd likely suggest that New Carlisle was the area, but we couldn't point them to a piece of land that either was under control by like a local government or was for sale. And I think that's the biggest factor. Most of the time, free enterprise is really what we're about, and if folks want to, so I think of Great Road, Main Street, Blackthorn, a lot of private parcels there, where the city and the private developer works close together to do the land. Very, very rarely does government own the land. Most of the time it's a private partner, like in this case where the Sebastis have an interest in selling their land. The county has made major investment out there. It's a partnership that could help net a big project.
Right.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Krasinski?
Jeff, again, you probably, this will probably ask the question, but you probably can't answer this one too. I believe that the county does own a couple parcels that was bought through the redevelopment commission when they wanted to move the Nespadjani ditch, and I want to say along Walnut, if not on the eastern part of the IEC. And I know the county bought some property within the city of New Carlisle's, or the town of New Carlisle's city limits when they just recently purchased the trailer park and something else right in that curve area there. I think the county owns maybe 2 or 3 parcels. I was looking for Chris Brown. I don't know where Chris is. Chris might know.
Yeah, I'm not, I've read like you on a couple of those. I'm not aware of the specific person.
I thought during, one of these presentations a few months ago, somebody, it might have been Bill Shelley, will put up a slide and it showed some parcels that the county owns, Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Cassandra?
Mr. Moore, I think you probably can answer this, or I'm hoping you can. So the point was brought up tonight about our struggle with a talented workforce or retaining talented workforce. What collaboration has the chamber or other organizations you deal with, what collaboration have you guys done with school systems and local community colleges, IMSD, maybe Belleville College? What have you guys done to collaborate to get the workforce ready for these types of jobs looking to attract?
Sure, I would suggest that.
Or have you guys?
Yeah, especially in St. Joe County on the manufacturing side, actually in all 3 counties up here on manufacturing day. So for example, we did 2 states, 9 high schools, 45 companies last year where we're introducing kids to the jobs of tomorrow and what they look like. There's not the dirty industrial that I worked at when I was a kid to make sure I went to college, kind of thing. Because of COVID, we're doing virtual manufacturing day this year, so we just finished filming videos in each of the schools to help kids again understand the skills necessary, what the jobs look like, what the workforce around it survives, and so a very targeted approach there. And so I'd say that's on the manufacturing side. On the IT side, the IT sector partnership here locally is working to really coordinate IT-related training and such to make sure that's available there too. I think Regina could speak, and her team is better probably to the regional collaboration that's happening on IT, on manufacturing, on many of those industries to make sure we're ready for them. I would say interns, and so each summer we bring in 100 to 200 interns to our area at different companies, but to really introduce them to the opportunities that are here. We ask our employers to give them the job experience, we give them the community experience, and we hope that the combination means that they may stay here afterwards. And so I'd say workforce is really our #1 focus right now. Everybody's about this talent, attraction, retention piece, and let's make sure not only we attract them, but we got to develop them too. And so manufacturing day and interns and some of those do that. We started our intern program, just to give you an example, because we were talking to a young kid who went away, was doing computer science at IU, came back, said there are no jobs here for me. He ended up washing dishes for the summer, which was okay, but he left the area thinking, I'm never coming back to that because there's no jobs there for me. And we said, boy, we got to make sure he doesn't head back to Bloomington with this thought, I'm never coming back to St. Joe County and stuff. So some of those efforts are really aimed at plugging them into those local opportunities so they don't miss out on that.
Thank you. Good.
Great. I'll leave you this, and I would point to the third, just the third page is just a little graphic that, that we share that's just sort of, the uncertainty, risk, kind of model and that I mentioned. So thank you for the opportunity to share with you this evening.
Thank you.
Mr. President, members of the council, good evening. My name is Chuck Lehman. I'm here. My address is 510 Lincoln Way East, Mishawaka. I'm president of Lehman & Lehman, and I also am on the South Bend Elkhart Regional Partnership Board of Directors, and I co-chair the Regional Partnerships Talent Attraction and Retention Committee. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf for both of the rezoning parcels, but I'm here to ask for your vote of favor and to continue a bright future, not only for our county, but also for our region. I feel that tonight could be a tipping point for this regional attraction, not only for the county, but also for the region in an economic growth track. I'm going to ask for your favorable recommendation as also as a routine in response to that retaining talent to our community and also to our region. As Regina has outlined, the counties have been benefited by the Regional Cities Grant Program, a multi-million dollars, along with the Lilly Grant in 2019, that has caused us to think globally and think creatively on how we utilize those resources to multiply what we have. As has been mentioned already, the size of this rezoning, I'm not sure there's any rezoning in our region that talks about a 700-acre rezoning in one setting of such. I appreciate the comments or questions regarding what is the typical rezoning size. Going larger like this does allow you the flexibility to actually be creative, to come back and provide those resources that makes that unique. Our goal on the Talent Attraction Retention Committee is to transform the migration of a negative 2.3 persons per thousand per year to a positive immigration in the year 2025. How do you do that? Jeff shared a little bit about some of the programs that we've got going on there. The idea of how we do that is going to be very profound in working together and collaborating on that. But it's all a part of that domino effect, and we need to have a piece on the ground that actually causes the next step to make sense and be logical. Your rezoning decision tonight carries a cause and effect on this unique point in our county's history and also our regional levels. Let me illustrate. By approving the rezoning request tonight, new construction work will enhance our local economy through new development. Significant number of new jobs will be
Mr. Lehman?
filled by...
Mr. Lehman, your time has expired, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I ask for your approval of this favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jill Cicatano, 635 South Lafayette Boulevard. I am part of the regional partnership team with Regina. I'm an active participant in economic development ecosystems throughout the region, and I support the request that's in front of you tonight. Your favorable vote will become a catalyst for enhancing the position of our economy by creating not only a community where innovation and high-wage, high-skilled jobs exist, but a place that embraces emerging industries, new products, talent, and high-performing companies. A region that attracts a global network of domestic and international investment, R&D capabilities, and digital integration. There have been discussions about zoning speculatively, and this is a way to attract projects. High-performing companies are looking for places with the least amount of risk. They won't go for vetting a location that doesn't have a rezoning process already in place, or infrastructure, or transportation routes. They tend to skip over those locations and go where sites are ready, built ready. So we need to build capacity to benefit from and participate in the integration of innovative, knowledge-driven economy beyond traditional models of development. As a region that creates and transports things that people rely on every day, we really have an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage, and your support for this initiative will certainly help us do that. So I respectfully ask for your consideration tonight in favor of this rezoning request.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, I'm Bethany Hartley, I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the South Bend Elkhart Regional Partnership. I work with Jill and Regina and Chuck and a few other folks here. What is certain about today is that nothing is certain. The global pandemic has shifted our understanding of time, place, and personal well-being. What is also certain about today is we are free to make our own decisions as long as they do no harm. A few of the decisions that fall under that. The farmer's decision to sell their property. It is my understanding that the farmers selling their property are making the right decision for their family. They are looking at the numbers and recognizing what the future holds for them if they continue in the same trajectory they've been on for decades. We should not rob them of their freedom of choice to create sustainable income for their children and grandchildren and provide them with resources to make decisions about their futures, as well as encourage them to stay in this region. The community's and region's decision to embrace a new way of industrial development. We are all responsible for forming our own opinion on the IUC, and with that comes the obligation to educate ourselves. What I read is this: we are creating a way to support the future of work. We are leveraging land that is more valuable as modern industrial development than what it currently is. We are committed as a region to increase the number of high-wage, high-demand jobs to not only endure the next great recession, but pull us through stronger than before. Our region is training, upskilling, and educating a new wave of workforce. If you do not rezone the 733 acres to industrial, you are giving away a skilled and educated workforce to a region that does have the opportunities IEC would provide, continuing the brain drain that plagues our region. The company's decision to open shop in St. Joe County. We are a region of risk takers, innovators, and doers. We have seen what inaction can do to a region. Studebaker Building sat empty for over 50 years, reminding South Bend of what was and what will never be again. But then someone, he left, took the risk to invest in, and now they're humming with commerce built on dark fiber, the entrepreneurial spirit, and faith in the future. We must open our doors to new and sometimes uncomfortable opportunities. The due diligence done by the IUC Steering Committee is as much as any one group can do. Finally, my decision to speak tonight in support of the rezoning request. Not only do I represent the South Bend Elkhart Regional Partnership, whose sole goal is to better the lives of everyone in our region through inclusive economic development, I speak on behalf of myself. I am a resident of St. Joe County. My home is a mere 3.2 driving miles from the eastern edge of the IUC. My brother works for the railroad that could be positively impacted by more business from the IUC, and my grandfather was a farmer who leveraged his land to create a small business that inevitably provided a better life for his children and grandchildren. I believe this development will bring greater job opportunities, a stronger and diverse tax base to support better public education, and more Main Street business opportunities through increased population and demand. To that end, I urge you to approve this rezoning request and shape a more resilient and prosperous future for the region. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Neal. I reside at 321 Main Street here in South Bend. I'm a partner of Bradley Company and a board member of the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. Tonight, I'm asking you to please vote in favor of new property tax revenue to support public safety, schools, and foster investment in the quality of life we want for all residents. I'm also asking you to vote in favor of new, good-paying jobs and to provide a clarion call that here in St. Joe County, we want to recruit, retain, develop, and educate all of our residents to find meaningful employment, to raise their families, enjoy this place we call home, and give back to their communities. I have no financial interest in how this land will be developed if you agree to tonight's rezoning request. But like you, I have an extraordinary interest in our community's future and us having to invest in an environment where investment capital is deployed productively, mindful of one's neighbors, and doing so in a way that others will do the same, while also respecting our community's heritage, protecting the environment, seeking social equity, and enhancing our region's quality of life. That's a lot to balance, but balance it we must. Those are some of the reasons I'm asking you to vote in favor of the rezoning request before you tonight. Look at driving communities anywhere. What do they all have in common? And Employment base of educated, committed workers, and an economic environment marked by opportunities for good paying jobs. Thriving communities are also usually marked by forward-looking elected officials like yourselves, seeing the challenges and the opportunities for the future and leaning into them to solve them today. We're in this together. We know one another. We're all good-hearted Midwesterners just trying to do the right thing. But we need your vision, your leadership, your commitment to a better future to move us forward. What are the other reasons for rezoning? Population growth. We need to thoughtfully leverage our land, proximity to population centers, and ease of living in St. Joe County. It's a great place to live. But it's got to be a great place to work in order for us to get those jobs. And let's always vote for Democrats. As you've heard said before, they're not Democratic jobs, Republican jobs. There are jobs, and we need good paying jobs here. I support the rezoning request. I support investing in the future. I support seizing this opportunity before us make it happen. And so I ask you again, please show the same support by voting in favor of both rezoning requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Question for
Mr. Neal?
Mark, you mentioned the Bradley Corporation, you're a board member, did you say, or you
I'm
work
a
for?
board member of the Indiana Economic Development Corporation, so in the north central Indiana rep.
But you worked for Bradley at one time, or?
No, I work for Bradley, I'm a partner of Bradley Company. The IEDC is a volunteer job, a volunteer gig.
Has Bradley looked at building out in the IEDC over the years? You know,
So Bradley Company itself, we don't own anything. We manage, we broker, we provide advisory services, we don't own anything. We certainly have talked about projects, the sister company has talked about projects throughout, and there's been a lot of development that's already been done.
because you do a very good job in in my district, in certain part of the county, in this case, in the city, you know, which is not too far from New Carlisle, just for Olive Township. I'm just curious why, you know, Bradley doesn't look like, you know, look at going west a little bit more.
So we ourselves don't do any of that investing, but the sister company does, and they've invested in quite a few projects here in St. Joe County and continue to look for opportunities.
But not in Olive Township.
I'm not aware of anything, I'm not involved in any specific development that they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else who's present like to speak in favor of Bill 2720? Is there anyone that, listening remotely, that would like to speak in favor of Bill 2720?
President Morton,
Yes, sir.
Andy Castellani, President of the St. Joseph County Board of Commissioners with offices on the 7th floor of the County City Building. I quickly want to first address a question I believe Councilman Krasinski asked, who the county leaders, and I guess by default, that would be me. I initiated conversation with the town of New Carlisle and Olive Township by simply asking them what they would like. What are things that were important to them? I took that list back to Bill Shellio, who worked with the town engineer, and with Jamie Woods, who helped work with the different attorneys. We tried to put together the resolutions that everyone was able to pass by simply asking questions, and shame on me for not doing this a number of months ago, but at least we're beginning to get it right now. So I just wanted to add that point of clarification. And I just want to add that you all in those seats, when I had been sitting in that seat for the last 2 years, we've been asked to listen to the farmers, to not have the county impose our will on the farmers in the New Carlisle area. And the county did that. The county never once tried to impose their will on any farmers in New Carlisle. It's interesting then that those very same individuals, and I think you'll be hearing from them in a little bit, talking about protecting the farmers and listening to the farmers, are now the very ones who are not listening to the farmers and who are not in favor of the farmers doing with their property as they see fit. And I'm sure that the conversation is going to turn to smoke-filled backdoor deals. And sometimes, though, it's possible when reasonably minded individuals come together, have honest conversations, that we can, in fact, come to some agreement for what's better and what's in the best interest for development of the people that we represent. So thank you for your time, and I would certainly appreciate you supporting this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this bill that's listening in remotely?
Mr. President, this is Dick Nussbaum.
What? Go ahead, Mr. Nussbaum.
Mr.
Please state your
President,
name and, please
Yes.
state your name and address for the record.
Richard Nussbaum, 225 South Sunnyside Avenue, South Bend, Indiana. I'm going to do my best not to repeat anything. A lot of very good people have given a lot of very good arguments in favor of this petition. Mr. President, about, I don't know, 6 weeks or so ago, maybe less, we lost a dear friend in Joe Kern. And I served with Joe for many, many years. And when he was mayor of South Bend, one of the things that really struck me was his vision for the future. And one of the things that he said quite often was, our future here in this community, South Bend, St. Joe County, was to the northwest. And that was part of the reason why the Blackthorn Project began. As part of the reason why the city of South Bend teamed up with St. Joseph County and the town of New Carlisle for the Iron Tech Iron Coat project. And I think the area in the Northwest has a great future. And I know that this is a tough decision. But I think that all of you, that if you would support this decision, will find that our good friend Joe was right, and that our future is to the Northwest. And I know that you will do the right thing, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else listening remotely who would like to speak in favor of Bill 2720? Hearing none. Does anyone wish to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that is here present? Mr. Catanzaro?
May I ask for a 10-minute recess?
Pardon?
May I ask for a 10-minute recess?
Is the council
Does anybody?
good with that?
Aye.
It's up to, that's not my call. It's up to the council. It's up to all of us.
Ask for a vote.
Make a motion to take a 10-minute recess.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
We will take a 10-minute recess.
Not long, I might. Can't stop plugging, right? No, I knew. 'Cause I saw he responded one more time, you're like, hey, let's that.
quite effective as large-scale money laundering mechanisms.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any of that. I never saw that. I mean, there was one allegation. I was the treasurer of several of the Trump properties where I owned apartments in. That's really where I started. I bought them as investments prior to working for Trump. And for example, the building that I live, which is a Trump building, I think we had one Russian family, and over at Trump World Tower, the same thing there. There's a small percentage of the building that's Russian. I think what they were probably referring to was some Toronto that had Russian money behind it, as well as some Soho that had Russian money behind it. But to my knowledge, there was no money laundering.
Let me ask you about something else that came as a total surprise to me in the book, something I didn't see coming, and I'm not quite sure what to make of it. It's a little awkward because I am a cable news host, and it's about cable news. But you write in some detail about a primetime host at the Fox News Channel speaking by phone with the president. You say the call is on your cell phone, and you put it on speaker so the president can have this conversation, but you're there, it's on your phone.
No, Rachel, I just connected the two calls together.
Oh, I thought this one was on speaker on your phone. Well, let me say it the way you put it. You quote the host saying, "Mr. Trump, I can't come out publicly to endorse you at this time. It would destroy my credibility as it relates to you. But I want you to know that I am today and have always been behind you. I speak to Michael on a daily basis. Anything he has asked me to do that benefits you, I have done." I know that every cable news network is different and journalism is viewed differently by different people, but that seems like a crazy thing for somebody in the news business to pledge to a political candidate. What was going on there?
They were behind him. Mr. Trump's ratings were through the roof during the campaign and everybody wanted a piece of him. And so, what did they do? They promised him the world. They pulled a Trump on Trump. Whatever it is that he was looking for, whatever it is that he wanted, they were prepared to give it to him, so long as that they can get an exclusive, that they can get a weekly interview, that he would make phone calls to them in order to discuss what he's doing and give them access behind the blue robes.
The other twist in this part of the book is that this process to call the president sort of
So you might want to take your comments and adhere to that.
President Morton, that is actually why I'm standing here, because I have two questions before we get started, and I don't want to take my time. One is that I have two letters from adjacent neighbors. They're elderly, and they were not able to come here tonight because of COVID. One is Steve Coleman at 56181 Willow Road, New Carlisle, Indiana. The other one is Neil Parsons, 56485 Willow Road, New Carlisle, Indiana. And they wanted to make sure that their opposition was registered in the public record. So I wanted to review those.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everyone, please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address the council, and that 3 minutes will be adhered to.
My name is Jennifer Best. I live at 23150 Roosevelt Road. I just want to say at the beginning, we would welcome questions. We think this is really important, and we'll answer any questions that you have. And I also want to say my husband is a farmer. I noticed in the previous presentation, they're talking out of two sides of their mouth. On the one hand, it's about these small farmers, the Sebastis. But on the other hand, you have everyone in industry and development in the greater regional area here. So it sure seems like it's a lot more about the ninth largest mega industrial development in the United States, the Indiana Enterprise Center. I'm a member of the Open Space and Agricultural Alliance. We have several members who are going to address each of the standards for rezoning in Indiana statute and why we believe The proposed rezoning does not meet these standards. We respectfully ask you to remember that you are both fiduciary stewards and stewards of this land, and that the cost of changing land from agricultural to industrial is irrevocable for us and for future generations. However, a no vote tonight is not irrevocable. It rather allows you and us and all stakeholders to have an actual time to ensure sound planning is done and in place before lasting economic development decisions and investments are made. As Mr. Fellows stated, the rezoning does not conform to the first goal of the plan. I also want to add from the the 2002 Comprehensive Land Use Plan, which is the first standard in Indiana statute for rezoning. It says, to alleviate and minimize the loss of agricultural land, a goal to be carried out by the policy of directing public utility investment away from areas designated as being of high agricultural importance, which we already discussed. I'd also like to say from the environmental constraint summary on page 3.9, the floodplain and wet soil conditions in the western part of the county preclude heavy development. Agricultural and non-floodplain areas should continue to be encouraged. The rezoning also conflicts with a priority in the plan to reclaim brownfield areas. By investing time and money in greenfield development not in conformity with the comprehensive plan, the county pays an opportunity cost of not achieving its designated development goals. You've been told tonight that you don't have to follow the comprehensive plan. It's a guide. Well, the plan is valuable as a guide precisely because it is comprehensive in all of its implications of land use, and it was based on engagement of all stakeholders. In previous county meetings, we have outlined the extensive involvement of the public in the comprehensive plan. This stands in sharp contrast to the public consistently and over time being marginalized in this process of the IEC and the area management plan. You have also heard on other nights that the comprehensive plan is out of date and therefore irrelevant. The same interest, the Economic Development Office that have advised you to ignore the comprehensive plan are the same ones who have prevented it from being updated. Larry Magliasso's letter is very clear that for several years he has tried to create or amend the comprehensive plan, and now suddenly this evening, after a rezoning vote, they're suddenly talking about doing a new comprehensive land use plan. That seems like very convenient timing. His letter points out the many ways in which he was thwarted from doing his job, which is planning. We do ask that you require a comprehensive plan update before you approve any rezoning. However, as Larry's letter demonstrates, and our assessment of the process heretofore validates, the Planning Office, as currently part of the Department of Infrastructure Planning and Growth, no longer has the independence to be able to create that plan. The commissioners, Mr. Castelli and Ms. Fleming, and the Economic Development Office have lost all trust with many residents of New Carlisle, Alice Township, and St. Joe County. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am, Ms. Hess?
I have a few questions. You started out by saying this, we would be approving the ninth largest mega industrial project in the country. Could you define the acreage that is involved in that?
I believe now,
The rezoning restriction was
I believe that ninth largest industrial number was still given with the 7,200 acres.
Okay.
But I could find you the exact quote to make sure that that's correct.
Okay, so not the 700 acres we're talking about tonight.
Not the 700 acres, no. But I think that's the wedge for the Indiana Enterprise Center to get started.
Okay, well, they can only go so far, I believe, without approval from council, but I also think that, it was stated that area plan staff actually sent it to the commission, area plan commission, with a favorable recommendation. Is that true?
No, the Area Plan Commission sent all three rezonings with unanimous
I know the
unfavorable
commission, I
recommendations.
am asking
The
more
staff.
about the staff.
The staff just makes recommendations to the Area Plan Commission as a board, and then it's up to the board to make a decision, set it forward to the council.
Correct.
Staff does not make any recommendations to the council.
No, but did
We-
you make recommendations to the area plan commission in favor?
To the board, we made a favorable recommendation with an asterisk of, wanting to protect the wetlands and the woods.
And then, I know you mentioned again the brownfield development, which of course the county has no jurisdiction over. When that plan was developed in 2002, it was developed with St. Joe County and the city of South Bend. I would imagine going forward, the plan is going to have, I don't know if the city of South Bend is going to be involved in that plan. However, we have no jurisdiction, the county, over the city of South Bend and the brownfield development and those areas. And I think Mr. Ray addressed the answer to why that's challenging to develop those areas.
May I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, one of the reasons he said it was challenging was because of industrial contamination or environmental contamination. I mean, that's a big concern when you develop the greenfield site, that there could be additional environmental contamination. The Sebastis have signed away their rights to the county of who the owner is going to be. So when they're talking about all of these pledges and promises they're making, they've already signed a document with the redevelopment commission that gives them the right to actually pick the owner. So we really don't have a guarantee that the greenfield, that there wouldn't be more environmental contamination. And I do hear what you're saying about the city and the county being separated, but something that our group has advocated for is that there would be we believe that there could be greater cooperation between the two entities, and that could be figured out. I mean, that's something we're glad to talk more
The
and
city
more about.
removed their area plan from us, just saying.
I think they've been frustrated.
Okay, I'll pass to Bonnie.
Mr. Krasinski?
I'm sorry, but I didn't catch your name, but,
Sure. Jennifer Beck.
thank you. I apologize. But right off the bat, you mentioned something about state statute. We know that Mr. Sebasti's attorney, Mr. Augustino, doesn't deal in guidelines or regulatory statutes. He probably, I don't know if he deal with state statute, but if we ask for the state statute that you were referred to, could you provide us that?
Yes, I could look it up I have it in my computer, so yes, I could sit down and get it to you.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
To me, it, just like a resolution, that's really meaningful either, because that could change daily as this has in the last 3 months or 4 months or 6 months.
I'll sit down and pull it up for you and write it down and hand it to, who do I hand it to?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So do you need copies of Mr. Maglioli's letter?
No,
No, you have.
we haven't.
Everybody's seen it all?
Yes, we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Dan Caruso, 305 Compton Street, New Carlisle, Indiana. I'll address the second criterion for rezoning, paying reasonable regard to current conditions and the character of current structures and uses in each district. This area is primarily agricultural in character. It is true that some industry is nearby, but it is not adjacent, it is further apart. What is not agricultural is wooded or wetlands. These rezoning petitions are part of a larger development scheme circumventing planning processes that would transform conditions of the area to heavy industry. The comprehensive plan, representing stakeholder consensus, sets limits exactly to avoid adhering to the character of the district. As one local resident said at the Area Plan Commission hearing, enough is enough. Move on to the third criterion, the most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. Who decides what is most desirable? It's clear what residents affected by this development desire. Open Space and Agriculture Alliance, OSA, volunteers went door to door surveying Olive Township residents living in or near the IEC area. 80% were opposed to the IEC. St. Joseph County Farm Bureau Policy Development Survey completed this spring had 117 agree with the moratorium on the IEC until the project's master plan is reconciled with the comprehensive land use plan. Only 7 were against. OSA petitions opposing the IEC OSA's petition opposing IEC has been signed by almost 300 residents of New Carlisle and Olive Township. I have been to dozens of meetings, have not heard from the township, or the county, anyone speak in favor of the IEC. Yes, we want economic development, we aren't hostile to business. We just want authentic engagement in the process, and we want to know our elected officials have the info they need to make the decisions on our behalf. On a positive note, over 300 pages of public comment were released today after months of delay. It took an APRA request to accomplish this, and that fact is further proof that the lack of transparency and public involvement still goes on. It would have been nice if these ideas and concerns could have been taken into consideration before the closed door compromise resolution was signed, sealed, and delivered. This rural neighborhood is home to a multi-generational community that wants to stay grounded in place. At the County Council Committee meeting 2 weeks ago, Mr. Agostino noted that only some of the speakers against the rezoning were from New Carlisle. There were no speakers.
Sir?
I didn't hear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It just buckled.
Okay, sorry.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Krasinski? Sir? Mr. Russo?
Mr. Crusoe, you mentioned something about 300 signatures from residents in Olive Township or New Carlisle. Did we get a copy of those?
On the website.
I can email it.
Pardon me, here?
I can email it to you. I don't have a printer here.
I don't know if we received that, because I don't recall seeing it, you know? Okay, all right, thank you. And then, Dan, you mentioned something about you went door to door, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't back when you or Bob Huntsberger or Chris Cobb, probably around here somewhere, did a presentation to us, didn't you put on a PowerPoint slide, put up the residents that were in favor or against?
Absolutely, yes.
Does anybody have that, available?
I'm having trouble getting on internet, but yes, we can send it.
This is Bob Humberger on the phone.
I'm pretty sure Bob's gonna speak it, but there's a couple of things you mentioned would be nice to have again, which we probably have if I look, you know, on my phone, you know, somebody probably wants to make a comment, but I thought maybe that might have been a handout. Thank you, Dave.
I cannot understand what you just said.
That's all right, Bob. I'm pretty sure you'll probably forward that to us, or somebody will.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheila McCarthy. I'm at 519 South St. Joseph Street in South Bend. I work on a farm in South Bend. I would like to buy my own farm. The cost is largely prohibitive. This is a recurring problem. In the 2017 census, the average age of the American farmer is 57 and a half. In just the next 10 years, over 400 million acres will change hands. And whose hands will they go into? Will they go into the hands of young farmers, people interested to go into farming, or will they go into industrial development or into housing? I'd like to talk about the fourth criteria, the conservation of property values throughout the jurisdiction. Changing an area from agricultural to industrial will raise property values on rezoned land. But we also need to think about the surrounding residential properties. Some residents we talked to when we went door to door said that they had reported difficulty in selling their homes as homeowners surrounded by industrial development. Conservation of property values does not mean driving prices as high as possible. It means stopping any decline. The county has an interest in keeping the value of farmland within the purchasing power of local farmers. At $10,000 to $12,000 an acre, it's already difficult for local farmers to purchase land, or for anyone wanting to get into farming to be a farmer. One way this rezoning would have a cascading effect on the area would be by raising the price of land so high it could not be sold for agricultural use anymore. The The county shouldn't be involved in land speculation in this way. The Sebastis bought this land 6 years ago, but they now want to rezone as industrial. Adherence to a comprehensive plan allows a level playing field for the farmers, the prospective developer, the planning professional, the investor, elected officials responsible for the whole picture. Everyone wants to know the rules before they make investment or divestment decisions. One of the most destabilizing factors to market conditions when the comprehensive plan is not followed. In other words, decisions become arbitrary and capricious.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Garrett Blatt. I live at 911 Lindsay Street here in South Bend. Both of my families have farming property. My entire family has been in this area for the entire time they've been in Indiana and the United States. The Blatt Farm on the west side of South Bend, and Tucholsky Farm, which is just on the bottom end of the proposed 22-acre complex. I want to address number 5 of the criteria, responsible development and growth. This is the most complex issue. The burden of proof of responsible development needs to be on the petitioners, because the most straightforward test of whether development is responsible is not whether it conforms to the comprehensive plan, which this development does not. Today, we are going to be filing a public access complaint regarding the crafting of the New Carlisle Town Council's newest resolution. The New Carlisle resolution is presented as a compromise that has brought all parties to the table. Meetings and agendas were changed or upticked on the calendar by the Redevelopment Commission and the Board of Commissioners to signal their support for this compromise. Notice that the document they signed calls for the county to initiate the process of creating a new county-wide comprehensive plan. That's good, and it should be done. And as Jen mentioned, in Larry's letter, the Economic Development Office has resisted this for several years. And suddenly now, we're going to initiate it after the decision has been made to already open the door to the Trojan horse of the IEC. We even know that the New Carlisle Town Council, their own comprehensive plan was already started and shelved in this timeline. This resolution has been developed without public participation, drafted in multiple consecutive executive sessions that likely violate public access law. Council would be wise not to give undue regard to a document of questionable legality. Numerous executive sessions is a red flag. The guidance on executive sessions from Indiana's public access counselor is that a governing body, quote, a governing body should hold only a handful of them a year, if at all, end quote. New Carlisle held executive sessions almost weekly. More concerningly, the justification used for these meetings, conversations with development prospects or their agents, is not supported by the list of those in attendance. Jen, could you hand out we have a list of who were attending meetings.
It's on both sides.
You will note problematically that the memorandum from these meetings, these executive sessions, are also not signed. The signature is a way of certifying to all of us that the narrow scope of the actual meeting topics were met. These appear to be meetings of government officials and employees among themselves.
Mr. Blatt, your time is up.
Hi, are you guys ready? Okay. My name is Catherine Osborne. I live at 517 River Avenue in South Bend. South Bend address, but I am a St. Joe County small business owner and taxpayer. I in fact just paid my quarterly income taxes last week to St. Joseph County. And Dan was cut off, he finished his 3 minutes, just before he was about to say that we all have a lot of standing to address this. We all live in St. Joe County and we all care about it. And I don't think that anybody on our side has ever suggested that the pro-IUC forces don't care about the county. We just think that they have the wrong vision. Whereas it isn't often suggested that we somehow don't care about it because many of us live in South Bend. I think that's inaccurate, and I wanted to stipulate that for the record. The new Carlisle Town Council resolution that Garrett was just talking about is only the most recent of a longer history and larger pattern of sidelining the public, the planning office, local town and township elected officials, and frankly, the county council. The Economic Development Office has consistently tried to ensure that key decisions are made before meaningful input can be given. The long-delayed area management plan draft was released in February 2020, with the closing for comment in April. However, the rezoning petition you're now considering had its first reading on March 10th. If the petition's forward movement had not been interrupted by the pandemic, it would have been voted on before the comment period on the area management plan had even closed. The rezoning would have rendered all that public comment irrelevant. And even now, we find ourselves in the same situation. Even as the petition has been delayed by multiple factors, the public comments on the area management plan were just released hours before this meeting, so that nobody had a chance to actually go through them. We have been told that of the 300 pages received, only 1 or 2 are favorable to the IUC. So I have looked at them myself. It just came out stated under advisement. In the meantime, this rezoning petition and the false compromise resolution, which we believe was crafted in these executive sessions that may have violated Indiana's open doors law, have been pursued relentlessly. And conveniently, a yes vote tonight would lock in place how the area management plan is to be revised, even before the public comments on that plan have been read by almost anybody. A responsible process would be designed responsibly. It would be set up so that decisions respond to public input instead of preemptive. And what we're asking you, the county council, to do tonight is to exercise due diligence before you vote on this zoning petition, which you can only really do if you were given more time to see the public comments and to actually work through them. I will not belabor the arguments that you've heard before, the overuse of the executive session meeting, the possibility of other communications going on. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jack Taylor, I live at 217 West Michigan Street in New Carlisle. I'm going to continue with the statement from Melissa, but before I do, I just wanted to say that I understand the Sebastian families wanting to take care of their kids, their folks, and make sure that their futures are rosy as they can make. I understand that exactly. I have kids, I have grandkids, and I have the same desires for mine, so I want you to understand that. I also want to say that the resolution and the pronouncements coming out of the people who are proponents of this, who are seeking things other statuses, the concessions on the part of the townspeople in the town, the enabling of the IEC people and the county development for continuing expenditures, it all goes on. But the payback is always going to be later. The standards and guidelines that are going to be applied to this new development, they'll be developed down the road. The comprehensive plan will be, what, 1 or 2 years, I think the lady said. I don't know. What we give now, and what we get is a promise of the future. And everything sounds like a brochure. You're our last line of defense. We told you that before. You betray yourselves at that. It's time to step up. Okay. Told you my name, told you where I live. Ironically, the area management plan itself is an attempt to exclude the planning office from involvement in economic development. Bill Shaliola has paid consultants hundreds of thousands of dollars to do a planning process for which they were not really qualified. When the county has professional staff, whose very job it is to perform such tasks as a part of their regular duties. South Bend Planners carried out a similar scope project to amend the comprehensive plan update in as little as 6 months for a price tag of $50,000, all during COVID-19. Voting no tonight allows the St. Joseph County to pursue a similar path. Comprehensive plans are tools that should lead to good investment. The Ontario group has spent more than 4 months pursuing the process to the public comments, and it took them how long to prepare the plan in the first place, and how much money has been paid. All this wasted money spent so that Bill Shaliola could continue to control the plan. afraid that the irresponsibility, the pursuit, some would say folly of what he was doing, would be called up if his own colleagues, professional planners, were able to work with the public to develop an authentic plan. The deliberate sidelining of the planning office and the reasons for it have been exposed by the letter sent to the members of the council by Larry Magliotti upon his retirement as planning director. His letter exhaustively documents the exclusion of the planning office from work on the IEC, Bill Shelley's strategy to avoid a comprehensive plan update, the subversion of the council's own authority to oversee county finances in order to steer more resources to the economic development office. The creation of a merged IPG department is probably in violation of both state and county statutes to facilitate the transfer of resources and the erosion of public trust. And I'll just leave that there. That's a big issue, though, public trust. You guys can fix that.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kathy Schutz, and I live at 911 Leland Avenue in South Bend, which is St. Joseph County and a northwest part of the city, which has been heavily impacted by previous industry. So needless to say, it's a pattern that I think we should all be very careful about. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. By rezoning, the property in question does not support your criteria of responsible development growth. I'd like to talk right now about another reason why it does not support, and we're talking about the scale of this rezoning request and how it fits into the overall IEC development proposal. This is a big domino to push, and it's being pushed hoping that the rest of it will fall in place. So the landholders of this petition, who have been working directly with county elected officials and staff, are hoping to sell their land high and provide the building block of land the county officials and staff need to push their IEC plan to the point of no return before we even have a planning process. The scale and the strategy of development they're aiming for is not responsible development and growth. You raised the question, Councilwoman Hess, about, are we talking about 700 acres here today, or were you talking about the IEC? And it strikes me, after watching the parade of all the economic development specialists in the region, that perhaps we're talking about more than 700 acres today, and we all know it. This is the wedge. The role of the county staff and commissioner in the county has been a huge development, and it's far beyond the limit set by the plan. We all know that they started looking at a planning area of 130,000 acres, and a proposed area of 22,000 acres, and then we're very quick to say, actually, we've narrowed this down to 7,200 acres. I don't know where you got those numbers from, but we're 7,200 acres now, and we're starting with this rezoning before we have an area management. Given the stated ambition of an industrial megaplex, current rezoning decisions should be approached as a tipping point for more extensive development. The effect on property values alone might tip the scale against local communities. The new Carlisle Town Council's recent resolution talks about limits, but does not talk about guarantees. So until the authoritative planning process sets clear limits on development that will be respected, rezoning risks loss of control over development. The acres in question essentially opens the door to the IEC with the hope that no one is going to have to talk about it directly. They just open the door. The entire idea of the rezoning and the IEC area management plan is to set the table, to prepare resources for action on projects when they present themselves. That's what the area management plan itself states. It strongly states also that it is not a master plan, and it is not a comprehensive plan. Wouldn't responsible growth spring from a comprehensive plan rather than a resource readiness document?
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the sanitizing thing. I don't see anybody doing sanitizing. To the right of you. In the jar.
There's wipes and...
Okay. So my name is Judith Zableski, and I live at 515 South Main Street in South Bend, Indiana. Area code 46619. I'd like to repeat an important reminder that was just mentioned. Land use has so much
wider context of responsibility and creation of employment opportunities. Here's an argument that our responsibilities for the care of prime farmland and open space areas must be a part of our zoning decision. We argue that the permanent restriction of prime farmland is not responsible development. This fact was recently acknowledged by the Area Plan Commission in comments regarding a separate petition to rezone farmland in another part of the county. The planning staff wrote, in quote, in 1979, St. Joseph County rezoned 300 square miles of the county to a new intensive agricultural zoning district. The intent of this new district was to strongly enforce the preservation of agricultural land in St. Joseph County. Agricultural land is a natural resource that must be protected to meet the food needs of not only Indiana, but the entire country. That comes from June 16, 2020, Area Plan Commission 10. Purdue Extension lays out the serious consequences of the loss of prime farmland. We believe that rezoning agricultural land should also be considered in this context. We need to consider the following. Food is produced on prime farmland more efficiently and with less soil erosion, resulting in less pollution from sediment, nutrients, and pesticides. When prime land is lost, it not only takes more non-prime land to produce the same amount of food, but also results in lower returns per unit of production input. Second, our nation's agricultural land base, although large, cannot be expanded much beyond current levels without sacrificing efficiency. Third, loss of agricultural land to urban development, by and large, is irreversible. The inflexibility of much urban land use makes it impractical, if not impossible, to bring such land back into production again. This is not the case when cropland is diverted to forestry, forage production, or recreation uses. Such acreage can be returned to intensive grade production if needed. Fourth, since 1982, Indiana has lost over 740,000 acres of farmland. It's not responsible development to target prime farmland for conversion to industry. The comprehensive plan wisely, The comprehensive plan wisely makes protecting farmland a county priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Robuski? Mr. Martin?
Mr. Tanzar?
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Earlier in your statistics you were putting out the 300 square mile, what was that reference to, the 300 square miles? Industrial rezone 300 square miles, you said?
Yeah, the planning staff of the Area Plan Commission in 1979, they quoted that in 1979, St. Joseph County rezoned 300 square miles of the county to a new intensive agricultural zoning district. The intent of this new district was to strongly enforce the preservation of agricultural land in St. Joseph County.
Okay. Thank you. I wasn't sure. I thought you were referring to industrial, but I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Arthur Wheeler, and I live at 50707 Carrington Place Court in South Bend. This is the final argument about why we believe you should reject this petition on the basis of not meeting the criteria of, quote, responsible development. It's a massive 44-year greenfield TIF in which these rezoning petitions are located, and it's not promoting responsible development and growth. The location of development here will entail large infrastructure costs, both startup and in perpetuity for the county. Current best practices in development planning guides guide local governments away from incurring such costs, which often exceed economic benefits. Sadly, the location of development in this TIF area ensures that the county as a whole does not benefit from the proposed development. We believe that it's not responsible for the county to invest its resources in development that causes significant losses of valuable existing farmland with no significant return. The TIF instrument is misapplied here. In a truly blighted redevelopment area, it may make sense for the county to give up immediate tax revenue for new development, because that development rehabilitates a blighted site that wasn't bringing any benefit. Even if the county gets no taxes back directly, there's still improvement to the quality of life. However, in Belial, the area doesn't need to be improved or redeveloped. It already provides many economic and quality of life benefits to the neighborhood and the county. Indeed, it needs to be pure protection. The New Belial Economic Development Area TIF is funding destruction, not rehabilitation. It's legal in Indiana, but that doesn't mean it's responsible. And responsible development is a standard for rezoning. Bottom line here is show us the map. You demand the map. How does this pencil out? It's a simple formula. Does the revenue that will be generated exceed the short-term costs, mid-term costs, and importantly, the legacy long-term infrastructure costs, inclusive of repair and replacement? If the proponents have shown you these projections, then why haven't we as stakeholders have privity to them invited into the robust discussion that should follow? Since the county will see no minimal benefit from industrial development of this land, but will instead incur losses, the county would provide to reject the petition and instead move forward with a comprehensive plan before considering rezoning the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Christopher Pond, 215 East Brookhaven Street in South Bend. I want to start my remarks to you tonight on the subject of risk. We badly want economic win in this county. But how do we get them? We've been told a scintillating story this evening by pretty much every economic development luminary in the Tri-County region who came in to sing the praises of this and to say how rezoning these 700 acres are going to bring in the millennium in St. Joseph County. I thought it was a little bit over the top, perhaps. But I know you know what salesmanship is, and I know you saw there was a lot of salesmanship going on. What this salesmanship we're really talking about is just what my friend Art was speaking about. Why aren't the people who are promoting this development talking about how much it will cost and what it will actually bring in tax base? Perhaps because it won't bring anything into tax base for 20 years because it's located in the tip. It doesn't look like there is much that we gain from taking the risk of rezoning this land on trust for them to bring in what development they can get that's going to bring about these miraculous transformations. It can sound great to stop brain drain, bring in these great tech jobs, all these things, these great things that are going to happen. But why do we do it this way? Well, they said to us that the companies don't want to take on risk. They don't want to take on risk. But what their advice to us is, what their advice to you is, take on risk. Do this on spec. Trust us. When, as the first speaker, my friend Jen Beck said, they've been talking out of both sides of their mouth. Mr. Agostino stood up here and he said that you should think about agriculture as being industry. Then later in his own conversation, in his own presentation, he talked about how farmers work hard because they have to work with the soil. the soil is exactly what differentiates agriculture from industry. Agriculture works the soil and it preserves the soil. Industry scrapes that topsoil off and sends it away. He's trying to get you to forget about that basic, fundamental, life-preserving difference. It's a big risk to forget about where our food comes from. If you, as the stewards of our county, are taken in by the salesmanship of a community that primarily wants access to the county's resources being given to them, you will be putting us in a very perilous position.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Davis. I live at 1801 Nash Street, South Bend, Indiana. And for the last 7 years, from 2013 to 2019, I had the honor of being on the Area Plan Commission, where I not only made recommendations for the city of South Bend, but I took the time to do my homework for cases that came from the county also. So therefore, Mr. President, and all the other council people, you all were able to read what I did, not just from the city, but from the county, because I gave my homework from all of that. One of the reasons I was a stickler to a lot of the issues that came up before me is because of these two people that you see, my grandparents. One day I came home, and I never forget it. My grandmother saw me in the street with my bicycle. And she said, "You're grounded. You should not ride your bicycle in the street." The next day, she came home, and I was on a bicycle. And she said, "Didn't I tell you not to ride your bicycle?" I said, "Grandma, you said not to ride my bicycle. This is not my bicycle. This is Marcus's bicycle." My grandmother, Lord have mercy, rest her soul, was about to take out her switch, and said, "Boy, you get in here," and I was grounded so bad it was horrible. What she was telling me is, you try to split hairs and stuff like that, and you're going to get punished and whipped and grounded forever. Okay? As a zoning person, you're going to try to say that this is not a 700, this is not a part of the 7,200 plan. If this was not a part of the 7,200 acres, then all these distinguished people wouldn't have been here tonight. I know that. I was on the zoning. And in zoning, you got to deal with all the rich folks, all the powerful folks, the people who threaten you to put you out of office, and then you're there, I went through all of that. Went to law, some law, so what can you do? And so, but I had to stay a stickler, because more politicians get in trouble over zoning than anything else. And I knew that, and my older people taught me that. So I had to stay a stickler with that when it came to the 2002 plan. If all of these people came tonight to say, we need to change the 2002 plan, I would be up here fighting for that, because we need to change it. Okay, you need to make some changes, but you cannot argue the 2002 plan in the same document and then take away from it in the same document. You can't have ice cream and then say it's bad and then have it again. That's crazy. Like I was trying to do with my grandmother, this is my bike and this is Margaret's bike. Yeah, she didn't buy that. She didn't have a high school education. She didn't have a college degree. She didn't have anything about zoning, but she did have a switch. And so she taught me, you don't play around with stuff like that. You gotta be fair to everybody, whether they're in the county, outside of the city, whether they're in the city, whether they're Democrat, Republican, whoever. You're fair when it comes to zoning. And that's what people have to see in each one of you. People are telling me, I may not like you, but you were fair when it came to zoning. And that's what I have to say to you. In the honor of my grandparents tonight, and in the honor of all of that, I think about that when I think about my behind that night of not being fair. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Stephen Story. I live at 910 Milton Street in South Bend, and I'm a farmer in South Bend. And according to the Food and Agricultural Organization, the global amount of productive farmland per person in 2050 will be a quarter of what it was in 1960. And as a farmer, something I think about a lot is how critical our farmland is and how precious of a resource it is. And I wasn't planning to get up and talk, but I think one point I just wanted to make is that the framing of this rezoning as an act supporting farmers seems a bit seems asinine to me. I think, as I talk to a lot of farmers on a weekly basis, I've never heard farmers say that we want rezoned land so that we can sell the land. What seems more imperative is investment in farmers and investment in our farmland. And yeah, I think as we approach this huge land transfer that Sheila talked about earlier, I just think it's important for St. Joe County to consider whether we're setting a precedent of transferring this farmland from farmer to farmer, and whether we're making this farmland accessible to up-and-coming and young farmers, or whether we're perpetuating this cycle of losing farmland, paving farmland, developing farmland, as populations grow and as our need for food production continues to grow.
Thank you.
Diane Poole, 7393 Tulip Lane, New Carlisle. We keep hearing the statement that the people of New Carlisle and Olive Township do not actually oppose the IEC plan, and I find that puzzling. OSA made no secret of the survey that we volunteers took of the people who live in the core development area. We simply asked citizens' opinion, pros, cons. Their feedback was easily 80% negative. The people of Olive Township spoke no. There have been several letters published in the South Bend Tribune, some from people outside of the IEC district, all asking for a ban or at least a moratorium on this project. The citizens of St. Joseph County spoke no. At several council meetings, many of us filled this room, and when it was allowed, brought forth solid reasons based on fact why this industrial complex should be canceled. The people of New Carlisle spoke no. With the last election, the citizens of New Carlisle voted for a town board. They quickly put together a letter firmly stating their opposition to this project. Olive Township trustees added their name to the letter. Our local elected officials voted no. Even at council meetings that did not allow open mics, people filled this room. The people spoke in the silence with their numbers. No. At the last meeting, they had an open mic. Those of us opposed to tearing up our farmland certainly did welcome the time again to bring the reasons why this must be stopped. And again, we filled the room and we lined up to speak. There were many people listening online, and they expressed their opposition repeatedly. It even reached the point where one council member, thinking that the night would never end, asked that we could stop. But it was the citizens' turn to voice their concerns, and they took it. What time did we finish that? About 9:30? Something like that? Yes, the people of New Carlisle, Olive Township, South Bend, and the county have repeatedly expressed their concerns.
No.
The question really is anyone listening, or does anyone care?
Ma'am?
Well, I had one question. You wanted to say something, though, I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I just had a question regarding the surveys you took. I just need my memory refreshed on what the questions were on that survey, what they were saying no to.
We simply asked, how do you feel about the IEC development?
And how was that presented to them? I mean,
We had a standard question that was very non-committal. I don't have that.
I mean, were they saying no to 22,000 acres of development, or were they saying no to 7,200? I mean, I'm just asking, were they saying no to 700 acres of development? I mean, what were they saying no to?
The whole big con.
The whole big con, okay.
Yeah.
And then I think.
Ma'am, your comment on being here one night and one council person said, can we just stop? Can you just stop? Could you elaborate on that?
Well, at the time, we all laughed because it had gone on for so long. It was like, oh, no! But I think after we said it, and it was like, okay, I've been to them all right now. But no one took that with effect.
It was who?
That's the important thing. The area plan of the
Oh.
John McNamara.
Oh, okay. No, because, no, I'm glad, thank you for straightening that out, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I very much take offense to that comment, but now that I know it wasn't this body, because we never would do that. Okay? So,
as though it was this body.
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. You just presented it like it was this body.
Right.
And it was not. I want to make that very clear for the record.
Okay.
We never have and never will, like 7-Up. Thank you very much.
We'll stay as long as you want us to.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hi, my name is Becca Mendez. I live at 1254 Lakewood Drive in South Bend. I'm 32 years old, and I just bought my first home here in Joseph County, my first home ever, in January. And my husband works on a 10-acre organic vegetable farm. So I want to tell you what I love about this community and why we chose to make it home. It's things like the U-Pick fields and the bike trails and the local food and the farmers markets and the parks and the native trees. It's not because it has industrial sprawl. And we know that rezoning this land opens up the opportunity for the IEC. And the people who spoke in favor talked about this as a tipping point. And this is not the type of development that young people like myself want to see in our community. There are other ways to build jobs. Please reject this zoning petition. Please work to save farms. I hope that you can see the mind-boggling holes in the logic of the first lawyer that spoke, who tried to say that rezoning this for industrial somehow aligns with the value of attracting farmers. If you want to attract farmers, invest in young farmers like my husband. And I'm sorry, don't pave over the farmland if you want to attract farmers. Lastly, please take the action that will most clearly protect our aquifer. We can't live without food and water. So please pursue sustainable and green development that will make young people like myself want to stay there.
Thank you.
Mr. Morton?
Mr. Dan's right.
Mrs. Mendez?
Ma'am?
I just might add, just so you know, we are a body that does believe in the things you're speaking of. Our county, long before I was in this council and before many of us were here, passed the 20-acre rule that you couldn't just willy-nilly come in here and rezone 1, 2, 3, 4 acres without having at least 20 acres to rezone to put a house on a farmstead. And that's been hailed by Farm Bureau and a lot of agencies as being very progressive and one of the most restrictive ordinances in the state of Indiana and the Midwest, that we have this 20-acre rule. We have been very conscientious as a body to worry about preserving farmland. We do believe in that. And as far as the aquifer goes, I mean, our county council over 20 years ago passed the St. Joe County Groundwater Protection Ordinance, which does set in place protection and mechanisms and even boards to monitor and provide protection of the St. Joseph Aquifer, the one that flows below us, one of the third largest in the U.S., right below us. And we do understand what you're talking about, and we do progressively try to protect that on a regular basis.
Well, thank you for that affirmation. I hope my colleagues will speak to the fact that many of us have questions about whether this actual rezoning actually aligns with those values you just said. So I really hope that you take the vote that actually aligns with those points you made.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Ricky? Ma'am?
I appreciate your comments, especially coming from a young person. I might be one of the younger members on this body, by a few years.
You are.
Experience and knowledge also.
And your point is?
I'm getting there.
what I'm getting at is, the things that you mentioned are why I like this place too. You know, and I've got kids and bike trails and parks, and these things are what make our community a community. And 10-acre organic farms are what make our community a community. I think it is important to differentiate a 10-acre organic farm and a 700-acre commodity-producing farm. They're not selling tomatoes on the root, side of the road. This is probably, I don't know, they're here, it's probably an ethanol plant or feed corn, and a lot of the things that make our community so wonderful are expensive. And we, on this body, have a difficult job of trying to service the voice of the people we represent, but also act as a fiduciary. We have to have the financial aspect of all of this in mind all the time. And sometimes to achieve some of these other goals, we have to look for ways to development. And obviously, it can't be at all costs. We can't do another mega shredder, right? But I think that we have to try to have those conversations to find a path to a meaningful development.
And I see your point about the different levels of farming, but there's a huge difference between a farm, even if it's a soy and corn farm, and a paved over industrial area with cement buildings, and that can't easily be converted back to farmland. And if we're trying to find a path for development, I think my colleagues are going to talk about, the brownfields in the west side, and there are people that need jobs, and there's places where we could do that industrial development that's already been turned into industrial.
You're not wrong at all, and some of this stuff has been really interesting for me to digest and understand myself. When Area Plan was speaking, they commented on Navistar. Are you familiar with that property out there? It's giant. It's 700 acres, and we're calling that heavy industry. But solidly 400 of that is woods, okay? And it's a little bit frustrating sometimes to misclassify, when you hear 700 acres of heavy industry, you're thinking in your head, giant parking lot, and in reality, in this one case, and that's not true of all cases, but in this one case, it isn't that. It's become a wildlife preserve, right? They work with the county parks department. I mean, it's become a environmental benefit. And that's not only that sort of development that's done it. There's others throughout the state. Subaru in West Lafayette has done that, and that's a beautiful plant. But the point is that having, working towards that is better than just allowing this stuff to get piecemealed out. Like Councilman Tanzai was saying, we just end up with a bunch of smaller, bad development. And to the brownfield point, that's another thing. Most of those parcels are handfuls of acres, 7, 10, 20. This is just, the scale of it is so much different.
I think that's true, and I think that a lot of our questions are about scale, and are we talking about a community scale type development, or, outside investors that are going to get rich off of this kind of development? I think that you use the word frustrated, and I thought, when I was hearing some of the arguments aligning the rezoning of this to supporting farmers, and that the family really cares about farming, so they need to be able to sell their land. If they really wanted to farm, then they'd be farming, not selling it. That's real estate, And so, I don't know. I guess.
Maybe that's just a sad testament to where farming is that they have to be real estate brokers.
Yeah.
And that's probably not something this body can change.
But if we're talking about where we're going to put the money of our county, if all of us taxpayers, I think we should be putting our money in investing in food for our future, and protecting our water. We can't live without eating, and we need farmers. And so, maybe rather than paying these outside consultants to do this huge industrial development plan, we should be actually investing in our small farmers so that we can make sure that, in the next pandemic, we all have, food to eat.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your questions. Anything else?
Thank you.
Evening, my name is Casey Maloney. I live at 518 South St. Joseph Street here in South Bend. I'm here because I'm also concerned about the negative effects of industrial development on pristine farmland. We've heard a lot from farm families here in South Bend, and so I won't belabor points that they've already addressed really coherently. But I'm also very aware of the great need we have for well-paying, full-time jobs in this area. I believe that industry and new jobs should be located where workers already live. Here in the city of South Bend, not only do we have a ready and willing workforce, but we also have existing landfills, which Becca already mentioned. These are sites that are already set up and zoned for industrial purposes and are not at this time suitable for growing food. I'm a member of the St. Peter Tabor Catholic Worker community. I work with many South Bend residents who are experiencing homelessness. A lot of these are folks who grew up in different places around the county. We've got folks that we serve who are from Lakeville, Walkerton, Roseland, Mishawaka, Osceola, Carlisle, North Liberty, everywhere. But they live here in South Bend now because there is easy access to services and transportation. Many of these men and women have existing experience in construction, shipping, and manufacturing industries, and some are college educated as well. So these are folks here in South Bend who have skills, initiative, and determination. But what they don't have is transportation to drive out to New Carlisle. We can improve the quality of life for both urban and rural residents of our county by bringing jobs to willing workers and also preserving our green fields. We don't need to pit the city and the county against each other. I think everybody here would agree that we want the city of South Bend and St. Joseph County to work together. But I believe that given the amount of creative and well-informed expertise that's present only in this room, it's possible to make a plan to both make things and grow things here in St. Joe County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, good evening. I'm Susan Lingard. I reside at 58640 Peach Road in South Bend in Warren Township, which is right in town. I'm requesting that the county council say no to the most recent rezoning requirements and requests of the 733 acres to industrial use. This would confirm the original negative recommendation of the Area Planning Commission in June. Suddenly, they now have revised their decision to no recommendation. This location of industrial development takes prime farmland out of use. And county officials who work for all residents of St. Joe County must acknowledge the public objection to rezoning, which is the first step to the extensive IEC project. We need to work together towards community development without displacement and accordance with the wishes of the constituent taxpayers. Please vote no to this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Humbarger. I live at 58010 Tulip Road in New Carlisle. I'm also speaking for Dewey Dahl, who lives on Sage Road, 56316 Sage Road. He cannot be here tonight. Tonight, I wanted to address a couple things I almost can't believe I heard tonight. I heard that we should try to preserve farmland by industrializing or something like that. Maybe I got it wrong. I was in the other room, but really? There was just a comment made about Navistar. Probably a great company, I don't know. But I happened to be in a drainage board meeting, I believe it was last spring, when they were advocating for something to do with the ditch realignment or some drainage issue that they were having. It was related to a project they were working on, completely within their right, but it was to take over 40 acres for a project they had, probably a great project, I don't know. But, everybody there, you know, who was pushing, industrialization, thought that was a great idea. 40 acres is a lot of pavement, and so that's what I thought of when I, you know, they're probably doing some great things out there, but land's being paved over, 40 acres is a lot. And I've heard discussion about, you know, we need to retain young people. I agree with that. It made me think of myself. Not so long ago, I was a young fella, educated, seems like, I know I'm biased, but seems like the kind of guy the county would want to retain. I grew up here, my grandparents grew up here, had deep family roots in the county, really wanted to live in St. Joe County. If I could go back and tell my younger self about this IEC project, I can tell you I would not live in this county. So many elements of this IEC project stink. And when I have two daughters who are coming of age, there's no way I would advise them, if this IEC plan goes through, I don't want them to live here either, as painful as that is. I've been here several times talking to many points about why this thing is being pushed so aggressively before. Did you guys get to vote on it yet? I don't think so. If you did, I missed that meeting. I guess we're voting on it tonight. So I really see these two parcels as a linchpin to the entire IEC project. If this goes through, the project goes through. So I please ask for you to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Deborah Dural, 21677 Alton Road, South Bend. I'm coming here tonight to address some comments and questions about the environmental effects comparisons between farming and development. And first of all, I just want to say we need to have a lot of information to even go down that line of thinking. But my first reaction is, well, it's a little bit like asking about being sick versus being dead. You know, you can have a very degraded soil and it can still recover and go back to what? Once you pave it over, it's dead. There's no future in that land other than the pavement. Farmers are individuals with complex practices relevant to the specific plot of land that they are working. And many of them are paying attention to the changes affecting them in their land, using the products and methods to a degree that we haven't even conceived of. However, development effects seem to center around, at least as water pollution, around the pavement, and impervious materials increasing runoff and flooding, such as happened with Brent Burgess's Glad farmland. Industrial development also brings in other small businesses that contribute to chemicals and runoff, and it's an unknown in the IEC, so we can't really compare. I'm not an expert though, and so last November, before OSU made their presentation to this body, I reached out to Dr. Indra Frank to get a sense for her position on these things, and I would like to encourage you to have a further discussion with her. She has been willing to make herself available to any and all of you. She is with the Hoosier Environmental Council, and she was instrumental in the Water Infrastructure Task Force report that's been going on for 2 years. Aside from these basic characteristics comparing farming to development, one of my own personal decisions in speaking in favor of farming is that it has a potential future life. We can turn farmland into industry, but not industry back into farmland.
with what we need, with what we know now, we need to keep this priority as high as it was in 2002 and raise it even higher.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kay Westhuse, and I live at 216 West Madison Street, South Bend. And I'm here today, to state that I'm opposed to the rezoning and to the IUC plan. And I was initially interested in opposing this because I was very concerned about the aquifer, the Kankakee River aquifer. But what I want to talk about today or tonight is the public input and transparency of the process, because I've heard a number of times tonight that has improved, but according to me, I haven't really found that to be the case. And I provided comments on the IEC when they had that public comment time back in probably the end of March. And when I went online today, I haven't seen the comments at all. You know, the agency, part of this process, I assume that they would be considered by you all before you made a decision. And they weren't there, but today I went online to look at the plan, and there they were. And 308 pages of comments. And there was no summary of the comments, but I did a quick kind of inventory. Approximately 94 people commented, and only one opposed. Have any of you guys read those comments yet or had access to them yet? Yes. Because I will tell you, there's some excellent comments, very thoughtful from a lot of different viewpoints. And I would say evenly distributed between New Carlisle residents and the county residents. And it's just, you know, if you think about it, with 94 people making 308 pages of comments, that means each person made roughly 3 pages of comments. I mean, there was a lot of care that was given into those comments. So I really encourage you guys to read those before making a decision on this rezoning, because as I agree with my colleagues here that the rezoning is the first step towards making this IAC reality, and you really need to hear what the public has to say. And I think that this was a process that was supposed to, you know, provide that information to you, and then it got dropped for some reason. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Oh, there was one more thing I did want to say. Because I have a little time, I should say it, because this was originally what I was going to say before I found out about this, but these comments in there. But when I made the comments, I felt like I wasn't fully informed because there was a lot of appendixes that were referenced in the report that weren't there. And these kind of references were like the stream habitat assessment, threatened and endangered species report, cultural resource desktop review. All those things weren't there for us to read, but they were referenced a lot in the report. So I felt like I was uninformed making my comments because I didn't have the background that they're referencing. So I just want to make that a point as well.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Ty Gunter, 1531 Rockney Drive, South Bend. Before I start with what I had written down, I wanted to talk briefly. I heard a couple of times mentioned that the IEC would attract big tech and tech jobs, good-paying tech jobs. Well, you know, I have one of those good-paying tech jobs right now in the city of South Bend, and it's about 5 minutes from my house, and I can tell you that I wouldn't be interested in moving to near the IEC to have a similar commute, and I wouldn't be interested in having a 30 to 40 minute commute to one of those jobs. So there's plenty of tech jobs in South Bend. I'm open to more, of course, but we've got plenty of land that's available that other people have spoken about that would work fine for something like that. So I think that's a little bit of a misguided suggestion. Anyways, I'd like to talk a little bit about the environmental impact. So I serve as the conservation chair for the South Bend Elkhart Audubon Society, which stands for bird conservation in the St. Joseph and Elkhart counties. As a society, we oppose the IEC development. The farmland currently under review for rezoning is a critical habitat for many birds and other wildlife in the area. Specifically, one bird you may have seen on the land is the sandhill crane. This is a bird that the Indiana Department of Natural Resources defines as being of special concern as far as its population. During the fall months, starting in just a few weeks, the birds will migrate by the thousands through Indiana, and specifically on the lands which I am here to protect. These birds pick over harvested grain and corn before continuing on their journey south. Even after harvest, this land is valuable. Bird records collected by South Bend Elkhart Audubon Society and other citizen scientists show that our area is a critical stopover point for these birds during their migration. Another bird that migrates with the sandhill crane is the whooping crane. The whooping crane is a Indiana state endangered bird and a federally endangered bird. There's only thought to be about 850 left in the wild in the world. I personally had the luck of seeing one about 15 minutes southwest of the IEC development area. It certainly would not surprise me if they also used the IEC development area. The IEC would destroy this habitat and reduce the quality of the habitat in the surrounding land. The sandhill crane is just one of the birds that has lost millions of acres of habitat to development, which has led to a drastic decline in their populations during the industrial age. It's for these reasons that myself, as well as the South Bend Elkhart Audubon Society, oppose the development of the IEC and specifically the rezoning before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Gloss, 759 Portage Avenue, here in South Bend. I am, though, here representing my 15 family members that still live in New Carlisle and Hudson Lake, and particularly my mother, Patricia Gloss, 8858 North, 700 East in New Carlisle. And I come on her behalf because, like many people in the area, she feels that this is a lost cause. She's confident that you guys have already made up your mind, and that all of us who are speaking in opposition are wasting our time, because it's not going to make a bit of difference, because money always will. So I'm kind of confused about what kind of business is going out there, because I hear industrial and then I hear high tech. And when I hear high tech, I think, well, we already have that place. It's called Ignition Park. That's where I work. I work in high tech. And I would love to have some workers. I'm down probably 15 people. I need DevOps. I need back-end developers. I need UI developers. I need visual designers. I need infrastructure people that can work on things like Kubernetes and Alexia. You know, where are those people? Why aren't we developing those people here in South Bend? I don't think that adding some more out in New Carlisle, high-tech jobs, is going to do anything to help attract, you know, more people. You know, where are we going to get the people to fill those jobs? You know, I also, like my colleague, live 5 minutes from where I work. I used to commute from New Carlisle to South Bend to work, but would I do that now? I don't think I would. I mean, my job is 5 minutes away from where I live. So, in the end, I think that this is, you know, it's a good idea. We want development here. We want more jobs for people. We want to be able to develop the people that we have here. We have a workforce in South Bend that needs developed. People need to be re-educated to be prepared for the jobs that we have. Isn't that why we have South Bend Code Schools and programs like that, to help develop these people so that they can fill these jobs here in South Bend, so that they can take the bus or ride their bikes? Right idea, wrong place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther Powell. I live at 116 East End Road in New Carlisle, Indiana, very close to the property that is being discussed tonight. Anyway, 20 years ago, my husband and I moved from Montana back to Indiana, and we chose to live in New Carlisle because of the type of town that it is, and just the peaceful atmosphere, and just the beautiful area. And I know a lot of people have moved into the New Carlisle area for the same reason, because it is a place that is very different, a place that is very beautiful, a place that has not been overcome by a concrete jungle, so to speak. And if the IEC is allowed to take place as is been brought out already, it will not be that anymore, and we can never turn the clock back to make it that again. The other thing that I wanted to say tonight is, if this whole thing goes through, if we say yes to this tonight, if we say yes to this rezoning, who is going to benefit from it? The seller and the buyer. That's who will benefit from it, because the people in New Carlisle, if the IEC comes in, it will just, the property values will go down greatly. And it will be a detriment to people's lives, their livelihood, and people that have invested time, that have sacrificed to be in that area, that have come to that place because of the type of place that it is. It will no longer be what they have chosen, the type of place they have chosen to live in. So tonight, I would just like to encourage you to please say no to this rezoning and to the IEC plan that it would bring forth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mary Countryman, 52959 Cemetery Road in Carlisle. For the American Farmland Trust Farmland Information Center, privately owned and managed agricultural land generates more in most tax revenues than cost and service. Communities with the most taxable commercial and industrial properties have higher than average taxes. Too often, especially in recent trends, a new business coming into a community receives tax abatement, doesn't hire as many employees as promised, and have very few full-time jobs, the majority being part-time with no benefits. The currently zoned agricultural land has been providing tax revenue for St. Joe County. Agriculture is a culture, and it is such a positive influence for our community and the county. It gives us the quality of life we all want. That is why we chose to live here. If the IEC is allowed to move forward by rezoning agricultural land, our quality of life will be lowered. Our community and area will be burdened by more traffic, more light, and air pollution. Less farmland means less corn, soybeans, and wheat. Corn alone is an ingredient in almost 4,000 products, and that doesn't include all the meat, dairy, poultry products that depend on corn for livestock. Ethanol made from corn is mixed into 98% of the U.S. gasoline. When there's less of a product, the demand is high, the price goes higher. We don't need higher prices than we do, but we do need to keep farmland as farmland, because God knows we don't need to rely on China or any other country, especially for our food. Please don't allow our quality of life to be lowered. How would you feel if this was happening in your neighborhood? The reason there are rezoning or zoning regulations is that so this will not happen. Only 17% of the American land is ideal for farming. Suboptimal land, farmland, requires more water, more transportation, more energy, more fertilizers, more pesticides, all of which are bad for our environment. All of those things I just listed will affect all of us. All of us who don't want this, all of us who actually live in the New Carlisle area. If rezoned, it will make a negative quality of life impact on us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raquel Story. I live at 910 Milton Street in South Bend. The petitioners are arguing speculatively for jobs and the need for large-scale industry sites to be available. However, the kind of high-tech businesses discussed for attraction do not typically bring large numbers of jobs. The draft area management plan makes no effort to enumerate
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Can anyone help with the audio?
Hey, people on Zoom are not hearing anything.
Mark, can you communicate with them, please, to let them know?
I concur. I haven't heard anything.
It'd be nice if the chat function was turned on so we could communicate that we can't hear anything.
I agree.
I agree.
I just joined. Did the audio just go off recently?
Yeah.
Wow.
A few minutes ago.
We could all turn on our videos and start waving our hands.
Yeah, good idea. I've missed the last 3 people, I think.
Whoever just spoke, you're sharing your screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
I wonder if they can hear us, though.
I just tried calling Jennifer, of course.
That's why we're waving. So you guys.
Sharing their screen. Open up Notepad and type the note because that's the screen that's in the middle. If you open up Notepad and type something about audio, you might see that.
It's almost like someone clicked mute.
Bobby K said, Jennifer said, Frank is working on it.
Maybe now's a good time for a break. How can it be a public hearing if the public can't hear?
At least they let us hear each other.
That's true.
Not like our tax dollars are paying for, oh, I guess they are.
Jen Betts just texted and said they are aware and they are working on it. So hopefully soon they will get it restored.
Are they going to take a break so that everyone in the public can hear all the comments?
She didn't say, though, from what I can see of the video, no one is at the podium speaking currently. And they keep glancing over at the camera, so it seems like they're aware of it. Hopefully.
Can anyone hear us?
So I believe we can hear each other, and the council might be able to hear us, but we can't hear them.
I can hear you, Amy.
I can hear you, Vic.
Good.
They took your hand down.
I'll try it, Frank.
Hello, can you hear the council chambers? Hello?
Yes,
We can
yes,
hear
we can.
you. Yes, thank you.
Yes, now we can.
Okay.
You know what? I feel like we should just start the whole meeting over again just to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Hold on a second.
He may have had to get back to St. Paul. It's kind of late. Joking.
Maybe. I think it timed out during that APC meeting. Now that you say that, when it went 6 hours, I think it did time out.
Yeah. Is it? And he's on a 2 weeks into the game too.
Oh, no, you lost Mark too.
Okay, bye. Good.
Oh.
No, I think it only applies to the judges, so I guess. Yeah, you get away. Some days, all right?
Back up and running.
Good.
Frank?
I think we should be all, yeah.
Go ahead, Mel.
My name is Corey Carr. I recently bought land at 55432 Leonard Ridge Road, and I currently live at 54900 Leonard Ridge Road. I'm a young paying cattle farmer on a smaller scale. I would love to build on my property, but all my plans are on hold because of the potential of heavy industrial being built a couple miles from my property. I'm opposed to the rezoning of these properties and ask that you vote no to rezone the rich farmland.
Thank you very much.
And speak up, please.
My name is Jennifer Reinell. I live at 51860 Cheryl Drive in Granger, Indiana. I know you brought up the fact that not very many people from New Carlisle are here. Well, if you're familiar with New Carlisle, my maiden name is Shalegi, and my mother's maiden name is Calhoun. It's
those of you who are not familiar with New Carlisle, my grandmother lived at Hamilton Grove, which is 8182 Chicago Trail. Her name is Shirley Calhoun. My uncles live in New Carlisle. My mother, my father, my stepmother, my stepfather, my cousins, and lots of other extended family lives in New Carlisle. My dad owned property on Willow Road, but sold it about 20 years ago because he said they're going to put a factory in my backyard. Kind of prophetic. I respect that. But they have a vested interest in this. In 15 to 20 years, if things go south, they will have money to move. Most of the people in New Carlisle do not. My dad might lose his farm, which has been in our family since my great-grandfather came here from Hungary years ago. It's much smaller than Sebastian's, but it's much bigger than 10 acres. I'm probably the only reason he hasn't sold it so far. Someday, though, even if he sells that, he's renting it out this year. He'll sell it to family, and I might inherit my grandmother's house, which is on State Road 2, right close to Willow Road there. You talked about jobs, and at this point I'm going to talk on behalf of my uncle Daniel Calhoun, who lives at 815 Chestnut Road, I believe. He worked for my Uncle Alan his entire life. My Uncle Alan passed away last year. Couldn't find a job. He finally got one in the fall at Ian Coat. He was laid off in December, told he'd be brought back in the spring. COVID-19 hit. He still has not gotten called back. He has my cousin and my disabled cousin and her daughter to support. Just because you put in a factory does not mean you're going to have jobs.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Hammond, St. Joe County Auditor with office on the 20th floor of this building. I've consistently opposed the megaplex, development of the megaplex, and not because I think it's economic development. I strongly favor economic development, and those of you who know me and followed my career, you all know that I'm a strong proponent of economic development, but it's got to be the right kind of development. And I really respect the proponents of the rezoning. Folks that came and spoke live or via Zoom are friends of mine, and I've known them for a long time, and I respect them, but I also have to respectfully disagree with their position here. I believe that we should plan first and develop. I don't understand why it's taken us so long to come up with a new plan for development. A comprehensive plan, I think, is needed. I was disappointed to hear that it's going to take another 1 or 2 years. If that's the case, that's pretty sad. But if we had developed a plan, we started working on it a couple of years ago when this all came up, maybe we wouldn't have a chamber full of people who are concerned and anxious and angry. You know, maybe we could have worked together to build some sort of consensus as to what kind of development we want to have in our county. Second, there ought to always be a creative tension between economic development and planning. That's how it's set up. It has been structured that way in St. Joseph County, and Larry Magliotti's letter pointed out very clearly that that's gone. It's gone away, and that you need to have that. So you got guys who are out there who are interested in economic development. You want to go out there and make first downs and put points on the board. And but you have to have the planners to say, well, wait a minute, slow down. You know, maybe this is not the best plan here. And I think we need to have a more robust planning effort in St. Joseph County. We see that in the city of South Bend. We need to have that in St. Joseph County, I believe. Secondly, we have never made a really serious effort on the county side that I'm aware of sitting down with the city of South Bend and say, where can we work together? And Councilwoman Hess, your point was well taken. We don't control what goes on with the city of South Bend. But I sat down with Mayor Mueller, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I sat down with Mayor Mueller and Commissioner Fleming, and I said, why don't you two guys, let's get together and let's start a conversation where we can work together for economic development, where the city and the county can collaborate in some of these brownfield sites on the west side of South Bend. I'm not going to put words in Mayor Mueller's mouth, but he was very, very open to that sort of thing, and he would be very open to some sort of collaboration. It never came about. But I think that we need to do that, and if we could do that, maybe we would have some smarter development. County it will still redound to the county's benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here present who would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720? Is there anyone listening remotely that would like to speak in opposition of 2720?
I would.
Please
Go
state
ahead,
your
Bob.
name.
Go, Bob.
Please state.
This is Bob Humbarger, 29987 Herd Road, Olive Township. It is the right of the property owner to sell to whoever he wants. Also, willing seller, willing buyer, both statements are true, but that is not the issue here. The issue is rezoning. So let's be clear. It is not whether they are able to sell land, but at what price. I would not speak here about any individuals if Peter Agostino and Ken Jr.'s testimony to you about how they needed to this deal to keep on farming did not need to be set in context. In mid-70s, Ken Sr. and Elaine owned the farm and farmed 600 acres south of State Road 2. Since that is in my neighborhood, I have paid attention to what, where, and when this family did their farming. Soon after that, they bought and farmed on Fillmore. In the late 1800s, INTech bought farmland at a price, setting the stage. In 97, the TIF area was large. Sometime after 98, Ken Jr. bought 320 acres farm on Fillmore and Walnut. In 2000, TIF District Number 2 was extended a half-mile south of State Road 2. Ken Jr. also had bought 45 acres on the west side of Strawberry, 3/4 of a mile south of State Road 2. In 2001, Acadia Bay starts development on electric power on the Sabat horse farm, pouring massive amounts of concrete foundation. And Senior bought the land, which was then worthless as farmland. Hanu was next, but stopped in 2005. In 2008, TIF boundaries were expanded again to go 1/2 mile farther south on State Road 2, also including Ken Jr.'s 45 acres on the east side of Strawberry 2. Sometime before 2016, Ken Sr. sold 93 acres of the former Arcadia property to St. Joe Energy for $7.5 million. That's $80,000 plus per acre. Since then, they have purchased numerous other farm properties in Indiana and Michigan. They also rent out land to other farmers in this rezoning petition area. They do not farm all of the land that they currently own. Ken Jr. complained about large land speculators buying up land and driving up prices. He does not realize that many neighbors view the Sebasti family in the same way. Bottom line is that the Sebasti family has been working behind the scenes with economic development entities for a long time. Yes, they are still a farm family, but they are also land speculators. And what they are asking you to do is to help them succeed in that endeavor. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's listening remotely?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Amy Radcliffe. I live at 202 West Front Street in New Carlisle. In February, when the New Carlisle Town Council unanimously passed its statement on the IEC seeking a moratorium and requesting public involvement in the master planning process, I was elated. I finally felt that elected officials had heard the people and were fighting for us to have a seat at the table. In June, when the Area Plan Commission sent all the rezoning petitions onto this council with unanimous unfavorable recommendations, it was again a feeling of relief that the massive faults in these petitions were so recognized. But once the Area Plan Commission said no, the Redevelopment Commission said, oh no, you do not. Non-public executive sessions of the New Carlisle Town Council came fast and furious, 6 in rapid order. The only evidence of these meetings are the public memoranda which disclosed the IEC as the topic and who attended. Andy Castellani zoomed in, Will Miller zoomed in, the contracted town engineer Jared Huss and the town contracted attorney Andrea Halpin were omnipresent. Once Pat Cummings, an operator at the St. Joe Water Treatment Plant, attended, as did John Wozonski, the town's acting public works director. Over the last few years, unfortunately, I feel Bill Shalio has played a shell game, changing acreage as it fits the audience, promising more public meetings and having few, a sham presentation to this council with Lou Pierce at his side without any public comment allowed, buying up the trailer park at an exorbitant price and promising its demolition, which still hasn't happened. Soliciting public opinion on the management plan, yet slowing the publicizing of the results because the Antero Group just didn't have the time until today, I guess. The solution the people paid for, on a plan the people paid for, referencing surveys and engineering analyses the people paid for, a trailer park the people paid for. All of this process, this shell game run by a man whose salary the people pay for. Maybe the shell game will end with a big reveal by Bill Shalio of some corporation willing to do business with him. If true, I hope this corporation notes that the Redevelopment Commission has not closed the deal with the people. This year, a Navistar expansion was welcomed in San Antonio. Facebook was welcomed in DeKalb, and Google was welcomed in Austin. Please note the word welcomed. Take the temperature of this room. People are not going to stop defending agricultural land and the livelihoods related to it. We, the people, have played fair. We've played politely and respectfully. All we ask is for a seat at the table, and it hasn't been offered. So please, as you vote tonight, concur with the sound reasoning of the Area Plan Commission's unanimous unfavorable recommendations. Please vote no on both these petitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's viewing remote? That's there
Yes, I would
remotely?
like to speak. I would like to speak. Vic Myers.
Go ahead, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Vic Myers. I live at 336 West Navarre Street. Yes, I live at 336 West Navarre Street, South Bend. Vic Myers. The rezoning petition and the IEC, in my view, is a bit like trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Proof of that is that the petitioner cites no specific use or a developer linked to the land in question. Rezoning is requested while existing development are filled in. And why do we need to put development on good, productive farmland when we have lots of land and brownfields in and around the heart of South St. Joseph? Projects require larger spaces not found in the city. But have we heard about those projects tonight? Is Toyota or some other entity on sidelines waiting to come in? Has the Redevelopment Commission even been looking?
What? He can still hear you if you talk.
Sir? Sir, we cannot hear you. Sir?
Vic Myers. Vic Myers is the name. It came up and said low bandwidth.
Mr. Myers?
Yeah, he's not connected right now. If he calls back in, I guess you can go back to him, but he dropped the call.
Or he can email his comments to you.
So you're saying he's not connected?
Right.
I think he dropped off.
He was having trouble.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of 2720 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Please
My
state
name
your
is
name just for the record.
Heather Sari. My address is 6395 Olive Branch Road, Galean, Michigan 49113. I am in opposition to the rezoning of the farmland in New Carlisle. And I'm married to a farmer, fourth generation family farm. And, you know, now more than ever, especially with COVID, I think it's imperative to look at the importance of our farm ground. And I know you guys have heard a lot about, you know, soil health and the importance of keeping agricultural land in an agricultural use. And I absolutely 110% agree with that. You know, last year in 2019, we set a record. We had, you know, over 19 million acres that were prevent plant due to the weather, and that was nationwide. This year already, you know, the spring was more tolerable than last year, not quite as wet, which was great. But you know, just a couple of weeks ago in Iowa, which is one of the, you know, one of the nation's leading corn and soy producers, they had a huge storm that went through that damaged over 43% of their crops. And you're talking grain bins and grain silos down on the ground, crops, fields completely flattened. So, you know, when you look at the changing of our climate and the weather and the different conditions that farmers have to deal with as a whole, that really drives home, I think, the point that we do need to keep agriculture in agricultural land in agriculture. And, you know, more so now than ever, again, you know, I think it's really important to think about where your food comes from and how we as a nation can support ourselves. You know, if there's another pandemic that comes around, I can't tell you, I went to the store a couple of times, early spring, you know, when COVID was still kind of running rampant, and a lot of things were closed down still. And you know what I could not find on the shelves was flour, crackers, things that you take for granted that you don't think about. You know, and again, I really just think it's important to connect our food sources to the things that we need and that we will need to survive on if something, you know, like this is to be ongoing, if something like this were to happen again. And, you know, I think it's detrimental that would be detrimental to pave over something that could be so good and that should be valued here, that we have in our area, that we should be focusing on instead of a different kind of industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Myers? Mr. Myers?
Yes, I'm here.
Would, I think we lost you, sir. Would you like to finish your comments?
Yes, if you, everything that you heard, but the Redevelopment Commission has been looking at finding uses for vacant land in South Bend, around the airport, or in the Blackthorn development area. That should be the priority. Finally, has anyone considered or estimated the county's future obligations toward the costs of infrastructure upkeep and maintenance, sewers, roads upkeep, etc.? When these systems must be replaced 20 years down the road, county taxpayers will carry the burden.
We lost you again, sir. Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay. It's done.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's listening in remotely?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name and address. Go ahead.
Okay, start over. Name is Nils Parsons, live on Willow Road, very close to the area the core area that's being discussed. I've been sitting here all through this meeting looking at the maps of the aquifer system, that is the Kankakee aquifer system, and the proposed core land, and I see that they're all one and the same. And it's occurred to me, where does it say one of the best ways to be stewards of land, freshwater, natural resources, and especially farmland, fertile farmland, the best way to be a steward of that is to put a mega industrial complex with no limit as to what kind of industry you're speaking of. If there are limits, it's not being identified. That is to say, environmentally, aesthetically, for the kind of property that it's going into. So that's one of the reasons I'm categorically opposed to it. The second reason is that I really wonder, is it really the responsible thing to do is to take one of the more valuable natural water, freshwater resources and build a gigantic, what you would visualize as looking like East Chicago or Gary? That's what's envisioned here. I realize that may be the dark side of it, but I don't hear anything about environmental specs that define exactly what kind of pristine industries can go into this place. So I respectfully, and I mean that sincerely, ask all of those considering this decision. I mean, you're at a key point. The decisions that are made after these sessions may be forever. It's kind of the camel's got its nose under the tent. I am aware that there's industry out here, but that doesn't mean that we should flood the place with it. So I respectfully ask that you reconsider and kindly point out to the public how you've considered protection of not only some of the best farmland, but right directly underneath it, some of the most valuable fresh water reserves that are huge. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to Bill number 2720 remotely?
Yes. Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Kathy Van Loo, 413 South Filbert Street, New Carlisle, Indiana. I have emailed the council members my statement, but I also just wanted to make note that I drive the Blackthorn area quite often, and I see the signs. I've seen more than two signs actually, for acreage that is available there. So, and then I also see signs for wanting to hire people at the industries out there. So I don't see where we need to, that this would be beneficial. Seems like there's plenty of places that need people and they don't have enough people to hire. So I do oppose the rezoning requests that are being presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition of 2720 that is listening remotely?
Yes, my name is Marty Wolfson, and I live at 809 Park Avenue in South Bend. I urge you, President Morton and County Council members, to affirm the Area Plan Commission's unanimous decision to reject the proposed rezoning of agricultural land to industrial. And I urge you to reject the New Carlisle Town Council resolution negotiated in secret between the Town Council and county officials that would open 3,000 acres of land to development. Both the rezoning and the resolution would give a green light to the IEC, a project that is overwhelmingly opposed by the residents of New Carlisle and Olive Township. I have some other thoughts concerning the meaning of economic development. But since I emailed those thoughts earlier to you today, since the time is getting late, and since you have listened patiently to many people before me, I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's listening remotely?
I will, if you can hear me.
Yes.
My name's Andy Oldham. I'm a farmer from St. Joe County, right here in New Carlisle, and 41 years old. I've made it this far my whole life farming. I'd like to finish it that way. If you guys pave over thousands of acres in Olive Township, and you're starting at some of the best acres in the county, it will make it tough to do. Farmland is a valuable resource. It may not seem like it right now, but a few generations from your kids from now, it's going to be a tight commodity. And you guys do not understand that. I can see it because I'm a farmer. I do not think the sellers can understand this, but farmland is a limited resource. We as humans got to take care of it. And just, it needs to be better planned out than this. I'm not totally against development, but how you guys are going about it is just wrong, and I'm opposed against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, what were you going to say? Mr. Myers? Yeah, I have a statement. Yep. We kept losing Mr. Myers, so just so this will be part of the official record, he's saying, please vote no. The rezoning petition and the IEC is a bit like trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Proof of that is that the petitioner cites no specific use or a developer linked to the land in question. Rezoning is requested while existing industrial zoned land is still not all developed or filled in. And why do we need to put development on good, productive farmland when we have lots of vacant land and brownfields in and around South Bend, which, by the way, is also part of St. Joseph County? An argument has been made that some development projects require larger spaces not found in the city. But have we heard about those projects tonight? Is Toyota or some other similar entity on the sidelines waiting to come in? Has the Redevelopment Commission even been looking at finding uses for vacant land in South Bend, around the airport, or in the Blackthorn development area? That should be the priority. Finally, has anyone even considered or estimated the county's future obligation towards the cost of infrastructure, upkeep, and maintenance? For example, sewers, roads, upkeep, etc. When these systems must be replaced 20 years down the road, the county's taxpayers will carry the burden. You may not know that the city of South Bend has been working for the past few years with Urban 3, a planning group based in Asheville, North Carolina. It has worked in small and large cities across the country analyzing the economic impact of development. They have demonstrated that poorly sited and spread out development leads to costly financial burdens for the long-term future, primarily due to large, unsustainable infrastructure costs. Someone remarked tonight that the county doesn't have responsibility for South Bend development, but what the county and South Bend can do is cooperate and coordinate more with each other instead of competing. Finally, proponents want you to believe that if you don't approve this rezoning, you are against progress, against high-tech jobs. Of course, we all want to create jobs, just do it on existing vacant land first. Please vote no. He wanted to make sure that was part of the record. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill number 2720 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I would.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jonathan Wheeler. I live at 2712 Miami Street in South Bend. And I just wanted to point out two things. In the opening statement from the lawyer, I believe he called us to using common sense. And one of the arguments he put forth is that we can preserve farmland by paving over farmland. And I want to say that is the opposite of common sense, and that is somebody referred to that argument, I believe, as asinine, and I would just like to affirm that you don't preserve farmland by destroying it. You buying somebody else's farmland isn't preserving farmland, it's buying what already exists. But when you destroy something in order to buy somebody's stuff that already exists, you're not actually preserving farmland. You're actually taking away farmland. My second thought, I was unclear on this. Could I just get an affirmation from the council again? Have you all read or skimmed through the 300 pages of public input or not? I just want that on the record before you guys make a vote, whether or not you've actually taken into account that all that effort that people put in, because I think that's pretty telling for what people say and how you receive what they have to say. This isn't a please, this is yeah, that is all. So I'm opposed to this.
I'm being asked by a council member, who actually sent it? It's on the website? Okay.
Comment.
Okay. Well, sir, I'm going to be honest, I can't speak for anyone but myself. I'm one member out of 9. I haven't seen the comments on the website, but I've been inundated, and I don't mean that in a negative way at all, to say I've been inundated with comments from people that are opposed to this project would be a draconian understatement.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's listening remotely?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Steve Sass, 27910 US Highway 20. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but having heard the comments from so many of my colleagues, both for and against, I feel compelled to do so. I sent you a letter, sent the council an email, actually, opposing this, and I just wanted to reiterate my continuing support for a no vote for this. The area that we're talking about for rezoning is some of the most crucial, important farmland that we have, not only in this county, but also in the country. And repaving it is something that we cannot take back, or developing it into industrial use is something we cannot convert back into farmland again. So I just want to reiterate my support for a no vote for rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 2720 that's listening remotely?
I would like to. My name is Christy Haas. I live at 2712 Miami Street in South Bend. One thing that I really wanted to bring up is the fact that my comments that I wrote took an immense amount of time to compose on April 26, 2020, and submitted to the county through the Antero Group, were not made available. This has been discussed, but my question is new, and that is, what were the consultants that I was paying with my tax dollars doing between April 26th and May 26th, between May 26th and June 26th, June 26th and July 26th, July 26th and August 26th, and August 26th and September 8th, such that they could not post a PDF of the public comments that lasted 300 pages. Why could that not be made available to the public? What are they doing if they cannot perform that simple task? I am very concerned about the integrity of the process if that kind of event cannot take place and you, our representatives, are not able rather to access that essential information that you clearly care so much about, that you would sit here and listen to so many people, for which we're very grateful. One thing I've noticed that I want to say is that I understand that you're in a difficult place. There are people speaking with such a loud voice, writing 300 pages of comments, which are clearly being suppressed for some reason or another. And on the other hand, there are people that you trust and work with, your colleagues who got up and spoke, you asked them such trusting questions. Some of the commissioners, unfortunately, asked sort of gotcha questions to the public as we became the heirs to the podium. But have you ever seen anything like this? There were 75 people on Zoom, and I couldn't see how many people there were in person there. Have you ever seen anything like this? I understand that you're in a difficult position, but we've heard these arguments over and over again. We keep hearing them over and over again, and the opposition is not getting quieter. I ask you, please, not to make a decision about this until you have heard and taken to heart the public comments. And I'd like to add a question to you, which is, have you seen the appendices, which someone mentioned earlier were missing from the report on which we all were asked to comment? I ask you please to vote no to these 2 rezoning requests and not to make us have this conversation any further, but to end the process of thinking about this poorly conceived and destructive industrial megaplex. And so my ending question is, has the council received and understood the appendices that were referred to in the report?
The area draft management plan. She's talking about the appendices of the area draft management plan, because when we were asked a public comment, and it asked us to comment on some of the appendices, none of them were there. They are there on the website now, but that was recently, way after public comment was closed.
No, that, I guess the answer would be no. I haven't seen those.
No, I haven't seen it.
How would we see it? I mean, would it have been sent to us?
Yeah, if it was not sent to us, ma'am, well, the answer would have to be no.
Was it directed towards area plan?
It's on the website. It's on the site, on the, yes, it's on the website.
But it just wasn't shared with us, or we had to go look for it if you wanted to look for it?
I would say that's an accurate statement.
What was that statement, Mr. Krasinski?
So it should have been sent not only to area plan, who asked for the comment, you know, it should have been sent to us
Okay.
also.
Okay. Evidently, that did not happen.
That did not happen.
Thank you for clarifying, and I ask you please to vote no in that case.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of 2720 who's listening remotely?
I would like to speak.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sue Thompson, and my husband Jeff and I live at 55341 Wintergreen Road, New Carlisle. And we and our extended family, we are in opposition to the rezoning of the Kaminsky-Sebasti land. I'm going to read a portion of an email I sent to all of you council members today. I don't want to be redundant, but I would like the public to hear. First, why are we adding more to the industrial zone when there is currently an abundance of rezoned land not yet utilized, and current facilities in the zone are not in operation? The Tejas factory is for sale. The scrapyard is shut down a lot because of violations and fires, and there's actually been rumors in recent times that INTEC will be leaving the area. I would compare an expansion of the current industrial zone to adding a big new addition onto a home that has cracking. I was in the lobby there earlier, probably for 2 to 3 hours, and I did come on home. And if I were there, I observed, I believe, 6 council members. I would love to ask you, have you all actually driven out here onto our country roads and observed the area in question? And have you observed some of our beloved homes which house individuals like you? Have you?
Yes.
Yes. That's a resounding yes.
I'm very hopeful. I was hopeful. I would hope that in your positions, you would all have a sincere desire to try to empathize and understand or imagine so many of us and our perspectives and objectives for very valid reasons. I have expressed those concerns in previous letters. Air quality, sound pollution. It's already very loud as a result of the boilers at the St. Joe Energy. Radical air pressure releases at Air Gas and the loud grind, scrape, and groan of the scrapyard OmniSource Corp. The water quality. If you recall, I'm the one who tried to alert any and all to the horrible pollution smell that was spilling into the Nespajani ditch system on Edison Road a little over a year ago. There's been traffic issues and violations. I can't tell you how many times over the years I've encountered heavily loaded semi-trucks, sometimes with rolls of steels, that are lost on our country roads trying to make turns or back out of a dead-end situation. I could continue. Let's just put it on the table. It's all about money, and it sadly pretty much always is. So here are questions to ask on the topic of money. What is the value of irreplaceable, rich, miraculous crop-producing farm ground? Is there any value and respect for individuals being directly affected by the IEC region and their years of labor, the value of their homes, farms, the meaningful history, and again, the air, sound, water quality, and overall quality of life? Recently, I have repeatedly envisioned the lone protester many years ago standing directly in front of the line of tanks in Tiananmen Square. He's been called Tank Man. He was obviously filled with conviction and a willingness to be self-sacrificial in his attempt to stop them. Many of us in opposition to the expansion of the IEC to a degree feel like him. We're facing off with a huge machine with many moving parts. Often we don't even know who's driving it. I would sincerely hope that each of you individually do not like being aligned with what is like a destructive tank that is about to mow right over very good people.
Ma'am.
And you are actually in a position.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay, I just hope you folks that you vote in opposition to the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill number 2720 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I would like to.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Vansliger, 29417 US Highway 20. I am opposed against the rezoning due to the simple fact I've lived out here 31 years. I have a little bit of acreage, nothing really to talk about, but I used to be able to plant a garden outside, be able to eat fresh vegetables, and not have to worry about any type of pollution. Approximately less than 1,500 feet across the field from me, I have to deal with the odor, the smells, and the pollution that's going into the ground. I have noticed that the water coming out of my sink, I had to put a 7-stage reverse osmosis system on my well so that I can have drinkable water. So rezoning that to industrial, like you said, who knows what could go in there, and it could make things worse. It's not fun to get up in the morning and not be able to go outside and smell fresh air when you have to smell the stuff coming from across the field. I don't think any of you have came out and even visited the shredder to see exactly what that facility is doing and what it looks like. Maybe, like I said, I will put my drone up in the air because I have been doing videos and pictures of different things in this area. And I'll send you pictures of what industrial looks like and how it's screwing up the beautiful land we have out here. The only way I can grow vegetables right now is in a greenhouse where it's protected to where I don't have to worry about things coming in from out of the sky and getting onto the vegetables that I eat. But all I'm going to say is, like I say, to not keep going on any longer is, you guys are being lied to. If you do your fact checks on the stuff that IEC has been telling you and trying to sell you on, you would be surprised, because some of the stuff that I checked into that was being told, I worked for a company that they said was going to be providing stuff, and I talked to the CEO of the company, and had no clue of what I was referring to. It was talked about a short time ago, like 3 to 4 years ago, and they haven't addressed it ever since. So a lot of stuff that's being sold to you, do some facts checks and listen to the people. Appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill number 2720 that's listening remotely?
I would like to, please.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Tim Bayer. I live at 912 Thomas Street, South Bend, Indiana. And, you know, I wanted to thank you all for your excellent listening. So many brilliant, passionate voices in opposition to this have already spoken. And I can just say, I feel like the folks that are for this spoke so long ago that I forget why I felt like I had 10 questions for every person that spoke for this. And it felt like every time they referenced the folks that are opposed to this, it was like a straw man, like, oh, it's no big deal. There's no farmers that are opposed to this. There's nobody from New Carlisle that's opposed to this. There's no, you know, of course we're only going to bring in green energy and, you know, things of that nature. But clearly that's not the case. I also want to reiterate, I think this has been said, but they're also saying that this is about the 700 acres. And I think it's clear that that's not what this is about. It is the first step towards this thing that would make all of our lives less enjoyable to live. And if we still believe a story that somehow we have to trade a few lives, like the man who just spoke about how his life is never going to be the same if he chooses to stay on that property, that we have to sacrifice lives for jobs, that we have to sacrifice our environment for jobs, that I do remember 3+ hours ago hearing one of the men in favor of this saying that, oh, we need sprawl to develop or something along those lines. That is not good development. And if you look at good business owners, growing doesn't always look like getting bigger. Growing is getting better, getting more efficient, using the resources you already have spoiled and turning them into something beautiful and creative. That is innovation, not doing the same script that we've been doing for the last 100+ years that is putting us in a position that could ruin not just our lives, but everyone's lives globally. So we need to be thinking about truly innovative development that will make all of our lives better, offer us good jobs, and ideally increase quality of life, not just incomes, not just, you know, the same bullshit that we've been doing.
On that note, your time has expired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill number 2720 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I would.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, hi, everybody. This is Steve Francis, 54174 Jude Lake Drive up in Clay Township. I think I just urge you to vote no on the rezoning. I think you've heard a lot from people from all over the county, out in New Carlisle, US 20, US 2, those of us living in South Bend on the north side of the county, to really bring home the point that it's not ready for prime time. Essentially, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to work out the opposition that exists to not just the rezoning, but the industrial enterprise center, The public has not been included in a way that has been satisfactory to us. And I urge you to vote no, to recognize that it's not a good position to be in. I don't envy you, but that you can vote no on this. We heard an 11th hour resolution that's come through that's some kind of compromise that none of us know about, or very few of us do. We've heard that there's a new plan in the works that could be done in 1 or 2 years. The land will still be there. The people who own the land will still be around. I think that you've got to back up and vote no on this so that we can get a process in place that brings together the people of the county rather than driving us apart and dividing us as has been exhibited tonight. So please vote no on the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of bill number 2720? It's listening remotely. Hearing
I would
none.
like to speak.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Becky Reinbold. I live at 1127 East Bronson Street in South Bend, Indiana. And I just want to thank you, council members, for your dedication to our county and for listening tonight. I just also wanted to say that I don't like being on the opposition. I want to be in favor of something. And I feel like we have so many opportunities to build a positive future for St. Joe County. I think that I want to state publicly here tonight that I personally am committed to development in our county, to positive, sustainable development. And if there is an effort to create a new county plan with the Area Plan Commission, I will do my best to participate in it. I think we have most of the people that are speaking in opposition tonight are actually in favor of positive development. And I think many of them, I can't speak for them, but I think they would also offer to help with this process. So I just want to offer that up as a positive ending. And I know that Kevin Smith's mentioned that he knows of companies that just want to be able to come in and have development ready locations with no difficulties. But I think that people like Kevin Smith, they're committed to this place. And many of you on the council and many of us in attendance tonight are already committed to this place, to this county. We put in our sweat and our equity. We try to maintain our properties well. We build small businesses. And I think we just need to look inward and focus on what we can do together to support people and businesses that are already here and really develop that, give them the assistance, give farmers assistance to be creative about how they can farm in a way that keeps them in a good livelihood. And I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of bill number 2720 that's listening remotely? Hearing none, the petitioner now has 3 minutes to rebut any comments made in opposition to bill number 2720.
He's done up there.
He's the petitioner.
I thought we heard from him.
Lots to cover.
3 minutes, sir.
First thing I'd like to say is that many years ago, we adopted a representative form of government. We were a democratic republic. What does that mean? It means that public elects representatives, and representatives do the function of governing when they're in office.
We cannot hear you. Please step to the mic.
We do not have a system of government, perhaps like some people would like in Greece 3,000 years ago, where everybody gets a vote. And what I'm hearing tonight is something that's not practical, frankly, and that is that we should have a committee of 90 people making decisions and guiding. We do not have that system of government. So if we're prepared to change our form of government, fine. If we're going to stick with what we have, which has worked for over 200 years, as representative government, we need to stick with that. My comments, you as being asinine about whether or not you preserve farmland and farmers, only if there were other resources available. Does the county budget provide $30 million of funding for farmers who need it, who need to come and borrow money for equipment, not just for Sebastian, but other farms? We don't have that. That doesn't exist. So how do farmers get capital for reinvestment in their farms? They sell the property. And they go and buy other farmland, which is cheaper. And that's how that works. And that's not illogical, and that's not asinine, that's practical, and that's how the market works. No one stepped forward and said, I'm willing to buy that farmland to preserve it. No one stepped forward and said, here's another source of money to protect this farmland. No. We have private ownership of land, which is an important concept in this country. We have markets that tell us what works and what doesn't. And the markets are telling us that the sale of this land for industrial use is what makes sense. And we need to consider that. Now, what's right or wrong is not determined by how many people vote or talk on one side or the other, based on what's logical. And I just want to leave you with this. I am looking for, and the people that I know in this community, which are many, for leadership which is not based on fear, which is based on optimism, and leadership which is not afraid of the future. Leadership which is willing to take a risk. We can accept if you make a mistake. What we cannot accept is the failure to try. Please try. Make Joe Kernan proud, make the community proud. Take a chance.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion on bill number 2720?
Mr. Martin,
Mr. Catanzarite?
I'd like to amend Bill 2720 with the written commitments were submitted to us earlier today. Mr. Augustino, and also the commitments that Mr. Nolan spoke about earlier, that Sebastian said they were willing to commit to. You want to be more specific to those, maybe Corey could mention those.
Yeah. Would be specifically to leave the identified forested wetland, the two areas out of this rezoning, so they would remain agricultural. And then also, they would, included in this list of written commitments would be that the heavy industrial uses as identified in the 2002 comprehensive plan and any subsequent plan would be excluded.
Is there
I mean, actually, it would be included in the written commitments, so they would not be allowed.
Council members, I would recommend you rephrase that to say you were motioning to approve it and requiring the written commitment as opposed to saying you're amending a petition. That's not something the council can do.
Did you hear that?
We can amend the petition?
So what?
You can amend the bill.
You can't amend the petition. You could make your motion be to approve it on the condition that
Condition of.
the written commitments are accepted and recorded. But it wouldn't be an amendment to the petition. Or bill,
I agree. I know.
not a rezoning.
I have a question.
But it can be done either way, so.
Yeah, I have a question. First question is, when you say you want to exclude the wetlands, how many acres are the wetlands?
They're identified on the, I don't have the number, the exact number of those acres, but they're two small areas, one in the very south, one up in the north.
Yeah, but I mean, do we have a general idea how many acres?
A couple acres is really small.
What'd you say?
I think it's like a couple acres.
Handful.
It's maybe 2 acres out of 700 or so?
Yeah. Two.
2 acres, okay. The second question I have is, when you talk about the heavy industrial use, I just need to understand better what you're saying. Are you saying that we're not voting for heavy industrial use, or are you saying
I'm saying
that
that
it's subject to further review, or what?
I'm saying that along with the written commitments that we were provided, included on this list would be the heavy industrial uses as identified currently in the 2002 comprehensive plan. And then I went on to add that any subsequent, because hopefully in a couple of years, we would have a new comprehensive plan. And those, as identified, those heavy industrial uses are what the area plan explained to us and what was on the information we were given. So significantly outdoor and noise, large, and or noise, vibrations, light, glare, et cetera, all of these. What we've heard a lot of throughout this whole process is what people envision as industry. And I get it. The name of this thing's got industry in it, right? So they think it's gonna be Gary, Indiana. And that's not one person that I know of has any inclination that that is what is intended to go out here. I'm sorry, I kind of take it off here, Mr. Costanza, right? This is your motion, but,
The only
I
question
don't see that being anywhere near what this would turn into.
Yeah,
And
right.
this first step, while I would agree with a lot of what people have said here, is that this could be a step towards a larger plan. If this does not work out, then it certainly would not continue on to, we would not continue to stumble down this road.
Yeah.
I'm in favor of this with these additional written commitments, and
Yeah. Would the existing iron tech plant fail under that circumstance? Because
Yes.
of light or makes noise or something?
yes, that would not be allowed.
We couldn't
in
have
this 700
Yeah,
700 acre area.
we couldn't have
no.
had the steel plant.
You couldn't have the Ready Mix plant, you couldn't have Tejas, you couldn't
Well,
have
the Ready Max, I don't have a problem.
the power plant, St. Joe Energy. EDCO is out there, that's maybe, it probably would be allowed. I don't know how much outside they actually do.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend Bill 2720.
Well, legal counsel, we can't amend it.
So you can move for approval or.
Subject to,
Conditioned on the written commitments being signed and approved.
So the amendment to approve Bill 2720 will be in condition to the amendments, I'm sorry, to the conditions, right, to the commitments. Is that,
subject to the commitments that Mr. Albertson presented, and subject to what Mr. Nolan said about the two identified forested wetlands, no heavy industrial uses that are included in the 2002 comprehensive plan or any future comprehensive plan adopted by St. Joe County.
you're making a motion
Sure.
to approve that under those conditions?
Yeah.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second that.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. I don't understand how the conditions, how the written conditions are enforceable. That would be my minute.
Yes.
It has to come back to us.
To petition ourselves and rezone this. So if somebody comes through and it doesn't fit what's been committed, it ultimately isn't even contingent on Sabasi. We could rezone it back to agriculture.
We have a
Yeah, I got a question.
File?
Are we to understand that the people that are willing to sell are willing to sell under these new conditions that you've come up with?
Yes.
That's been established?
Right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've had feedback or something.
Yeah, we had a conversation right here a couple hours ago.
We're sitting right there, they can.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Who's that?
Well, we probably should
You have to take
take a voice vote.
I think we go down the line like normal.
yeah.
Mr. File.
Aye.
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Moore.
Nay.
Mr. Tanzarek.
Yes.
Mr. Kanareki. Yes. Mr. Root.
No.
Mr. Krasinski.
No.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Carries 6-3.
Let the record show that there was a vote of 63 to pass the amendment for Bill 2720. Now may I have a motion to vote on Bill 2720 as amended?
So, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
A motion to pass Bill number 2720 as amended was made by Councilman Nolan. It was seconded by Councilman Kanaricki. Any further comments from any council member in regards to Bill 2720 as amended?
I'd like to just make, I want to thank all of you for coming out and showing your commitment to the community, and I appreciate and admire your activism. I do want to say that you should feel somewhat congratulated on the fact that people did listen. You were listened to. You attended multiple county council meetings, county commissioner meetings, redevelopment commission meetings, area plan commission meetings. You talked to the press. It was clear how you felt, and we heard many of the same arguments over and over again. And so did the people who sat down at the table and negotiated the resolution with the town of New Carlisle. So and that, as far as I understand, those executive committee sessions were legal, but the people did listen. So they took and they changed the boundaries for the core development area. There are restrictions placed on how that land can be used. So if people hadn't been listening to what you were saying, some of that wouldn't have happened. And I think you should feel good about that. And now we have the town of New Carlisle, Olive Township, who are interested in being part of this development process as a governing body. And Mr. Agostino did say, and he's correct, that they're your representatives, and they've listened, and at one point they were with you as far as what you want to see happen. Now they have negotiated this resolution, and just as you're going through this process now for this 700 acres, you have to go through the same process for any other rezoning that would occur. So to think that an IEC or a mega industrial complex is just going to materialize magically because this rezoning happened, I think is false. Because everything would have to come back here to the council for approval.
I have a procedural question. I believe it's required by law that you have to give a reason for your vote. So I was.
No, it's not required by law, ma'am. No, it's not. I know that for certain.
She's out of order.
No,
And
and,
you're
yeah,
out of order.
the public hearing is closed, but no, it's not required by law for any council person to have to give a reason for a yes or no vote.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Any further comments from any council member on 2720?
Just like to agree with everything that Ms. Hess said here on both sides. There's a lot of people, and these tensional issues are never fun to deal with, and somebody always feels like they didn't get everything they wanted. It probably means that it wasn't too bad of a process, but I see this as cracking open a door to find out what the possibilities are, and hopefully it exceeds everyone's expectations and it's better than ever had thought of. If it's not going to continue on and be a 7,000 acre waste pit. It's not going to happen like that. Not only every zoning, but every special use and every tax abatement that anybody that comes into this area is going to want to, they're going to have to come here and they're going to have to go through this process. So you're all welcome to come back and go through that again next time. Thank you for your time, seriously.
Are there any further comments from any council member on Bill 2720 as amended? Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Ms. Hess.
Yes.
Floyd,
No.
Mr. Tanzarite. Yes. Mr. Kenricky. Yes. Mr. Root,
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski,
No.
Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Clyde,
Aye.
Mr. Morton.
Yes.
Motion carries 2.
Let the record show that bill number 2720, as amended, was passed by a vote of 7 to 2. Clerk, would you please read the next bill, bill number 3320?
Love to. In order to amend the Cumberland County Dean Land Use Chapter 154, planning according to the St. Joseph County Code as amended, for property located at 31,000 Fillmore Road, from A agricultural district to an industrial district. Petitioners,
Usually say,
Joe.
is there anybody who doesn't want their comments from the last petition to apply to this one? Is there anybody who wants something different? Handled it that way.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Oh, sorry, I'm watching everything. Sorry, I fell asleep for a minute. Bill number 33-20 comes to the full council without a recommendation.
Thank you. Area Plan?
Brian Fellows with the Area Plan Commission, offices on the 11th floor of this building. Just to review, this petition is for the 163 acres, which is this box right here. It's going with Massazani Creek ditch going right through top line. Here's the zoning map. Again, it says the agricultural zone. It does have industrial zone adjacent to it. The site plan. And this is the slide for the transportation utilities. Again, the minor arterial is US 2, I'm sorry, State Route 2. And Barriston Boulevard is the minor collector. The comprehensive plan, goal number 1, alleviate and minimize the loss of agricultural land. Highlights that this is a desirable agricultural soil association, and it's a high yield cropland. Also wanted to highlight the goal number 2 from the comprehensive plan, encourage the economic development of the county and its municipalities, including objective A, ensure the suitable areas are available for future industrial development. We've kind of already gone through the policies in detail, but I'll be happy to answer any questions. And we've already talked about the land use plan. For 3 highlights, comprehensive goal number 4, preserve and protect the natural environment. This particular slide really is not pertinent to this particular petition. Sorry, I'm getting a little punch drunk here. Tired.
We heard you the first time.
So, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council for area plan? Hearing none, petitioner?
I am Ken Kmetzke. I reside at
Can you speak up, sir?
408 Lakeside Drive, Wofford, Indiana. We're petitioning the same as the Sebastis. You can see our properties adjoined. The most affected neighbor is Mr. Sebasti, and he's here today rezoning his. It was a hard decision for us. I mean, it's not something we take lightly. We've owned the property in the Kmetzke family for over 100 years. Me and my brother are done farming now. So kind of, we kind of knew this was coming when Tech and Cope went in that many years ago. We knew we were in the TIF district. We were told we were in the TIF district, that it was coming. The county took ground to widen Larison Boulevard. Larison Boulevard now went from a one-lane road to a super highway, it looks like, you know, lit up, and we kind of always knew this was coming. I guess we're just asking for, there's already 14 businesses in the area. And we're willing to sign the agreement that you guys have already seen. I don't know how to get these around. Everybody kind of talks about being agriculture. This is what we look at out our front yard. Business and industry is already there.
What we're willing to.
We're the same way. My mother lives just down the road. This is 3100. She's at 29280 somewhere road. Brother lives next to her. My sister is on Curly Road, right by the cars. We don't want to see anything moving there. Makes the area ugly.
I'm Jill Odius, and others and I are owners of that property at 31,000 Fillmore Road. I just have a quick statement. It's more from the heart. I don't know about all of these other things. It's the way we feel about our farm and how difficult the decision was. We love our community farm. The farm has been in our family for over 100 years now. However, we've seen huge changes in the surrounding area over the years. Strawberry Road that borders our farm on the east was widened and named Morrison Boulevard. Our farm ground is actually eminent domain, and that time to accomplish that. So we understand that also, and hope that would never happen to this ground. 10 years later, one of our family members refused to sell to a trucking company. Now, our own trucking is sitting right outside our front window. We quickly realized that industry was not only coming to our area, but it's already here, complete with 14 factories, utility companies, and businesses of some sort. So because our farm was no longer in a rural setting, we knew that we had tough decisions, and they needed to be made. The process of industrializing this area took place a long time ago. It's not a recent thing. So we're just asking you to rezone our property in order to give us the same opportunity that our neighbors directly across the street or across the road were given, in the same way with the farmers that are most affected by this, with our adjoining farmers. This is an excellent place for industry because of the food that sits on the highway and off the farm. So we knew this was coming. Again, we're just asking you to consider rezoning for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council for the petitioner?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nolan?
Listen, your particular property doesn't have the forested wetland, so that's not pertinent, but the other issue about the excluding the heavy industrial, you're acceptable to that as well, in addition to the
Yes.
written commitments you already offered? Okay.
Exactly. I mean, we've lived here all our lives. We've been right here. We don't want to do that either.
Any other questions from council for the petitioner? Hearing none, I'll open the public hearing on bill number 3320. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this bill? in person.
Excuse me, my name is Rick Pierce, 3618 Grape Road, Mishawaka. Thank you.
Yeah, speak up.
Just a quick story that involves numbers. There are 2 million farmers in the United, there are 2 million farms in the United States, 2.5 farmers. That means the average farm employs full-time 2.25 people, 2.25 people full-time. On the small tract of land that Kenny Sebasti sold a few years ago to create the energy center, and this goes to the value to the community, there are currently 25 employees earning an average salary of $97,000 a year. Those employees, a lot of them are coming from Ivy Tech, where they've been trained in this high-tech energy sector. So they're staying here when they could go somewhere else. All those employees have mortgages in and around St. Joseph County, and they got those mortgages from local banks and credit unions who employ people who also live here. The story goes on, but I'm in favor of this second petition. I thank you for approving the first petition. It does mean a lot. And I know that there are a lot more hoops to go through you guys in particular, before a company can ever move it. So thank you very much for tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this bill that's here present?
President Morton?
Yes, sir.
Andy Castelli, Commissioner, 7th floor, County City
Mr.
Building.
Mr. Castelli?
Yes.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, if you would, sir. I'm asking for in favor of that people that are here presently, sir.
My apologies.
No apology needed, sir.
Mark, 321 South Main Street, just to affirm my comments earlier, again, that I believe this is the right thing. I was particularly moved by the community's comments of what this has been to them and what they've seen and how challenging it has been. I also do want to thank those who have spoken in opposition to better educate all of us on this process and how we can make it better in the future, but knowing that we have an important decision to make this evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of 3320 here with us presently tonight?
Peter J. Agostino, attorney, 131 South Taylor Street. I also live in German Township and own property in Carlisle. I just wish that my presentation could have been as brief and to the point as Kaminsky, and I apologize for not being that brief. But I support their petition for reasons.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of bill number 3320 that's here with us presently? Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of bill 3320 that's listening remotely?
Well, I thank you, President Morton. Andy Castelli, President, Board of Commissioners, 7th floor, County City Building. First and foremost, I want to thank all the folks who came and spoke both for and against, but I particularly want to thank the council for how gracious you were to make sure everyone got to have their voice heard. So I truly appreciate your diligence and your grace in doing that. I will limit my comments to, please remember my comments from earlier in the evening as it relates to this project. I hope you can see your way to support it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of bill 3320 that's listening remotely? Does anyone like to speak in opposition of bill 3320 that's here with us presently? Before you speak, ma'am, I would please ask to not repeat same comments that were made on the prior bill.
Okay, but I do believe, are we allowed procedurally questions? Are we allowed to say we would like to have our same comments entered in that we had said in the previous?
Go ahead.
No, that's a procedural question. Is that allowed?
That would be acceptable if you say, I want my comments to be the same as my comments were on the last petition, it to be entered on the record that way.
Okay.
Is that your question, ma'am?
Yeah, that was my question.
Okay.
Okay, but
Okay.
I have new comments.
Pardon?
I have new comments.
That's fine.
Great. Okay. Hi, my name is Jennifer Betts. I live at 23150 Roosevelt Road. I think what I find most problematic about this is you patted us on the head and told us, oh, you made it smaller. But the thing is, there's absolutely no enforceable mechanism for limit on this industrial growth. Once something is rezoned, it's not gonna come back to the county council. It doesn't come back to get rezoned again. So I don't understand how you're gonna enforce any of these commitments of not having a heavy industry. Who gets to define, towards Commissioner File's question, well, what is heavy industry? What metrics will you use? Who is responsible for enforcement? Why on earth did you rush this when you know that no doesn't mean never? And petitioners can come back and ask again. You haven't addressed the new merger between the Infrastructure Planning and Growth Department and how we don't even have an independent planning office. So how are we gonna trust the Economic Development Office to run a comprehensive land use process? I don't think any single one of the opponents, or we just like to think of ourselves as citizens, or maybe even just residents, or people who care about this place, are gonna trust that. Thank you for your time.
Garrett Glad, 911 Main Street, South Bend, Indiana. I don't think I've ever been more disappointed in my entire life in people who I looked up to, people who I trusted. Let me just get this straight. All of you just admitted not to have read the full Indiana Enterprise Center Management Plan. You acknowledge that you did not read 300 pages of public comment. We had an unprecedented wave of people here in person during a pandemic. 65 people on Zoom. And against us was a parade of CEOs and one resident, and that is what it takes to rezone 700 acres of prime farmland in Indiana. That apparently is the equation. It's as if the arguments didn't add up because they were the same problem that had never been addressed. Still have not been told. We have not been told what value this brings, or could even potentially bring this county. Not explained how you'll pay for it long term. You have not even engaged in how to reclaim the areas already developed in our county. I have not seen a single member outside of Mike Hammond's meeting that I heard about with the mayor and Deb Fleming engage with the city of South Bend to try to figure this out after we've been bringing this to your attention for 2.5 years. You actually have a critical job to do right now, because you will have, once this news gets out, tens of thousands of people in your county who no longer see you or our government here as legitimate, because we have not been heard. Hearing us is not listening, it's actually implementing what we say. And there is no implementation for these. The resolution that a town council passes is not a legally binding document. They can't redraw lines on a TIF district. You expect the TIF district, when it gets more money and more development, to be easier to stop? When has that happened? This is against the basic principles of economics. This was your moment. This is your moment on this one. So are you going to take it? Are you going to stand with the CEO? Are you going to stand with everyday people? Because honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm fed up.
I have a question.
Mr. File?
I just have a question to you. At 12:30 at night, are you saying we don't listen? Is that your comment? Is that what you believe? If we got in here at 5:30 and it's 12:30, are you saying we don't listen? Well, no,
Ma'am,
no,
ma'am,
just
ma'am,
answer that
the
question.
question is directed to Mr. Glad.
Yes, my assessment is that you did not listen, because there was hundreds of pages of public comment that you acknowledged.
Do you have any idea what kind of mail we've had in the last month? Do you think we don't read our mail? Is that what you're saying?
Have
I mean, I respect your idea that you don't agree with our decision, but I do not accept the idea that this council does not listen and does not read and does not consider other people's views. I do not accept that.
Councilman, the whole council acknowledged that you had not read the 300 pages of comments because they were released hours before this meeting. None of us read them. I haven't read them either.
How many miles of comments do you think we've had by mail and by every other method? And by the way, I respect all those people. I listened to those people and I read all of that. For you to say that we didn't care and we didn't read it is baloney. I do not go with that crap. I respect your views, but I do not respect for you to say that this council has not spent time on this and a lot of deliberation and a lot of good listening since 5:30 tonight.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Bob, 15 Fagan Street, South Bend, Indiana. I think that what the Kaminsky's had to say in asking you to do this rezoning is one of the best arguments that we've heard about why this shouldn't be going on. The way in which they've been pushed out on development that's already been placed in their area. How many more people are going to be pushed out by the decision that you've made tonight to rezone? When this grows, who's going to have a big development across from their house? Who's going to have land taken for the widening of streets? This is what the cascade of development looks like. It looks like people not being able to stay in their homes. I'm going to keep coming back and saying this because the fact that I'm not winning the argument doesn't mean that it's not worth it to continue to make the case. We try to convince you that you should look at things you're not looking at. But I would ask you, how many tax dollars are going to come back to the county the next 20 years from whatever development goes in on this land that you just rezoned to let that development come in? How many tax dollars are going to come to the county for you to use for things, the basic needs of our citizens? I think the answer is none, because it's a statistic. Why are you giving away our resources for development when we are getting nothing back? You know why the development interests lined up to cheerlead for this? Because they get everything. All the money that comes in from this development is going to go back into the pool to be given out to create more goodies and create more incentives to grease those skids to bring in more development. That's what you're feeding by doing it. I cannot see how that makes good sense when there's been no talk about cost, there's been no talk about actual benefits to the actual residents of the county from this development. That's what I haven't heard. The proponents don't come in and they don't even say anything about that. As if it's understood that the county doesn't get anything from this. We have these visions of jobs, these visions of competition keeping up. But what comes back to the county? What comes back to the community? Mostly the loss of irreplaceable farmland and people being forced out of their homes because the character of their neighborhood has changed, and that's what you have facilitated tonight. That's wrong, and I'll come back the next time and say it again, and I'll say it again until you go out and look and see at what has been wrought, what is being wrought in there. Is that of any benefit to anyone other than the people who are making a lot of money off it? I do not see that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Rydell. My address is 5186 of Cheryl Drive, Granger, Indiana. First, I want to clear one thing up. In ancient Greece, it was not a republic where everybody got to vote. It was actually representative. And if it had been that way, then Socrates himself would surely not have voted for his own death. In fact, the people who voted for his death were people he taught and raised, and he went into that hoping and thinking none of these people were put to death. He did. He accepted that because even those that he loved, even though they had thrown that stake in his heart, he still accepted. Now, some people came up here and talked and were for this. To the best of my knowledge, pretty much none of them were from New Carlisle, but there were several people from New Carlisle here who begged you to not do that. And I'll let my uncle know that you voted with him. But, Mr. Fields, I believe you were listening, but you were my representative. When I came here tonight, because of things you've done in the past, I was fully for planning to vote for you, but now I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. Because of your choice to people who don't even live in Granger. When Menards came in Granger, did Menards go in? No, it didn't. In fact, that was a Mishawaka decision, and the people of Granger got together and said, we don't want Menards in our backyard. People of New Carlisle are coming to you and saying, we don't want this industry in our backyard. Letting it go. And it's like we said, it's a cascade. Do you want more agriculture? This isn't showing you that you get more agriculture by putting in iron codes. You want more agriculture? Lower your taxes on your agriculture.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of 3320 that's here this evening? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 3320 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I would.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, it's Pete Francis, 54174 Juday Lake Drive up in Clay Township. I think what I'd like to say on this one, because we all know it's going to pass, right, is that it's exemplary of what's going to happen here with landowners who see that they can, you will rezone agricultural to industrial, and that they might be able to make a lot of money off of it. You can't, by setting this precedent that you did in the earlier vote, in good conscience deny future landowners and this one their petition to rezone. I don't see how you can do that. I mean, maybe you can come up with reasons and excuses, but it's going to be very difficult for you to do so. Once you open the Pandora's box with the rezoning of the larger parcel, a lot of the landowners are going to be looking at it and saying, hey, maybe it's time to cash in, and you're going to be possibly flooded with a lot of petitions for rezoning. I'd like you to answer that, how you're going to restrict this to 2 parcels of land. The other point is on the conditions you're placing on it. I'm appalled at how you're doing things on the fly and adding conditions that you don't even know how to propose in an amendment way to, as a body, as a council body. I think that you don't have any guarantee really or definition of what industrial is in relation to heavy industrial, light industrial, other than a reference to the plan. And finally, to the council member who said he sat there from 5:30 to 12:30, how about the citizens in this room and on the phone, almost 100 of us who have been here for 7 hours, unpaid, but wanting to express our point of view? And I'm sure you've been deluged with messages to the same, and yet you ignored our pleas to even table this, put it off, really work together to try to find a way to not create division within the community. And to my council member, Corey Noland, I called you a week ago. I left a voicemail. You never called me back. It's difficult to get in touch with you. So please give me a call. I'd like to talk to you about this and some other matters. But think about this.
I'd be happy to, but I never got a message from you, Steve.
Set it up, put it on your voicemail at the council voicemail. But I'd like to say that now you interrupted my train of thought, Corey. So we'll talk later. But I would like to say that I think you've ignored, you've listened to us politely, but you've not heard us. And therefore, there were many options you could have taken. Tabling the measure, not hearing at this point in time.
Sir, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. But I urge you to vote no to show that you will stand up and not have a cascade of proposals for rezoning in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 3320 that's listening remotely?
Yes, I'd like to speak. Thank you. My name
Please
is,
speak. Go ahead.
I live at 2712 Miami Street in South Bend, Indiana.
What is your name, ma'am?
Kristen Haas.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't even know where to start. I'm shocked and disappointed. I do not feel remotely listened to, and I highly doubt that anyone who took this time to express not only a reason but a request, who far outnumbered requests in the other direction, feel listened to. So I'd like to register the same sense. I'd like to say something about trust as well. Government does not function on, elected officials do not fulfill their role by trusting other entities. Government officials and their agencies fulfill their role by enforcing the measures that they indicate are the way forward. What I'd like to ask, so thinking about trust, famously, as you all know, in confrontation with Russia over nuclear weapons, President said, trust but verify. I'd like to know how you will verify that the restrictions that you seem to think you're putting in place right now are going to be enforceable in, for how long will they be enforceable? In what way? Who will enforce them? And what will happen if the regulations are not followed? That's the question that I would like to address to the council. If you can't answer them, you cannot possibly, in any responsible manner, vote yes to the petition currently posed. Thank you. And I would like to hear an answer to that question.
Would anyone like to answer her question?
It's not really a question and answer session, but it's kind of turned into that. But it's enforceable by the same method that every other commitment that we put on any zoning and any special use are enforceable. It's part of the plan to build it together, whether it's it depends on what the violation is, but whether it's the building department, whether it's area plan, whether it's the getting a permit to build the thing because you haven't done X, Y, Z. There's a myriad of different avenues on how these things are enforceable. And what the penalty would be, or also, it's all depending upon if they didn't have 3 lines of evergreens, they only had 2 lines of evergreens, that's certainly not the same fine as if they built a shredder when they were supposed to build a whatever.
Thank you, that's helpful information. So would that apply only to the first person to buy the property or to a subsequent buyer as well?
It's part of the zoning. It's tied to the zoning for the life of that zoning. So unless it got rezoned with other commitments or other commitments that are removed, I can't speak to what can hypothetically happen in the future. But if the zoning didn't change, it would be tied to the property.
So the restrictions just discussed concerning the area of land to be rezoned and the kinds of development that could or could not be built there, the heavy industrial, that's tied to the zoning.
I'm sorry, it's tied to the property, ma'am. Ongoing, unless it's rezoned.
So how long will that rezoning be enforced?
In perpetuity.
As long as the zoning is in place.
As long as the same zoning is in place. As like Mr. Catanzaro said, in perpetuity.
Thank you. I'd like to absolutely add my comment that I would be opposed to rezoning this area to industry in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition of Bill 3320 that's listening remotely? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing on Bill 3320. The petitioner has 3 minutes to rebut any comments made in opposition to 3320.
not gonna use the full 3 minutes. One of the comments was about being forced out. We don't feel forced out. We feel that everything comes to a time. And our time in farming, my brother's on farm. It was the business's decision, and all we're asking for is the same opportunity our neighbor across the street got. He was able to sell the R&L and, better his family with it, and that's all we're asking for.
Thank you. May I have a motion on bill number 3320?
Move passage.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
With the condition.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
With the condition.
Okay, with the conditions already stated, with the same conditions.
Do we need to take a vote on the conditions like we did last time?
Yes,
Do we need to go to roll call?
yes.
Maloney.
No.
Mr. Tanzarek.
Yes.
Mr. Kenrick. Yes. Mr. Root.
Yes.
Mr. Krasinski.
No.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
File.
Aye.
Mr. Hess.
Yeah.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes,
Carries 7-2.
thank you. With that said, are there any further comments on bill 3320? From the council. Public hearing is closed. Hearing none, clerk, will you please take the roll?
Yep. Mr. Tanzarek.
Yes.
Mr. Kenrick.
Yes.
Mr. Root.
Yes.
Krasinski.
No.
Mr. Nolan.
Yes.
Aye.
Hess.
Yes.
Mr. Maloney.
No.
Mr. Morgan.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-2.
Thank you. Let the record show that bill number 3320 was passed as amended. Was passed by a vote of 7-2. Next is unfinished business. Next is new business. Next is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.